Chapter 33:51 Unveiling Complexity. 3. The words coming out from Noah were akin to words of sages from the distant past reverberating in their ears. Among the many entities listening to Noah, Hyperion was sitting in a cluster of crimson gold radiance as his body was trembling while he listened. When the demarcation between terrestrial and constellation entities was made, his body couldn't help but tremble, as this was something he could feel in his heart. He could feel it so because he, along with many other enders, were deeply connected to the infinite omniverse. They could feel it, they knew. The infinite omniverse wanted to tackle this gap between a terrestrial complexity of existence and constellation complexity of existence not just soon, but it seemed like it would be at any moment from now. For them, it felt like a moment of life and death, as what would happen in the case of failure. They didn't know everything it knew, they only wanted for it to succeed in its endeavor. As at this moment, Hyperion could only listen. He saw the tens of thousands of bodies of Noah floating around each other, their collective voices echoing out freely as they continued. Minor constellation entities are recently transcended entities who have minimal influence in their constellation tier. They can traverse limited higher weavings of existence and exercise moderate control over their surroundings. Some entities who fit this category include those who may have declared the ordinance of their existence or those who have reached the 8th echelon of existence. Greater constellation entities are more developed constellation entities capable of living for many, many extended cycles. They can influence multiple domains of existence and exert considerable control over their environment with very little effort, unburdened by some existential limits. Some entities who fit this category include those who have undergone ordnance amalgamation, scales up to those who were capable enough to sever their existence. Entities who have raised their echelons of existence to the 9th level. Elder constellation entities are those with the highest level within constellation complexity, with substantial authority over the higher weavings of existence. They wield significant influence and command across different weavings of existence, with the chance of others affecting their existence being extremely low. Elder constellations can walk across the expanse without fear of death, as their very existence commands power. Such entities are distinguished as pioneers of existence. Minor, greater, and elder constellations, uniquely, even existence-severing entities were placed as greater constellations, with Noah himself only taking on the distinction of a minor constellation at this moment, and past those who severed their existence, there were the elder constellations, entities termed as pioneers of existence. Noah thought of this word himself, even though he was the one who spoke about it. With him only continuing to filter and organize the incoming information before he laid it out, he thought of the great Beyonder and the Omnifather. He felt like these beings had long since become pioneers of existence, and that they shouldn't even be settled in this stage at this moment. They were very likely away from the distinction of constellations entirely. As he thought of this, his mind focused on the next waves of information cascading down, and he spoke of them freely, as far as can be inferred by the current level of complexity. The advanced level of complexity of past constellations is known as the source complexity of existence. Very little can be inferred from this, as it is too far away. Source complexity, the sacred primal eyes of existence above each of the possible versions of himself, opened ever wider, seeking to uncover even a little bit more knowledge on this as their golden pupils crackled with celestial lightning. But some results came through. Within the bounds of the source complexity of existence, there are also 3 distinctions. One can be a lesser source entity, a greater source entity, or a prime source entity. Lesser source, greater source, prime source entities. He knew too little of them. He couldn't even infer what type of power each type of entity wielded. The great Beyonder and the Omnifather. Were they within this stage? And what about someone as mysterious as Bob, who could seamlessly give a Blankverse domain to another without so much as a thought? Was he a prime source entity, or something even beyond this in terms of complexity? Noah couldn't say, but he had managed to achieve the goal of classifying and getting a deeper knowledge of complexity, and the tens of thousands of illusory possible versions of himself began to disappear as the blinding light around each of them converged towards Noah. In moments, only his figure remained, as there was immense silence all around him. Astral brilliance flickered around his body when his eyes opened. He seemed like a dazzling constellation that others could only look to. His eyes twinkled with astral radiance as his hair danced like golden flames. The wings of Invictus Maximus spread out behind his back with colorless radiance covered by an astral gold glow. At this moment, his eyes turned in a certain direction as he called out, "My son, WAA," a single call, and the visage of Henry appeared in front of him. Dark blue threads of hair, a face filled with dignity and regality as if he were a young king from an ancient kingdom. Noah smiled while looking at him as he continued, "My blood has always been heavy, but it is even heavier now, as having it will implicate you. Having it will mean that in the future, greater constellations that have already severed their existence and even elder constellations who are pioneers of existence may be searching for you, seeking to devour your very existence. Do you want such a burden? Do you want this lineage? The origin sacred primal Megalonian source of existence he had obtained was tremendously powerful, but it was also unfathomably dangerous, as the Megalonians did not live long at all. He was confident in shouldering the burden that came with this power, but he would not impose it on anyone else unless they understood what it truly represented. Chapter 3352, Unveiling Complexity. 4. And yet, not even an instant passed before his son bowed his head towards him and spoke without a shadow of a doubt. Let me share this burden with you, Father. He didn't even ask for the boons that would come with it, he just asked to share some of the burden his father carried so that he wouldn't have to hold all that weight on his shoulders alone. Noah smiled at such an answer as he nodded, his existence burning brightly as the gate he had placed within his lineage that stopped the flow of unfathomable weavings of existence opened. His lineage began to burn with golden astral splendor as above him, an endlessly blue banner began to spread out for light years. Manna, it was a single banner, but it also represented the many other banners he had under him, as it could transform into any ordinance and all ordinances at once, the transfer. An emergence of his Megalonian blood into others of his lineage required a level of such authority. Manna burned freely, but in the next moment, a unique type of complexity of existence is blooming with the chosen target under the influence of your lineage. Variations of this complexity exist as depending on the level of purity of the lineage of the target compared to yours. They may have the emergence of an average sacred primal Megalonian bloodline, a rare sacred primal Megalonian bloodline, or a quintessential sacred primal Megalonian bloodline, DUM. Henry's figure became ensnared with waves of astral brilliances deep within his existence, his blood erupted with fervor. His father was inducing a shocking level of complexity within him as at this moment, his voice echoed out. During this process of emergence of complexity, you have a greater chance of attaining the state of one with existence. Of achieving enough of a precipice in your complexity to go from a terrestrial entity and into a constellation entity that can roam the expanse. If anyone can do it, it should be you. He released everything of his lineage freely to his son, his cells that were made up of quarks, leptons, and psioneutrinos of matter and dark matter. They wouldn't be exactly the same, but their weavings would be passed on. They were much more complex than other entities with just this alone as with it. The induction of entry into the states of existence and even the transformation of terrestrial complexity into a constellation complexity was possible. Henry heard these words as his eyes illuminated with terrifying golden radiance. Around him, layers of fabled omniverse began to swirl as the single greatest tool he could use at this moment to ensure success in this ordeal. Was the authority of nepotism? Who was he? Whose son was he? With these mere questions, his existence surged up exponentially as his degree of complexity began to rise. He didn't even have to rely on his own brilliance, with the weavings of nepotism brilliantly pulling on the weavings of his father to achieve the most favorable result, the weavings of a quintessential sacred primal Megalonian bloom within the existence of Henry Osmond. Boom! A refulgence of brilliance unfolded, and an instant later the body of Henry seemed to vibrate with such a shocking frequency that it began to meld with the surrounding existence, the first sign of one attaining an existence complex enough to seamlessly understand and begin melding with the surrounding existence. One with existence, such a phenomenon bloomed with the first entity that the origin sacred primal Megalonian passed down his weavings to, a shocking inheritance being carried out as others watched with open eyes. This occurred within the extremity vein of the infinite omniverse that, at this moment, began to radiate a profound and concentrated light of complexity. The extremity vein was something that stretched out the length of 5 normal omniverse, and it was surrounded by stacks of Alethean havens all around. In addition to the ones constructed within it, the level of authority it contained far exceeded even 100 normal omniverse put together, and at this moment, all of it seemed to be rising and put to work for a specific purpose. It was a unique oddity when one thought about it. Entities increased their complexities, and domains of existence remained relatively the same over the cycles, the increasing chaos only leading them towards eventual destruction after hundreds of megalos cycles, with some even withstanding thousands. It was as if due to the fact that their weavings of complexity were so stable at a certain stage, they could outlive entities who could increase their complexity to shocking degrees. There seemed to be a demarcation between the two, as one could not impose on the bounds of the other. Megalosaneer would always be Megalosaneer, and had been this way for thousands of cycles past and thousands of cycles to follow. The megalos beyond had always been the megalos beyond, nothing more, nothing less. Megalos nihilus was also the same. Megalos mountains that existed within the gaps of the expanse also retained what they were, with nothing changing. A world always remained a world, a universe always remained a universe, a cosmos always remained a cosmos. The infinite omniverse had always violated this ruling. It was merely a floating island, and yet it became much more than that multiple times over. On this day, it was about to violate this seemingly unbreakable rule yet again. Within the depths of the infinite omniverse, where a multicolored throne stood empty and mightily, the manifestation of the infinite omniverse closed its eyes in front of this throne as it uttered out terrifying words in influence of its master. Merely complexity, who decided you could bind me to a certain state of complexity, who decided it could only be a floating spiritual land, who decided it could only be a slightly larger omniverse, who decided that, bohem, with unburdened fervor and brilliance, the infinite omniverse took all the authorities it carried, all the complexity it had raised. It took all of it. And caused it to begin transforming as through the sheer force of countless intricate weavings of complexity and the influence of being bound by an oddity of unfathomable measure. It began its incursion towards a greater state of complexity, towards the expanse. Chapter 3353 Infiniverse Megalos Seed. Over endless stretches of the expanse, over the megalos and the countless light years they covered, there were innumerable entities within, as whenever every single one made a move that would tremendously alter their existence, there was always a shred of caution and doubt. They always knew that something could go wrong, but it was different for the infinite omniverse. It had planned and calculated. From its countless calculations, it had even gone above and beyond what it considered enough, devouring more tainted omniverse and dark matter cores than it even needed for its complexity. The boundless weavings of the megalos from Ozymandias that it had only stopped just now to ensure that there would be no interruptions. The existential terraforming that greatly expanded its weavings, it had already surpassed all the scopes it set for success in transcending existence by a terrifying margin, as the possibility of failure was infinitely close to zero. This was because the infinite omniverse knew that it couldn't afford to fail. My extremity vein, The fabric of existence that made the infinite omniverse was buzzing as the extremity vein was stimulated. The manifestation of the infinite omniverse had a calm expression, but one could see immeasurable defiance in its eyes as it called out again, my Alethian havens, surrounding the extremity vein, the dazzling Alethian havens of dreams. Apollyon, Elysium, Genesis, Helios, Oceanus, Prana, all these havens pulsed with shocking valor as they contributed. They were havens, but they also had other identities. My ordinances, one of the tools it had as a domain that others did not have. Its havens were declared ordinances under its master, and not just its havens, but also what made up the very foundation and pillars of the infinite omniverse were declared ordinances. Their level of complexity was more than enough to induce transcendence within any entity, and yet the infinite omniverse held dozens of such ordinances as its pillars of support, along with their complexity. So it asked again, who decided it would forever remain an omniverse? Boom, rise, its voice boomed out across the Alethian havens and extremity vein. All the countless areas of complexity it had so intricately prepared were ushered and moved at once, the connection towards Noah being focused on the most, the connection towards a part of him that was not within these megalos, the connection towards the part of him within a Blancverse domain inside the expanse, transcend, commandingly. Unquestioningly, the infinite omniverse stated so as all the prepared complexity. Was to be used to directly traverse into the expanse where Noah was. This was what all the preparations were for a single journey, for a single jump. The moment this journey was complete, the infinite omniverse would have transcended its past weavings of existence and be something else entirely once it arrived in the Blancverse domain in the expanse. Boom, an unfathomable light wrapped around the infinite omniverse entirely. This construct buzzing is at this moment, within Omniverse X999, an insignificant singularity blazed with terrifying brilliance. A light so bright that the omniversal Ankara, who was currently in the midst of becoming one with existence after his ventures across the primal water of the primal tree of existence, was shocked and blinded, barely catching a glimpse of this brilliance as an instant later, 99.999% of it disappeared. A mere fraction was left behind within Omniverse X999 as in part. This omniverse that contained the vacuous and Vitalis domains were roots that were not abandoned, but the entirety of the infinite omniverse itself had long since disappeared. At this moment, the manifestation of the infinite omniverse was gazing out as if it could see absolutely every grain of sand and any changes it experienced within this domain. The whole infinite omniverse felt like a rapidly traversing body as it was surrounded by multicolored light, and a terrifying pressure was bearing down on it the further ahead it traveled, but the more distance it covered, the closer it got to something grand, to the expanse, and the closer it was to the expanse, its complex weavings of existence across its Alathian havens and extremity vein began to undergo fundamental changes. The complexity of the infinite omniverse began to rise above terrestrial. The closer it got to the expanse, the closer it would be towards the next demarcation of complexity. The closer it got to the expanse, the more terrifying the pressure that was pressing down on it became, as if the pressure was stating again and again, and with even more ferocity each time, that the infinite omniverse should not do this. It couldn't do this, and yet, what are you to decide that? The expression of the manifestation of the infinite omniverse gained more emotion as heavy, unfathomable majesty erupted on it, livid defiance flashing on its face as it kneeled down near the multicolored throne of authorities and roared. Huum, a deep, ancient roar of authorities. It activated waves of countless weavings of existence of the infinite omniverse as instantly the distance it covered and crossed exponentially increased as it only became faster. Within the expanse, in an unknown region, between two golden strings, a miniaturized Blancverse domain could be seen. Within its depths, a golden-robed young emperor with astral brilliance surging around him opened his eyes wide as he heard a distinct roar, a roar of endless defiance and regality. He didn't hear it from the infinite omniverse, but from the depths of the Blancverse domain that he had loosened the bindings of the most to welcome a new entrant. For him to hear this roar, his eyes turned down with a sense of ecstasy. He looked at the center of the Blancverse domain where a spinning white gold singularity had begun to bloom, as if a pathway was being opened for something connected to him to arrive. All this time, the infinite omniverse had calculated and planned as when it moved into action, there was only assured success. Boom, the Blancverse domain trembled, with the control and understanding that Noah had gained recently. He loosened its restrictions towards what was coming as the task of the infinite omniverse became even easier. Chapter 3354 Infiniverse Megalo Seed 2. Were the infinite omniverse to try to reach the expanse itself at any random point, the difficulty would be extremely high, but for it to reach a land in the expanse under the control of the master, with booming roars of defiance akin to an ancient steed's breaking past shackles to reach its master, the white gold singularity exploded heavily as there, without a shadow of doubt, was a circular object glimmering with multicolored radiance. The moment it arrived, Noah felt the countless golden strings around the Blancverse domain vibrate and radiate a terrifying light of pressure as if it were trying to snuff out something that should not be here. The pressure even caused Noah's existence to tremble as he looked around angrily, feeling this pressure be something that may even crush dozens of ordnance of existence entities in an instant. Ho! He bellowed out while pulling on the authority of the Blancverse domain, this domain itself trembling with a protective light as 80% of the terrifying force was mitigated. By the time it reached the infinite omniverse, only a portion of it remained as it was withstood valiantly, the multicolored circular object only becoming more resplendent, and then, the moment after the pressure was withstood, the infinite omniverse vibrated as it seemed to gain a sense of stability, as it became anchored. Fully and without a doubt, Noah felt the surrounding Blancverse domain vibrate along with the innumerable golden strings all around them. Thereafter, the pristine higher weavings of existence of the expanse began to converge towards the infinite omniverse, dazzling multicolored light flowing into it as it devoured everything hungrily as if it hadn't eaten anything for cycles. The golden strings in the surroundings buzzed with ineffable glory. Moments later, an illusory mountain of tremendous size appeared below the Blancverse, stretching out the length of over a dozen omniverse easily. Above, an iridescent tree bloomed as its sheer size was the same, with its ends seeming to stretch out endlessly as it gushed down multicolored radiance below, a mountain gushing endless waves of authority below, a tree gushing down seas of authority above. It was the appearance of the primordial Hearthree's lotus primal tree and the primordial mountain of the expanse that had appeared when Noah first absorbed Hearthrees, but their sizes were incredibly tens of times more. Noah's eyes were luminous at such a reality, but also somber as this was far too showy. His manifestation of the primordial Hearthree's lotus primal tree and the primordial mountain of the expanse had attracted a Nihilo's ordnance amalgamation entity. Such a massive change here could draw on others as well. His eyes shone with a dangerous light as he got the Blancverse domain ready to leave if need be. But at this time, dazzling prompts rose before him, and unfathomable and irreversible. Causality has been achieved, crossing untold distances. The infinite omniverse has arrived within the higher weavings of existence as its weavings are being fundamentally changed to match its surroundings. It can no longer be designated as an omniverse, its new designation being stop, HUUUM. A ringing sound bloomed as Noah's voice commandingly echoed out. The prompt stopped in place as Noah gazed down at the seemingly small object being bathed by waves of dense and complex weavings of existence, his voice extending towards it. What do you wish to be? Nothing can dictate your direction and path for you, the master asked, and the infinite omniverse answered as shockingly. The visage of an illusory woman draped in multicolored splendor appeared in the expanse. Her expression was one filled with majesty and curiosity as she looked around the expanse, and she spoke out decisively in the next moment. I shall no longer be the infinite omniverse. And shall advance to become the infiniverse megalos seed, WAA. A grandiose declaration was made, a declaration of appalling power and wonder. As the moment it was made, the authority gushing into the infiniverse megalos seed became interminably denser. Infiniverse, they had seen omniverse, they had seen a tresorverse, and they had seen a blankverse. On this day, the beginnings of an infiniverse began, its ambitions far, far too heavy. Noah gave a light nod as moments later, the prompts resumed. Within the blankverse domain, the infiniverse megalos seed has been born. An intricate and unbreakable connection is being formed between the infiniverse megalos seed and the inviolable sacred blankverse domain. From the weavings of a terrestrial complexity of existence, the components of the infiniverse megalos seed are undergoing a metamorphosis into the weavings of a constellation complexity of existence. Appalling brilliance shone as heavy changes occurred. But as always, every choice led to countless effects. A small ripple could lead to countless confounding results. A vast distance away from where the inviolable sacred blankverse domain was, an entity was traversing across the expanse. As she was not alone, a congregation of beings following behind her and below her. Uniquely, she radiated the aura of an ordnance amalgamation entity as behind her. 3 terrifying ordnance amalgamation entities followed closely, while she herself was on top of a mount that radiated the aura of an ordnance of existence. A constellation entity. Was being used as a mount as it had the form of a radiant 3-eyed gold-flame steed. Regality and royalty emanated from it, and yet the woman riding on top of it seemed to be dripping with even more majesty as at this moment. Her eyes and the eyes of those around her turned towards a certain direction where the brilliance of a massive mountain and tree shone, so bright that even from this far distance, they saw it all clearly. The eyes of the woman lit up brightly as she laughed, and they said, I wouldn't come across anything myself even if I traversed a whole cycle. Let's go grasp this opportunity. If anyone else even dares to come near it, kill on sight. Waves of terrifying power surged around these beings as they nodded, their figures shooting out towards the dazzling area in the distance. Chapter 3355 Infiniverse Megalos Seed 3. A terrifying 3-eyed gold-flame steed strutted across the expanse, bringing with it a unique existence at the ordnance amalgamation stage, who was followed behind by 3 ordnance amalgamation entities and 10 attendants. But even these attendants were at the stage of ordnance of existence, their weavings brimming with power as they looked around like battle-hardened soldiers who would move to protect at any sign of trouble. It was a terrifying force moving around the expanses. Within moments, they traversed across the golden strings and saw the phenomenon blooming out much more clearly. My goodness, the female entity couldn't help but shake her head incredulously at the sight, their figures slowing down when they were quickly able to pinpoint the source of this commotion. The moment they did so, their eyes flashed as their gazes brimmed with excitement. They saw that in between the massive primordial Hearthree's lotus primal tree and the primordial mountain of the expanse, an area of blank white that was made as small as possible could be seen. Whoever had bound it was trying to hide it, but how could it escape from their eyes after such a commotion? And all of these waves of complexities were surging into this area of white, this blankverse domain. It is actually a blankverse domain. A blankverse domain. If I bring this back, what more could they ask of me? The gaze of the regal woman on the 3-eyed gold-flame steed was brilliant as she uttered such words, her eyes flashing with radiance as she was even able to observe the areas within the blankverse, and there, she saw 2 figures surrounding a singularity of multicolored radiance, like the manifestation of the core weaving of the blankverse domain that seemed to be elevating itself to another level. She saw the figures within it as her eyes became sharp. A terrifying purple eye opened above her as it was reflected in her actual eyes, its gaze far-reaching. Observing the 2 entities closely, she felt nothing from the woman that had an illusory body, and a level of complexity that should be below hers from the man as an entity at the ordnance of existence was actually lucky enough to bind a blankverse domain and even had enough weavings to miniaturize it? Very well, it is a good gift prepared for me, Her stance was made clear as the entities within, who seemed to be discussing amongst themselves, turned to also gaze towards them. the woman held no emotions on her face, while the man was able to even rouse the eyes of the entity on the three-eyed gold-flame steed in appreciation, as his complexity of existence was a refreshing one. It made one naturally feel goodwill and held a sort of a magnetic pull that attracted other weavings of existence, making one want to innately possess him for themselves. The terrifying entity licked her lips towards such a man as after she had spoken. The three ordnance amalgamation entities behind her moved forward. One waved their hands as the surrounding light years were instantly encased in a dome of purple brilliance, this dome doing nothing to the primordial Hearthree's lotus. Primal tree and the primordial mountain of the expanse as they simply passed through it. The central one had the figure of a human with a silver horn shining brightly on his forehead, his figure adorned in silver robes just like all others, as he spoke coldly towards the entities within the Blancverse domain. A daughter of existence graces you with her presence, and you do not come out to greet her. A daughter of existence, sitting atop the three-eyed gold-flame steed, this woman had a figure that seemed to be carved from true treasures of the expanse itself. Her dark hair shimmered with the light of stars, her fair skin vibrating with a layer of terrifying light. Her curvaceous figure was wrapped in a simple gold dress that seemed made just for her, and she looked delicate as a flower, while also shimmering with hardened brilliance that made it clear absolutely nothing could hurt her. Her eyes were clear and tranquil as they radiated a terrifying purple light, their gaze looking over everything as if it should naturally be bowing towards her. A daughter of existence, her followers, the moment they appeared, Noah felt a part of himself buzzing and shaking deep within his existence. It was the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian bloodline. His eyes radiated a mighty level of power that wanted to erupt by itself, his stern will controlling his existence and communicating with the weavings of records left behind by Pyrrhus, his obsession. The signature of the complexity of existence of one of the forces that descended onto the Megalos mountains cycles ago to devour and extinguish Megalonians is felt within the weavings of the targets above, the weavings of Pyrrhus. They would resonate whenever the enemy of this obsession arose, as with the antediluvian leviathans. There was a level of animosity purely due to the Omni-Father who had been the first domino in all this, but the hatred felt towards the signature of these beings ahead was immeasurably vile, as they had to be descendants or direct followers of those who greedily devoured Megalonian all those cycles ago. A daughter of existence, sensing the terrifying level of complexity around her, as well as the three ordnance amalgamation entities accompanying her, Noah frowned. He was of the ordnance of existence, but he was a terrifying entity at this stage, as he instinctively felt that there was a possibility to even withstand an ordnance amalgamation entity with the tools at his disposal. But it had to be tested. Fighting against a single ordnance amalgamation entity would have given an outlook and allowed Noah to gauge his power, but four of them. He shook his head as it seemed just like before when he met the massive, silver-furred spider with thousands of eyes and limbs. He may have to relocate the Blancverse domain once more. As for the obsession of Pyrrhus, it would be achieved in time, as Noah would mark all these enemies and find them later. Chapter 3356 Infiniverse Megalos Seed. For, seeing his frowning gaze and even disregard, the three ordnance amalgamation attendants of the Daughter of Existence became stern as their power roiled out, causing the surrounding weavings of existence to vibrate. You dare not show respect to a daughter of existence? Are you not aware of what she represents? Are you not aware of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse? Each of his words were like shocking decrees, as all of surrounding existence near the Blancverse domain rapidly changed color. Instantly, purple chains bloomed and covered everything, thousands of them covering all surrounding landscape, as they only curved and did not apply their oppressive effects on the other ordnance amalgamation entities and around the three-eyed gold-flame steed behind them. But everything else, all weavings outside of the Blancverse domain, were under his control. The immovable sacred palace of the expanse. Noah raised his brows at such words, the obsession of Pyrrhus further buzzing as if it were telling him one of the culprits were either within this immovable sacred palace of the expanse, or made up this power entirely. Seeing his nonchalant expression, the attendant of the Daughter of Existence let out a laugh of surprise. You really do not know of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse? Did you just recently begin roaming the expanse? And you even attained a Blancverse domain? Such a phenomenon was rare, as this had to be a person of great luck. On the three-eyed gold-flame steed, the Daughter of Existence smiled as she tapped on the gold fur beneath her. Young man, come out and give up ownership of this Blancverse domain to me, and I will expand your gaze to the wonders of the expanse. You won't even know what to truly do with it anyway. Do this, and I can even consider making you my prime concubine. You will enjoy resources within the immovable sacred palace of the expanse that will allow you to fearlessly amalgamate your ordnance and even sever your existence. Her eyes were bright as she couldn't help but look at this defiant man with favor. She didn't know why, but his very existence emanated an attractive force that made her want to put him under her. The daughter of existence, Centaura, third of her name, has shown you have favor. Are you still not coming out to receive it? The attendant with the silver horn on his head had an ugly expression at this moment. A prime concubine, the daughter of existence, actually favored him so much to offer him this in exchange for the Blunkverse domain. This was something that even he could not attain, as if he did. His status within the immovable sacred palace would be cemented for cycles to come. The status of the daughters and sons of existence were that high, yet this buffoon before him didn't even seem to know favor from calamity as he shook his head. I do not need to be a concubine. And I think I will keep this little Blunkverse to myself, you. The silver-horned ordnance amalgamation attendant turned furious, but Noah waved his hands dismissively towards these beings as he waited for the transformation of the infiniverse megaloseed to finish, and then Master, beside him, the manifestation of the infiniverse megaloseed stepped forward, her illusory form pulsing with multicolored radiance as ever so slowly. It began to become very, very real. The curves of the figure became distinguished, multicolored strands of hair formed from terrifying authorities cascaded past her shoulders, fair skin that shone with a bronze golden luster formed, and eyes filled with endless light of trillions of singularities came to being, a multicolored robe pulsing with shocking authority draped over her as she looked like an ancient queen gracing the common lands with her presence, her bright eyes illuminating everything. She didn't seem like a manifestation any longer, she seemed unfathomably genuine. I wish to try something, Master. Noah gazed towards the manifestation. Nay, could it still be called a manifestation? This is, he asked with bright eyes as the reply came while this dazzling visage of a woman raised her scintillating hand up, seeing the trillions of layers of reinforced authority underneath, my infiniverse megalo's body. With it, I wish to test some things. Authority crackled around her madly. The infiniverse megalo's body. Noah looked at this wonder with bright eyes as prompts flashed over his eyes. The limitations and bindings of the past are being rewritten. The potential and possibilities of the complexity of existence of the infiniverse megaloseed and what weavings it can accomplish are unknown and endless. Such prompts flashed within Noah's mind as he gave a nod of dazed affirmation, and in the next moment, the infiniverse megalo's body took a single step and instantly appeared outside the Blunkverse. Outside, any ordnance amalgamation or ordnance of existence entity did not need to personally use their bodies to attack their enemies. Some could attack the distance of an omniverse away, and terrifying ordnance amalgamation entities could fight and exert their ordnance the distance of multiple omniverse. By all means, the infiniverse megalo's body had no need or reason to appear outside of the protection of the inviolable sacred Blunkverse domain, and Noah knew she was far from being stupid with its calculations, so he didn't call her back or doubt her, only watching with a sense of amazement as the moment she arrived outside the Blunkverse, she was faced with the terrifying altered existence filled with layers of purple chains, all of the surrounding existence under the banner and control of the silver-honed ordnance amalgamation expert. Yet when she arrived, her body shimmered with a seemingly appalling radiance, a radiance of weight, of Massachusetts, of tonnage. Her body seemed to carry ancient and unbearable weight that tyrannically pressed down over everything at this moment. The dense purple chains in the region she appeared vibrated and quaked before they were actually shattered an instant later, leaving behind a gold region of golden strings of the expanse once more. The eyes of the silver-horned ordnance amalgamation entity opened wide with incredulity. Chapter 3357 Infiniverse Megaloseed. The incredulity, such an emotion flashed past the eyes of the silver-horned ordnance amalgamation entity as it knew its power well. Currently, its ordnance of dignity was covering this whole region. As for him, it was akin to an extension of his body, as if this whole region was now a part of him, and dignity could be expressed thoroughly and absolutely in this space. For it to be denied, an equally imposing authority had to be laid down, as even then, the two ordinances would fight for supremacy. The better and more unique ordinance would win. The more complex ordinance would triumph, as someone who did not only express his ordinance, but also amalgamated with it entirely through his existence, denying him was that much harder. Another ordnance amalgamation entity would have to be more complex than him by a factor of 2 or more to be able to even deny it. This was the truth, and yet, without using an ordnance, without any superfluous means, this woman shimmering with multicolored radiance actually denied and broke his ordnance by what seemed like sheer mass of complexity alone. Mass? Your amalgamated ordnance is Moss-HUUM. The silver-horned ordnance amalgamation entity had begun to speak with an ugly expression, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body paid him no heed as she moved towards him. With every step she took, the dazzling purple chains laid out shattered and disappeared, her figure looking like a runaway train that could not be stopped no matter what. Is in an instant, she arrived before her enemy. Such an action caused alarm to rise on all those hearers hastily. The silver-horned ordnance amalgamation entity waved his hands as his figure became encased in a crystalline purple exoskeleton of dignity unbreakable in nature. Above him, a banner of purple dignity unfurled as it burned with endless majesty, and behind him, the outline of a grand celestial palace began to form imposingly. With all of this unfolding, a terrifying feeling of undeniable royalty flowed out as the daughter of existence in the back, along with her other attendants, nodded and breathed easily once more. Yes, this was how their might should be. In front of this endless grandeur of dignity, all enemies would find the complexity of their existence to not be enough, as their ordnance would gain a feeling of inferiority until it was ultimately suppressed. Yet in the next moment, the dazzling figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body balled her hands into fists before she swung them down like hammers. Boom! Appallingly, the radiant exoskeleton and forming manifestation of a scared palace instantly shattered, the fists of the Infiniverse Megalo's body shattering the swirling dignity around her enemy as her hands actually smashed on top of the head and caved it in. Purple gold blood gushed out from the eyes and nose of this regal ordnance amalgamation entity, his eyes fully bulging out of their sockets from the blow. The expression of the Infiniverse Megalo's body was cold as her right leg was flung out right after, going up towards the groin mercilessly as any shred of complexity was destroyed by sheer mass alone. A horrific sound booming out as her leg deformed the groin to the extent that her leg extended all the way to his stomach. Unbearable, unfathomable waves of pain echoed out within the bulging eyes of the silver-horned ordnance amalgamation entity, his existence feeling as if the heaviest thing in its whole life had knocked into it, as at this moment he couldn't even retaliate. All of his complexity felt dazed and denied entirely, his dignity utterly shredded as it couldn't find itself. Rising again from the sheer tonnage pressing down, and in such a state, the Infiniverse Megalo's body raised her hand up and chopped down as if she was a sharp sword, purple gold blood bursting in abundance in the next moment as like a jagged blade. The unfathomable complexity of her sheer weight alone tore the body of an ordnance amalgamation entity top to bottom. It wasn't just the tearing of the body, it was also the decimation and tearing of the weavings of existence of this entity fully, as in the next moment, no manifestations of purple chains remained active anymore, only the golden strings of the expanse surrounding a small blankverse remained, along with the bloody and wild figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body fully tore in half an ordnance amalgamation entity, their deep and dense weavings of existence being turned dim as she grabbed the halves of his body and flung them towards the blankverse domain. Her figure then vibrated as purple gold blood and pieces of organs drifted off her body. Her cold eyes staring ahead towards the three-eyed gold-flame steed, the one atop it, and those around it who looked towards her with rage and small traces of fear. This was because they just watched an ordnance amalgamation expert be literally ripped apart in seconds. What kind of monster was this? What dash? Boom! Her figure was relentless as it flung itself forward, being even faster with no laid-out ordnances around as she actually reached the front of the three-eyed gold-flame steed in an instant, this horse jumping back in fright as the figures of the other two ordnance amalgamation entities appeared in front of it while crying out, "Protect the daughter of existence, you dare to do this? Understand that behind us there is the immovable sacred palace of the expanse." Two shouts, all with self-explanatory purpose, but there was a sense of fear in each shout. After all, they had just observed their colleague literally be ripped apart. Their bodies had begun to erupt with signature complexities of dignity, a massive palace beginning to manifest behind each of them when, pang! The hands of the Infiniverse Megalo's body swung left and right like hammers, smashing into their bodies and shockingly causing their emerging ordinances to forcefully retreat in their bodies, and the head of the Infiniverse Megalo's body flung itself forward to smash into the three-eyed gold-flame steed that the daughter of existence sat on. Boom! Chapter 3358 Infiniverse Megalo's Seed. 6. The two ordnance amalgamation entities to the left and right had their ordinances suppressed and flung away, one being smashed on the chest as he heaved, while the other had their head fully twisted with a huge dent. They were ordnance amalgamation entities. The three-eyed gold-flame steed was merely of the ordnance of existence. It faced the terrifying complexity of the Infiniverse Megalo's body head-on, literally, as when the head of the Infiniverse Megalo's body smashed into its own head. The appalling scene of the horse-like head being pulverized into a cloud of golden blood emerged. Up to the long neck, everything was turned into a cloud of blood. A terrifying power and complexity seemed to be carried along with this strike as the brightness of any ordnance and life of the now headless three-eyed gold-flame steed dimmed greatly, its weavings entirely shutting down. Such a scene now caused waves of rising horror. The Infiniverse Megaloseed moved rapidly and savagely. She seemed like a celestial child of the wilderness who tore everything with brute force, her body flinging her arms and legs as their force alone tore everything apart. The three-eyed gold-flamed steed dead, the daughter of existence atop it was utterly livid and filled with trepidation. At this moment, the angered daughter of existence finally moved from her dead steed and appeared right before the Infiniverse Megalo's body. Her hands rising up as behind her, the manifestation of a purple mountain the size of half an omniverse already appeared. It supported her small figure as she exploded with terrifying strength, her hands swinging like hammers and with tremendous speed to smash onto the head of the Infiniverse Megalo's body as she wanted to overpower just like it give it a taste of its own medicine. BOM. The strike and force was heavy, and yet, the radiant head of the Infiniverse Megalo's body was only forced to turn sideways slightly. Her hands reached out to grasp both arms that had swung down on her face, slight redness on her cheeks slowly fading away as she came to stare at the daughter of existence, coldly, horror rising on the face of this woman. When she stuck down, she didn't even feel like she had hit a living, complex being. What was this? What was this? RIP. The Infiniverse Megalo's body savagely pulled down the arms it held, muscle and bone tearing apart as all of these physical actions carried heavy implications of the weavings of existence. It was like the very complexity of existence of the daughter of existence was being denied and ripped apart, her arms actually becoming torn from her shoulders as golden blood overflowed. The hands of the Infiniverse Megalo's body then swung towards the neck of the daughter of existence like scissors as, snip, the head was cleaved clean off, the gorgeous head of the daughter of existence that was filled with appalling horror. It wasn't just her head, but it felt like all of her existence was being cleaved off by the terrifying complexity the Infiniverse Megalo's body possessed. The shadow of death came for the daughter of existence. No. The two flung back ordnance amalgamation entities cried out in shock and horror as their ordnances whipped out again from afar, but it seemed like everything was all done. At such a moment, a unique power rose within the headless body of the daughter of existence, bursting with a terrifying radiance that shockingly emitted a severing light that struck out towards the source of the deathly damage dealt to the daughter of existence. Boom! The Infiniverse Megalo's body was flung back like a rag doll, only coming to a stop a distance away as her hair whipped around her head maddeningly. A huge gash split open her body top to bottom as if it was seeking to bisect her, but her body was shockingly far too sturdy. In the gash that was rapidly healing, one could only see multicolored astral radiance within, not any blood or organs. As she healed, she looked ahead to observe the scene of the bisected head of the daughter of existence going back towards her neck along with her ripped hands, her dying existence instantly returning to its previous state due to a shocking power, a power that wasn't hers, likely a safeguard placed on her by her people. In an instant, she was healed and back to her prime as she had a savage look on her face, her eyes and intent betraying her fear as her two remaining ordnance amalgamation attendants appeared beside her. Escape, escape, they could do nothing else as their enemy was too dominating. Behind them, the ordnance of existence attendants scrambled away rapidly as all of them turned into streaks of light. The Infiniverse Megalo's body had finished healing as her gaze was unfathomably cold. She raised her hand and formed a fist, instantly, for the distance equivalent to 3 omniverse. A sandy gold domain emerged rapidly. Its sands were filled with the authority of the Ordnance of Dreams, and it wrapped around everything while making it clear that nobody would leave. The hearts of these terrifyingly powerful Ordnance amalgamation entities began to fill with terror as at this moment, they began to burn their existence, going all out, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body was relentless. With the emerging sandy gold domain, she finally stayed still as her body began to shimmer with the grandeur of ordinances, plural. Instantly, a violet-purple light flashed in her eyes as dazzling flames of entropy burned around her. In the far distance, sandy gold waves surging around the two ordnance amalgamation attendants instantly changed to become filled with heavy entropy, its imposition causing their own ordinances to tremble as the complexity of their existence slowly began to erode. And an instant later, in addition to the light of entropy, a blazing white banner of Genesis flashed above the Infiniverse Megalo's body. Instantly, above the fleeing figure of the daughter of existence, a sharp white sword manifested and cleaved down as if it sought to return everything to its initial, basal state. Chapter 3359 Savage. An ordnance could strike out an equivalent distance of an omniverse or even more depending on the level of complexity. At this moment, the Infiniverse Megalo's body was targeting the daughter of existence light years away who was seeking to escape. Boom! The white sword of Genesis transformed from the golden sand all around and struck down above the daughter of existence. Her expression maddened as she continued rushing out. The moment the white sword reached her, BZZT, the invisible but terrifying power that had reversed her very death seemed to still be present as it severed away the descending Genesis. The whole nearby region of a single light-year having the sandy gold domain also dispersed as the daughter of existence continued to run. But it was like running in an endless region of dreams, as the Infiniverse Megalo's body knew that she wouldn't be able to escape, and the authority protecting her. It would run out soon enough, so in the meantime, her gaze turned towards the 2 Ordnance Amalgamation attendants, as well as the remaining Ordnance of Existence attendants. While scrambling away, their skin felt an undeniable chill of death as they didn't even turn around. Each step they took traversing light years, as all around them, only golden sand blazed around, each one shot towards another direction to increase their chances of survival, and when the Infiniverse Megalo's body saw this, her eyes became even colder as another ordnance bloomed around her. The ordnance of cloning blazed around her as instantly 10 versions of her appeared. All the attendants felt a chill as their observation still saw what was happening behind them. What occurred next was simply a sequence of catastrophes. Whap! All the clones of the Infiniverse Megalo's body dispersed and melded with the golden sand nearby. And in the next instant, they crossed vast distances to appear above or in front of the attendants, their bodies reforming from the golden sands themselves. Above one of the Ordnance Amalgamation attendants, his white hair fluttered in his head as he was aged, and yet his unfathomably deep complexity of existence made him seem like he was in his prime. Amalgamation. Reaching such a stage was truly difficult as any wrong step, and they would have their very existence collapse. Such complexity was truly hard to overcome, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body seemed to defy all of these truths, her sheer complexity of existence bulldozing everything. One had to understand just what type of existence she was right now to be able to grasp why she could thrash the Ordnance Amalgamation entities here. The representative of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed, her scale was something that these beings couldn't even fathom, as when she appeared above them, they only felt terror as their existence howled out in defiance. The Existence Amalgamation attendant bellowed upwards. A purple banner of an ordnance sought to bloom above him, but the Infiniverse Megalo's body came with its legs swinging down as if it were giving a beat down. Boom! The forming banner dispersed before it could even be formed. This man wasn't even able to bring out his complexity, as the legs of the Infiniverse Megalo's body felt like hundreds of Megalos mountains smashing onto him, the pressure causing his existence to buzz as golden blood leaked out from all orifices. In his daze, the Infiniverse Megalo's body slapped down, her palm lightly landing on his body, lightly, and yet, as if tremendous tonnage was applied internally, the weavings of the existence of this Ordnance Amalgamation entity became scrambled entirely, the light of his existence dimming as if something far too heavy extinguished it. His body went limp moments later, another Ordnance Amalgamation entity, dead. Simultaneously, in another direction, another clone of the Infiniverse Megalo's body had appeared above the 3rd Ordnance Amalgamation attendant, her body clad in the Ordnance of Helios as her skin and everything about her turned clad into fiery golden flames. The whole temperature within that area turned to an unbearable octave as the Infiniverse Megalo's body burning with Helios swung her hand down, a stanchion of golden flames smashing down as the Ordnance Amalgamation attendant roared out and sought to use his complexity to fight it. But any roars stopped seconds later as the golden stanchion of flames disappeared. It all happened simultaneously. In other directions where the 9 escaping Ordnance of Existence attendants were fleeing to, bodies of the Infiniverse Megalo's body had appeared there as well. These entities died in even less time than those more powerful than them, as in a matter of seconds, only their bodies remained. And the golden sand formed into tendrils that wrapped around their lifeless bodies as they were speedily flung towards the inviolable sacred Blancverse domain of the party that had been attracted by the appearance of a dazzling tree and mountain in this region. Only a single one now remained. Say, as if she was surfing across the sandy gold waves of dreams, the Infiniverse Megalo's body appeared right in front of the path of the Daughter of Existence. Moments later, her clones also appeared around her, each one coldly staring at the Daughter of Existence before their bodies turned into golden lights that merged with the singular figure. Soon, only one Infiniverse Megalo's body was present as she looked at the Daughter of Existence, who was surrounded by a terrifying light of existence that was gradually fading away. Towards such a being, the eyes of the Infiniverse Megalo's body were filled with calculating light that observed the rate the unique power was fading around her as her intent echoed out. "You will not live," a few words, but they were akin to a decree, as if the Infiniverse Megalo's body was stating the most common fact, as if she had decided that at this moment, the life of this Daughter of Existence was severed. The Daughter of Existence glared hatefully towards this terrifying existence. Hatred and fear permeated her every pore as she looked ahead, but she didn't plead. Chapter 33. 60 Savage. 2. She didn't voice out that she came from the immovable sacred palace of the expanse again. She didn't voice out regarding her status as a daughter of existence, nor that she should refrain from killing her due to it. She could see that this thing did not care at all. Even if she was the next successor of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, this creature wouldn't care. She would kill regardless. The daughter of existence realized this as in this moment of sheer terror for her life, she actually laughed. I hope my death makes things very, very difficult for a monster like you. For the possibility that you will feel what I feel now, the fear of death could not be entirely erased in her voice as she spoke out, the power protecting her continuing to fade away as she saw the Infiniverse Megalo's body come closer and closer, her voice devoid of any emotion. They were warned while growing up within the Megalos seas of their homes, that the expanse was vast and filled with countless unknown wonders and terrors. They came hand in hand as the biggest thing they had to be careful of was to not come across a creature that could extinguish their existence. She was even given a protection charm from an existence-severing entity, and yet nothing could be changed. I truly hope for it, you monster, she spat out spitefully as the last shred of protection around her faded, and the Infiniverse Megalo's body moved instantly, her figure akin to a released arrow as her hand pierced the chest of the daughter of existence savagely. A multicolored beating heart was held in her hands that punctured through the back of the daughter of existence, whose weavings were entirely oppressed and extinguished, her body slumping forward as her lifeless head even landed on the shoulders of the Infiniverse Megalo's body. As if something dirty had landed on her, sandy gold tendrils grabbed the corpse of the daughter of existence and pulled it towards the Blankverse domain, her own figure warping and appearing within the domain with a multicolored heart in hand. Her body buzzed with savagery as she looked towards her master, who gazed towards her with a sense of fascination and incredulity, her voice echoing out, "The test is half completed, master." She didn't ask for any praise, and she even stated that what she wanted to try was only halfway completed. Just what more frightening things did she wish to do? Her gaze went towards the corpses of Ordnance Amalgamation and Ordnance of Existence entities. The latest one of the Daughter of Existence arriving as she looked at all of them and gathered them together before her. Their sources of existence are more inclined towards matter, with their systems of existence being nothing significantly different. Their complexity of existence still remains even after their weavings of who they are were extinguished, bloodied, and beaten. The corpses of Ordnance Amalgamation entities glowed with a dim radiance of complexity as if to show just what terrifying state they had reached even in death. The ones at the Ordnance of Existence stage glowed just a little less brighter as after they were lined up, the Infiniverse Megalo's body swung her hand down commandingly. Existence derivation of the Megalos has been utilized by the Infiniverse Megalo's body. With a wave of her hand, her entire body became covered with the incandescent gold light of Lut, the corpses in front of her becoming cut up and broken down as they became bathed with a golden light that compressed everything about them, from their bodies filled with heavy complexity. A unique authority altered everything as they were broken down and compressed golden singularities being made from their bodies as they emanated a heart-shaking allure when one stared at them. Not just this, but behind the broken-down corpses, golden light emerged to form the outline and framework of illusory figures of these beings, their arms and legs in fetal positions with their eyes closed. The complexity of existence of the selected targets has been broken down into 36 amalgamation Hearthrees singularities and 90 Ordnance Hearthrees singularities, with the remaining weavings of their existence utilized to induce the formation of the Blanc illusory weavings of existence. The complexity of the Blanc illusory weavings of existence can be filled and nurtured by any ordnance, and once a critical amount of complexity has been infused, they will become illusory weavings of existence specialized towards a certain ordnance of existence. The Infiniverse Megalo's body said she wanted to try something, but she was truly going above and beyond as her transformation into a constellation complexity was something that had far exceeded anything imagined. With a wave of her hands, only dazzling golden circular gems floated where the bodies of the Ordnance Amalgamation and Ordnance of Existence entities used to be. The Infiniverse Megalo's body grasped a golden amalgamation Hearthrees singularity in her hands as behind her, the Infiniverse Megalo's seed itself continued to radiate a shocking light of complexity as it devoured the deluge of authority all around the expanse. Its advancement was a heavy one, an unfathomable one, and there was something even more astounding. Effectively, the Infiniverse Megalo's seed was now in the expanse, but it was not alone. Within, there were countless quintillions of entities who were now inadvertently exposed to the higher weavings of existence. With the levels of atmospheric authority they could take in their bodies being something that others couldn't even imagine, for those whose complexity was intricate enough, how little time would they need for them to entirely transcend the weavings of their existence and be able to freely step out of the Infiniverse Megalo seed and into the expanse? There are many changes to grasp and understand with the entry into the expanse, But my gifts to master will start with this if that girl can also come out and increase the number. The Infiniverse Megalo's body waved her hands as all the Hearthree's singularities floated towards Noah, and she called out for a girl to come out and increase the number. A girl, naturally, who else could it be other than Ruination, who was able to arrive in the expanse within Noah's weavings of existence even faster than the Infiniverse Megalo seed itself? Chapter 3361 Domino's Eye, inexplicably linked and bound to the Omniversal Archontes engineer to the origin sacred primal Megalonian, Ruination, a unique complexity tracing its origins to Noah's earliest beginnings, someone who had provided a spark that made many things possible today. Noah smiled when he heard the way that the Infiniverse Megalo seed referred to Ruination as that girl, noting the unique relationship these two had over the months. A second later, a light glimmered around Noah as from him, a streak of crimson gold radiance came out to form into the body of none other than Ruination. Currently, radiant crimson hair flowed down her shoulders as her skin shone with a tan bronze hue. A gold dress flowed down her body as on her ears. She had crescent earrings that looked eerily close to her old form as a weapon. She appeared in the Blancverse in the higher weavings of existence that was the expanse, and there was no sense of rejection, as if she was a constellation complexity existence who naturally belonged here. And of course, being with Noah's forge that was hidden in the depths of his existence meant that when Noah transcended his existence, so did she, but her change was gradual, influenced by the one she was inside the weavings of, until at this moment, she came out in a grander form than ever before as she was in her prime. She gazed towards the Infiniverse Megalo's body and nodded towards it gently, her gaze then focusing elsewhere. Always within Noah's weavings, her body currently carried a shocking sense of complexity as she stared at the wonders of loot around her, and she then waved her hands towards an Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity as its details rose up for her in Noah. Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity, a singularity containing part of the complexity of the collapsed weavings of existence of an ordnance amalgamation entity. Devouring this Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity allows one to increase their own complexity, easing the path across the three demarcations of the complexity of constellations. If taken and assimilated by those who have yet to step into the complexity of a constellation, these singularities are capable of inducing change forcefully for a sufficient amount. The round gold gems pulsing with heart-shaking pressure were of tremendous value, and Ruination grasped one before she turned towards Noah as if she was asking for permission, and Noah nodded with a smile as around Ruination, dazzling crimson gold light bloomed. A grandiose capability born within Ruination after she attained higher weavings of existence was utilized for the first time. The feature of randomized existence proliferation has been activated. Randomized existence proliferation has been utilized on an Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. Brilliant crimson gold light bathed the golden gem. But randomized existence proliferation was unsuccessful, resulting in the collapse of the Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. The unfathomably bright gold gem instantly lost its luster as moments later it turned to ash. A distance away, the Infiniverse Megalo's body raised her brows questioningly towards Ruination. There were only 36 of them, and one had already perished. Randomized existential proliferation. Just what mysteries did it hold? It wasn't a set multiplier, not by a factor of 2, 4, or even 10, it was randomized. This was one of the terrifying gifts that Ruination currently held, as even after failing the first time, her gaze didn't change as she moved to the next one. Randomized existence proliferation has been utilized on an Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. The crimson gold light flashed once more. This time, it did not turn dim. Randomized existence proliferation was successful, a factor of 10 being triggered and resulting in the emergence of 10 Amalgamation Hearthree's singularities. An incandescent gold gem filled with heavy complexity instantly had 9 others appear beside it. 9 more. It was a terrifying result that caused Noah's eyes to shine, while Ruination raised her head as her crimson hair fluttered brilliantly, gazing calmly towards the Infiniverse Megalo's body that remained calm while watching everything, looking like an unfettered celestial queen. Thereafter, another wave of crimson gold radiance ensued as truly, results were not guaranteed. Randomized existence proliferation has been utilized on an Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. Randomized existence proliferation was unsuccessful, resulting in the collapse of the Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. The third randomized existence proliferation was unsuccessful as the complexity of this terrifying ability seemed to have a high chance of failure, but Ruination utilized it regardless, because when there was success, the results could potentially be maddening. But randomized existence proliferation was unsuccessful, resulting in the collapse of the Amalgamation Hearthree's singularity. Randomized existence proliferation was unsuccessful. The third, fourth, and fifth tries all ended with the bright golden gems collapsing, with only 31 left among the 36 original ones that randomized existence proliferation could still be used on. Noah watched on calmly as he didn't feel any pain from these three failures, and in the next instant, his sacred primal eye of existence trembled as it was faced with the emergence of a vast crimson gold sea of loot after another randomized existence proliferation was utilized. Randomized existence proliferation was successful, a factor of 1000 being triggered and resulting in the emergence of 1000 amalgamation Hartrees singularities. The surroundings of the Blancverse vibrated as instantly hundreds of extremely heavy and complex amalgamation Hartrees singularities appeared. Hundreds, to obtain them naturally, over 100 ordnance amalgamation entities had to collapse, and yet, Noah hummed happily at the results as under the allure of golden brilliance, he noticed the faint smile of achievement on Ruination that quickly faded as she returned to her seriousness, ignoring the flood of golden gems of complexity that emerged behind her as she simply reached out for the other amalgamation Hartrees singularities. Such a shocking weaving unfolded as, at the same time, an infiniverse megalos seed continued to bathe in the higher weavings of existence. Subtle changes beginning to unfold in the expanse, subtle changes, cause and effect. The infiniverse megalos seed came into the expanse as its entry caused the appearance of the shocking phenomenon that drew in the gazes of a daughter of existence and her attendants. A conflict ensued due to greed, due to wanting something that wasn't theirs to begin with. Chapter 3362 Dominoes 2. But who would come across a Blancverse and observe that a mere ordinance of existence entity found it, and simply just wave goodbye and bid them goodwill? Thus, causality continued to distort, terrifying power bloomed from the infiniverse megalos body as the daughter of existence was wiped out along with her people. One domino after another fell, and after the latest domino fell, its reverberations stretched out really far, within the expanse, an extremely far distance compared to where a certain inviolable sacred Blancverse domain was. The countless golden strings of the expanse flowed in complex manners, giving off a sensation of endlessness as they stretched out all around, and yet in a certain region, these golden strings twisted and made way for a circular white domain the size of over a dozen omniverse. It was a Blancverse domain. It stood serenely and caused the golden strings to part ways for it, a white light covering it up entirely as what was within could not even be observed. Behind this Blancverse domain, though, one could see an even more unique phenomenon that seemed to be overlaid with the expanse itself, the appearance of a dazzling body of water that stretched out far too many light years, dazzling blue as if every drop was made from astral brilliance. A sea, a megalos sea, it radiated a shocking splendor of power while it stood behind the Blancverse domain. Within the depths of such a sea, blue waters filled with sparkling golden radiance flowed. Inside its depths, in a small area where the sea tapered off its blue radiance and became more golden color, the body of a massive creature slumbered. At certain intervals, it seemed to be rhythmically breathing as its golden scales absorbed tendrils of complexity all around. Shining ever so brighter with every passing second, the massive body of water was all around him, and yet an invisible field seemed to exist around this massive body for miles that isolated even a single drop of water from touching it. It seemed as if this being existed in their own weavings, as if they were cut off and severed entirely from being affected by surrounding weavings of existence severing. Such a being was slumbering within the depths of a megalos sea next to a Blancverse as in the next moment, Palace Master. Centaura. Her life scale. Her life scale, a hurried voice filled with pain came out as a woman with a face filled with shocking beauty appeared. This face currently filled with pain that very few could emulate. The pain of a mother losing something closest to them. The woman looked towards the golden scaled entity that was isolated from the surrounding weavings of existence, seeming frantic and hurt at the same time as golden tears fell around her. I know, a deep voice carrying heavy brilliance boomed out before it continued. I just felt the power I left within her fade away. She is gone. The voice stated everything as if it were a matter of fact, as if it was simply how things were. The woman had a frantic expression as she ground her teeth while voicing out with great pain, "She is gone? She is gone? Why do you speak of her as if she was nothing? That was your daughter too. That was your..." Astral crimson gold tears fell down on the woman as her weavings of ordnance amalgamation trembled. Before her, the massive golden scaled entity sighed as a bright light shone, a human figure appearing that looked towards the grieving woman with a calm gaze. She could not yet escape the confines of existence, and existence ground her down before she could manage to escape. Of course, I care. But there is nothing that can be done. In a moment here, I will know her cause of death is thereafter, I will do what I can to allow her to rest. His words carried age and power as if nothing could shake him. His wisdom felt unfathomable as seeing his expression. The woman felt aggrieved as she shook her head. I told her she didn't need to prove herself. So what of the other daughters and sons of existence? The expanse is cruel. The expanse does not care about a mere ordnance amalgamation entity. And now the surrounding weavings of existence half as her manic state, and yet when her tendrils of power lashed out nearby, they broke into nothingness the moment they got near the existence-severing entity. His gold hair flowed serenely as his bronze skin shone with light, his expression placid as his eyes flickered with brilliance at this moment, gazing to the left as their illusory weavings began to manifest. They showed the image when the power of existence severing was first triggered within the daughter of existence. The illusory weavings showed the image of their daughter with her head cleanly sliced off, the scene causing the woman beside the existence-severing entity to turn ashen as thereafter the existence of their daughter reversed entirely, and the culprit behind all of this showed herself, the figure of a woman. She was covered with hazy multicolored radiance as one couldn't truly see her face. Looking at her, the existence-severing palace master spoke succinctly. She is capable enough to veil her weavings, and the emergence of my residual power did not kill her. There are no other signatures of existence involved as she acted alone. Her alignment should be that of matter, but she does not fit the weavings of any other power. If we seek to right this wrong, I would have to set off myself. His words only caused the expression of the concubine beside him to become hysterical as she screeched out, "Set off! Set off! Right this wrong for our daughter." She wanted an avenue to release her hate, but there seemed to be something holding the existence-severing entity back as he sighed. What was it that even caused this conflict? As he sighed, he panned around the illusory weavings where his authority had erupted, and thereafter, his calm eyes opened wide, because he saw the glimmer of a white space that isolated the strings of the expanse itself. Chapter 3363 Dominoes 3, a Blancverse, The Eyes of. The golden-haired existence-severing entity gained a dim luster as he found out the source of what causes events to unfold the way they did. He could see the Blancverse and nothing else as seeing his pause. The concubine beside him gained a sense of fervor and hope for retribution. Will you avenge our daughter now? You can obtain a Blancverse alongside vengeance. She wanted to set off right away. She wanted murder to be met with justice, but the man in front of her shook his head even as he continued to stare at the last illusory weavings. His authority was privy to. Haste and unknown have led to the calamities of even existence-severing entities. If not careful, it matters not how talented or how powerful one is, they can always fall. It would do you good to remember this. Palace Master Bismo, at the existence-severing stage, perished half a cycle ago with nobody knowing why. The twin sons of existence under Palace Master Naku, who were getting ready to sever their existence, perished to the forces of the primal eldritch palace of the expanse not too long ago. The Megalonians of cycles ago. Over 100 existence-severing entities and countless others below them dead. The blood of Megalonians even acted as the fuel for me to sever my existence, but where are they now? What vengeance and retribution can they seek now? If not careful, we may all end up in similar situations. The face of the concubine became ashen. She breathed out slowly and kneeled down, even going as far as to have her dress fall off her body as she bowed her head down. Forgive me for my weaknesses, Palace Master. I merely seek retribution, however you choose to bring it. She gave herself completely as looking at her, the Palace Master couldn't help but sigh. Get up. I will consult with the other Palace Masters to send out an immovable sacred legion being led by someone just slightly off existence severing. In this cycle and the cycles to come, you will find that very few existence severing entities and those pioneers above are roving about the expanse anymore. Too many perilous things are unfolding as even existence-severing entities can fall. The face of the existence-severing Palace Master was grim and filled with somberness as he spoke, his surroundings feeling separated from him and cut off entirely. We know that a great change is coming. A change that nobody can escape, as alongside it is great peril, especially for those with tremendous complexity. Thus, many of us choose to lie low. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't move. But the expanse always has a way of pulling us out. The death of a daughter. The appearance of another Blancverse domain. Anything and anything can arise from the expanse and enact a pull as its countless strings remain ever so abstruse. So no, I will not personally move, but I will oversee the deployment of those who can bring back that Blancverse while avenging Centaura, okay? His expression softened in the end as he looked at this concubine of his. The gorgeous woman nodded as she wiped away her tears, her gaze burning with a vengeance as she thought of her late daughter. Within a certain Blancverse domain, the illusions of a massive tree and mountain gradually began to fade after a significant time passed, unknown volumes of authority having been funneled into an infiniverse megalos seed. At this moment, the multicolored globe swirled slowly while radiating silent waves of complexity. Outside of it, Noah's eyes were bright as he stared at a few 3,233 amalgamation Harthries singularities and over 10,000 ordnance Harthries singularities, 3,233 from the initial 36 amalgamation Harthries singularities, over 10,000 ordnance Harthries singularities from 90. This was the result of ruination utilizing randomized existence proliferation, with the highest randomized multiplier being 1,000 that was only triggered once for an amalgamation Harthries singularity. Apart from the failures that led to the collapse of Loot, other multipliers weren't as exaggerated, but the results were astounding regardless. For the amalgamation Harthries singularities, it was akin to the initial ones being multiplied by a factor of 100 and just relatively higher for the ordnance Harthries singularities. After completing such a task, Ruination only nodded towards the infiniverse megalos body before she disappeared into Noah's body once more, undoubtedly to continue whatever terrifying project she was working on in his infinite forge. Noah grasped an amalgamation Harthries singularity in his hands as its brilliant light began to be absorbed by him, and he could very clearly sense the observable advancement of his complexity of existence that was evenly spread out across all ordinances. The weavings of a constellation were extremely deep. Noah was merely a minor constellation entity, as he hadn't even become a greater constellation nor elder constellation who would have entirely exceeded even existence severing. His complexity was still far, far too long, and to reach the distinction of a greater constellation, one such path was to undergo ordnance amalgamation. This he was in no way ready for due to his obscene number of ordinances and the fact that this junction represented a time when the unfavorable result of a collapse of existence was a possible reality. He couldn't jump on this path just yet as there were too many unknowns, but there was no harm whatsoever in increasing his complexity, as is where he expected that even as a minor constellation, he could raise his complexity to exceed even the common greater constellations who had undergone amalgamation. They raised their complexity through a single ordinance and amalgamated with it. He had to raise the complexity of over 100 ordinances, make each one just as complex. It was over 100 times more difficult. He would require over 100 times as many resources, so these amalgamation Harthries singularities and ordnance Harthries singularities were many after the randomized existence proliferation. But they would be just enough to feed Noah, who was akin to an inexhaustible black hole, and even then, it would only be a fraction of what he needed for his complexity. Chapter 3364 Dominoes 4, it meant he had to find even more sources of loot. A devilish smile bloomed on his face as he thought about a certain hairy spider he had marked the first entity to discover him within his Blancverse domain. Naturally, he had to keep his promises. He thought he would still be some ways off before he could confidently challenge an ordnance amalgamation entity, but with the advancement of the infiniverse megalos seed, his strength had undergone a great change. Around his body, faint illusions of primordial Harthries lotus primal trees and primordial mountains of the expanse flashed ever so often as he continued to devour the golden gems around him. In the depths of his existence, Pyrrhus' obsession seemed to be dancing and reveling in the blood of its enemies, as the descendants of those who massacred and devoured his people were getting the same treatment: carnage, violence. This was what Pyrrhus sought. In the very beginning, he had told Noah that he wasn't seeking justice, because where was the justice in killing the descendants of entities responsible for action cycles past? It was carnage by sheer association, along with the fact that such descendants chose to be enemies due to greed. And if Noah understood anything regarding causality, will the immovable sacred palace of the expanse be on my tail now? Will the brother of this daughter of existence come for me? Then the father, forefather, and any ancestors behind them after that. Noah mused to himself as the only thing he could control was himself and his actions, his gaze going towards the infiniverse megalos body at this moment when his mind veered towards a certain hairy spider. There's another enemy that is already marked. Let's make our way towards him. Your transformation is effectively done in the short term, as I now quantified the extent of the changes apart from the infiniverse megalos body. Everything is undergoing a thorough alteration. The changes already seemed immaculate, as even more of them were being carried out. All aspects of the infiniverse megalos seed would get revamped, but the biggest change remained what this unbound complexity could do now compared to before. the Infiniverse Megalo's body flashed with multicolored radiance and appeared in front of Noah, her eyes pulsing with waves of complexity as she continued. The strength of the Infiniverse Megalo's body had been affirmed, with the only remaining part of this test being its transference and usability. Noah smiled as an amalgamation Hearthree's singularity melted in his hands, thinking of the power wielded by the Infiniverse Megalo's body. In the past, he could wield an Otlotl spear that contained the very weight of the past versions of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed, so what type of power could he wield now as its limitations became unbound and its complexity reached shocking heights? The Infiniverse Megalo's body raised her hand as multicolored light swirled around it like a storm. The utilization, cost, and integration of authority between us have fundamentally changed. The complexity and power I displayed can theoretically fully be integrated with you and maintained for a low cost. Shall I start the integration now, Master? The Infiniverse Megalo's body asked for permission. Noah grabbed more amalgamation Hearthree's singularities as he nodded, his eyes expectant of what was to come. In the next moment, the hand flickering with swirling multicolored storms of complexity prompts on Noah's chest, a blinding light of integration blooming as extremely complex weavings of existence began to sink into his body. They delved under his skin and wrapped around every cell within his body. A unique process of the integration of complexity with the Infiniverse Megalo's seed has begun. The product of this process, distinguished as the Infiniverse Megalo's physiology, is now underway. Brilliance unfolded between them, the savage strength that the Infiniverse Megalo's body displayed to beat down 4 ordnance amalgamation entities. Who said it would only be limited to her? Noah's eyes were luminous and filled with tyranny as he looked around, a large part of his authority erupting out as well as it wrapped around the inviolable sacred Blancverse domain. This domain only trembling slightly before in the next moment, it disappeared. After all, he couldn't stay at the location where he had just slain 4 ordnance amalgamation entities. The Blancverse, containing a terrifying Infiniverse Megalo's seed, crossed the expanse. As at this moment, the marker of a certain antimatter ordnance amalgamation spider was being followed. Within the endless stretches of the expanse, thousands of eyes without pupils burned brightly, each one radiating a horrific obsidian brilliance that felt like it could devour everything. They were attached to a massive silver-furred spider that had over 9,000 spiked silver limbs emerging from its body. Currently, these eyes held a hint of caution and they looked towards 2 ordnance amalgamation entities beside it. One was a massive gray necrotic nest slug, its body dripping with ectoplasm as appalling serpentine eyes appeared all over its body, the illusion of gray stellar bodies flickering in and out of existence all over it. The other was a Nihilose shelled snail that had a pure white shell over its body that radiated an unbreakable light. Nobody ever lets go of an opportunity or shares it with others. Why did you two pull me along? The intent of the silver-furred spider, the ancient Frike Vujin, was a cautious one as it asked the two beside it. The slimy skin of the necrotic nest slug vibrated as a feminine voice came out. Naturally, it is because we alone can't grab what's right in front of us. Putting both of our complexities together, we didn't manage to reach even miles near this wonder before us. Wonder, what lay before them? The ancient Frike took another look at the heart-shaking body that was 10,000 miles long. Its weavings of existence were dim and without a will, and there even seemed to be a process of decay starting, and yet, its surroundings pulsed with storms of a shocking complexity that could wipe out weak ordnance of existence entities. It is the body of an entity that recently failed existence severing. Its will has collapsed as the rest of its body will follow, but if we can devour it, the eyes of the 3 antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities blazed with brilliance. Chapter 3365 Corpse. A body that was 10,000 miles long. It looked slender with taut muscles, its skin gray and cracking as the head showed long white hair and pointed ears. The corpse floated in the expanse with its eyes entirely dimmed, but one could see an expression of defiance and resignation written on the face of this being even in death. Its eyes, the pupils were cracked and splintered as all they left behind were residues of what this being used to be. This was the body of an entity that had failed existence severing. The ancient Frike Vujin became contemplative as he looked at it. Its alignment is matter, but look at its expression. He couldn't help but observe that gaze of defiance, that look of a being that had strove for success and toiled away for who knew how many cycles. Even in its collapse of existence, it was defiant. And yet it still could sever its existence. What happens when we arrive at such a point ourselves? If we faced the collapse of our own existence, the Nihilose shelled snail and the necrotic nest slug looked at each other in silence before the eyes of the slug-like entity flickered with brightness. What the fuck, Vujin? We invited you here just to combine our complexities and get near this body to devour it. Why the hell are you becoming a philosopher? Worry about your own existence severing when you get to it. You have even fewer worries than us being connected to that honored personage. The voice flickered with emotion towards the end as the many eyes of Vujin blinked as he nodded. Let's go. Their bodies flickered with heavy radiance as the light of chilling banners wrapped around them seamlessly, staying close together as they shot towards the floating body. The moment they even came close, crescent waves of a terrifying authority lashed out towards them, an authority that did not want its owner to verify, desecrated even in death. It radiated a verdant allure as it was the ordinance of vitality. It still brimmed within the corpses that had tried to sever itself away from existence, where even though it failed, this vitality was still potent enough to hang on until now. Boom! It smashed onto the bodies of the three antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities as they withstood it easily from this distance. But the closer they went to the corpses, the more verdant storms erupted and struck out against them. But they withstood and made their way over slowly. Around the same time, many light years away, a distance of about one omniverse, a white space silently flickered into existence. Within it, a man floated in a meditative position while the figure of a multicolored woman was finishing an infusion of a shocking process, her hand having moved from his chest and on his back. When one took a closer look, one could see the very reality surrounding this man vibrating as his skin rumbled and roiled as if giant snakes were coursing underneath. An unfathomable crimson-gold radiance flashed over his skin as it seemed like quintillions of sheets of singularities were stacked on top of each other to reinforce it. Colorless gold wings stretched out behind his back as the feathers made of pure colorless gold light seemed to be sharper than the blade of a common ordnance amalgamation entity. Golden tattoo-like bands covered his body, the largest one being on his chest as it seemed to hold within it the reserves of endless weight and tonnage. At this moment, the Infiniverse Megalo's physiology has attained a state of awakening within your weavings of existence. A prompt flashed over Noah's eyes. Behind him, the Infiniverse Megalo's body released her hands from his back as her tremendous eyes stared at him, and within their depths, one could almost see a flash of pride. Almost, feeling the unique complexity coursing within his body, Noah moved from the meditative position and stood up as the simple motion, caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if something far too heavy was moving about. He raised his hand and clenched his fist as he felt the equivalent force of millions of singularities imploding just from the motion of his fingers. It was all purely a complexity of his physiology, as even he felt extremely heavy, as if every step to take would be effortful. But once he acclimated and was able to move freely, he could easily wield this tonnage of complexity that was the equivalent of the complexity of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed. Any force you apply is now equivalent to the Infiniverse extremity vein, the Infiniverse Alathian havens surrounding it, and the vast complexity of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed itself. Its advancement in complexity has allowed you to utilize it for a fraction of the previous cost. To the extent that only a tenth of your reserves of authority will be kept at bay to manage the utilization of the Infiniverse Megalo's physiology. The Infiniverse Megalo's body released its intent and looked over Noah up and down as if she was looking at a weapon born from an unfathomable forge. Before, Noah could only borrow the strength and weight of the Infiniverse Megalo's seed at a high cost and only utilize it a few times, but its jump in complexity to become a constellation now made it possible for him to utilize its sheer tonnage and complexity constantly, at a cost he could bear with ease. The higher up in complexity one became, the simpler things seemed for them, as he felt the complexity and weight of the power coursing through him. He knew he had to get acclimated to it, as wondrously enough, there were targets not too far from here. He came for the ancient Frike, Vujin, and yet this spider did not seem to be alone, as alongside it, there were two other antimatter entities. Their power was not small, as the moment that Noah appeared even a distance of an omniverse away, he saw them, and they saw him. Chapter 3366 Corpse 2. The two sides saw each other as not just that, Noah also observed the 10,000 miles long corpse that they were going towards. Oh, his eyes lit up brightly as he sensed the shocking aura of this corpse and the weavings of collapse that covered its whole existence. Above him, a golden eye opened up as he found that wondrously, due to his new Infiniverse Megalo's physiology, his eyes seemed to hold even greater weavings of complexity, as well as it seemed like a massive gate was flung open when its lids emerged, and its gaze landed on the massive corpse in the far distance, corpse of Vital Fist Emperor Taran, state of existence failed existence severing. Source of existence Omni-Seed. Lifespan 125 megalos cycle/126 megalos cycles. Records of weavings, the corpse of an entity that felt the end of its lifespan nearing and took the gamble to sever their existence and change its fate. The gamble was unsuccessful as their complexity of existence was not sufficient enough, and their weavings have entered a state of decay and collapse. Within their weavings, their amalgamated ordnance has since then bloomed an obsession, releasing the wonders it has remaining in it to pull in any entities that it can devour, the life cycles of a capability that the ordnance of vitality only glimpsed past the gate of existence severing. Any creature that seeks to devour the body of the Vital Fist Emperor will instead find themselves ensnared by an ordnance with an obsession that instantly absorbs their weavings of existence, rapidly depleting their lifespans in an effort to resurrect the weavings of the Vital Fist Emperor himself. Noah's eyes vibrated with power and astonishment at such a description, as it seemed that this corpse with his very weavings collapsing was still so dangerous. It showed that any entity that had lived for enough cycles could potentially hold extremely dangerous capabilities even as they died. The issue here stemmed from the obsession of the ordnance of vitality that this being had amalgamated with an obsession. Noah's eyes radiated a luminous light as he thought of this word. Pyrrhus died, and he also bore an obsession that made shocking things possible. This entity who failed existence severing had his own ordnance develop an obsession after it glimpsed a shocking ability had it managed to sever existence, the ability to devour the lifespans of others. It was a ridiculous turn of events, as it also made Noah think of the Omnifather. How had that being survived the failed severing of his existence and attained the power that he did? No answer presented itself as Noah refocused on the corpse in the distance looking for a target, and now, 3 antimatter entities were ensnared. A potentially dangerous situation unfolded as in front of it. Noah did not back down. He had to grasp the extent of complexity he could now unleash with the Infiniverse Megalos physiology. Anyways, a distance away, the bodies of 3 antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities were now only a single mile away from the corpse, as it seemed like a grand prize was right before them. And yet their expanded senses that could cover the equivalent length of a few omniverse observed the appearance of a blankverse veiled with dazzling white brilliance, with the visage of a devilishly handsome man and a woman with a cold expression that could cause one trepidation being seen within. Their expressions instantly soured with shock. Any new entrance here complicated things greatly, and they were alarmed and shocked to see a moving blankverse with these new entrants. But him? The ancient Frike was even more shocked than the other two as he recognized the being in the far distance and his blankverse. The other two instantly honed in. Vujin, you know this entity? You invited someone else? Suspicion ran rampant among those in their stages as Vujin shook his limbs to deny while replying, no, he is an ordnance of existence entity who was lucky enough to bind a blankverse. He is somehow able to displace it with his flimsy power, as when he left, he made the threat that he would find me. But I never thought he would actually be stupid enough to do so. Confusion and caution were apparently in the eyes of Vujin as in the next moment, such confusion became amazed shock as Vujin and the 2 other antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities saw the body of this being flickered and actually came out of the blankverse domain, an ordnance of existence entity, in front of 3 ordnance amalgamation entities. Actually left their protective domain and came out. The 3 entities looked at each other with shock and elation as in the next moment, boom, the bodies unfurled with waves of brilliant ordinances. A silver light erupted from Vujin and shot out to cover the distance of one omniverse in an instant, appearing right above Noah as it sought to take this chance to kill and make the blankverse owner less. He wasn't the only one, as from the necrotic nest slug and the Nihilose shelled snail. Extremely sharp obsidian and white lights also shot out to arrive in sequence. Entities at their stage held tremendous power as they could exert the influence of their ordnance extremely far away. So at this moment, 3 blazing ordinances seeking to impose their weavings on existence descended towards Noah. His head was raised as he looked at them. The silver light alone was filled with the heavy complexity of annihilator seeking to impose utmost decimation on anything it touched. This level of complexity would cause Noah to normally release multiple of his ordinances, and he estimated maybe a few dozen of them all at once, to be able to deny its imposition, normally, but now. He raised his hand up and grasped onto the descending light of decimation. Boom, it struck down like the cataclysm of multiple omniverse, and yet when it smashed into Noah's hand, it was as if it struck an inviolable diamond. He grasped the authority of the ordnance in his hands as when he clenched his fist, it became dispersed in a shower of silver brilliance. As for the 2 other authorities of ordinances that came down after, boom, boom, he allowed them to hit his body as wondrously, as if there was an unshakable layer of defense over his skin. The brilliance of these authorities only hit and dispersed into flickers of radiance afterwards. The ordnance amalgamation entities in the distance stopped in place and looked at such a scene in a stupor. This was an ordnance of existence entity, right? Chapter 3367 Dominance. Near the corpse of an entity that failed to sever their existence. 3 antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities watched with incredulity as the imposition of their ordinances were withstood and dispersed by the body of their target alone. Withstood, dispersed. For any such actions to occur, the complexity of the other side had to be that much more complex. The nihilo-shelled snail felt its shell vibrating at such a reality as it roared out towards Vujin. You fucking donkey. That's an ordinance of existence entity? What the fuck dash, HUUM, in the far distance, the entity they couldn't even fathom took a step, a single step, and the weavings of all three antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities buzzed as they felt his savage aura bloomed meters away from them an instant later. He crossed the vast distances equivalent to an omniverse in such a short period of time as he appeared. Quite literally, right before them, a grave sense of danger befell these powerful entities. They had seen many things, they had lived for many cycles, they heard stories time and time again of oddities observed across the expanse that did not conform to common sense, and many had fallen prey to this. Ordnance amalgamation entities have fallen to such oddities, and even existence. Severing entities have fallen every now and then, so when these three antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities experienced the ridiculous entity that they dubbed an oddity before them, boom. We have no qualms with you, your enmity is with Vujin, we will not interfere. The bodies of the nihilo-shelled snail and the necrotic nest slug erupted with graying mushroom pores and clouds of smoke as they distanced themselves rapidly, even moving away from the treasured corpses they all came here to devour. They valued their lives far too much as, after living for so many cycles, they knew that their existence was paramount before anything else. Pride? What the hell could they do with that? Shame? Did it allow one to increase in complexity? Friendship? This wasn't a fairy tale where the power of friendship was all that was required to overcome an exceedingly overpowered force. The necrotic nest slug even threw Vujin under the bus as the ancient Frike looked towards them with maddened rage, his many eyes twisting as he didn't even probe the enemy he definitely knew to be an ordnance amalgamation entity, and he instead took another risk as he burst forth with silver brilliance to get even closer to the corpse before them. If it could devour the remnant weavings of existence of an entity that had almost severed their existence, there would be many more pathways. Before it, thus, three entities made their choices, and the enemy they faced, the origin sacred primal Megalonian, had also made his visage was a pondering one as he sensed all the complex changes around him. How many intricate ways could the power of the infiniverse Megalos physiology be used? It could be used as brute force like he did before, to overcome ordinances due to its sheer complexity, but Noah felt like it was far too unique to only be applied this way as he felt like its complexity could also be channeled elsewhere. He felt it, and so he did it. At this moment, Noah tested many things as he utilized the terrifying complexity of tonnage and weight of this physiology, and applied it towards the ordinance of gravitation, just gravitation, the application of the complexity of the infiniverse Megalos physiology through a concept. Boom, terrifying stellar purple waves erupted around him as instantly. The ancient Frike, Vujin, who was infinitely close to the corpse before him, felt a terrifying and undeniable force pull on his body and fling him away. The necrotic nest slug and the nihilo-shelled snail roared out as while moving away, they suddenly felt a terrifying force pull them back as waves of unknown gravity began to spin them through a chaotic sequence of rotations. Even the massive corpse of the Vital Fist Emperor began to buzz as it also began to slowly rotate. The three anti-matter ordnance amalgamation entities were initially dismayed at such a scene as Vujin roared out, a terrifying amount of authority being released by him at this moment, Annihilator's boundless favor. Silver brilliance bloomed all around. Decayed silver strings began to defend as they carried with them the authority to annihilate anything they touched. It was the imposition of the ordinance of Annihilator in its true sense, and the many eyes of Vujin buzzed as he saw the silver strings coming down to impose his ordinance tremble before they were cut up and ground down by the already existing waves of gravity all around. His ordinance failed to establish its complexity against an already existing ordinance. For this to happen, the other ordinance had to have much greater levels of complexity, and if this entity truly was of the ordinance of existence level, how could that be possible? Vujin's ordinance could not be established, and the necrotic nest slug and the nihilo-shelled snail also realized the same thing as the terrifying complexity of the gravity currently spinning them around without their permission left them helpless to do anything. What was the change of existence based on one's ordinance? What was the imposition and change of the very rulings of the surrounding reality based on one's own concept? This was it, a single entity laid down his rule of law, and nobody else could erase it or deny it. Such a reality was one that rarely played out unless the two sides were truly on different landscapes of complexity entirely, their differences in the compositions of their existence, whether matter or antimatter, did not hold importance at this moment precisely due to the sheer gap in complexity granted by the infiniverse Megalos physiology. the complexity of the infiniverse megaloseed that rose from the megalosaneer and into the expanse, a sense of awe and trepidation blazed from the product of such a wonder as at this moment. A single entity stood at the center of heavy waves of gravity that scrambled even ordnance amalgamation entities. Chapter 3368 Dominance. 2. It was a scene that even Noah had not expected to bloom so quickly. With over 100 ordinances, he felt like he could stand against ordnance amalgamation entities, but he didn't feel like he could thrash them as he was currently doing with these antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities. Come, he motioned towards the Nihilose-shelled snail that had now retracted its whole body into its shell, terrifying mechanisms being put in place as an ancient air leaked from it, an intent now choosing to cover itself entirely. If it couldn't do anything to the surrounding existence, it would at least be able to reinforce its amalgamated body, all of its complexity, all of its cycles of brilliance. It all gathered within its shell as its ancient eyes dimly observed from within it. Analyzed the terrifying strength this new enemy released as in an effort to overturn it. Its gray eyes pulsed as its intent began to weave out. Friend, a fight to the death is not always the only solution in the expanse. I have knowledge. I have my existence. I can trade even my allegiant dash, boomcrack, its Nihilose shell, everything that it had built its ordnance into the culmination of cycles of its achievements. It fractured and broke at this time as a blindingly bright fist came through, its snail-like eyes shaking as it felt a shocking level of complexity descend into its existence. First, it felt completely suppression, then, the heavy weight that its weavings of existence could not bear whatsoever cascaded down as. They extinguished anything about it, its records, its weavings. Boom, it was only a small fist, and yet the weight it carried was enough to collapse every molecule of work it had put in these dozens of cycles. Its intent watched in silent horror as its weavings dimmed rapidly, all the way to the extent that it could no longer think. An infinite darkness came, a horrific gravity continued to spin their bodies in defiance of their own wishes as Vujin and the necrotic nest slug saw the weavings of their compatriot collapse with a single punch. The visage of Noah was surrounded by golden radiance as his fist retracted, his gaze going towards them as they felt a rising chill that told them this was the same fate waiting for them if nothing changed. Vujin's eyes twisted into terrifying slits at this as above him, a terrifying eye of existence opened. It radiated a shocking silver radiance as at this moment trillions of webs seemed to sprout from it as this ancient Frike bent its legs down, its ancient voice echoing out, "Save me, O great mother." Noah's eyes became stern at such words as he looked towards the forming eyes and the trillions of spider webs that seemed to be blooming within it, the pressure of gravitation being focused by him to press down and crush this forming complexity. Called out by Vujin, "Great mother?" Megalos Nihilose had someone with a similar distinction to the great mother of the megalosaneer. And why did it seem like almost every ordnance amalgamation entity had a backer they could either call for or were already protected by? The daughter of existence had the remnant authority of an existence-severing entity that protected her. And now, an ancient cry emerged from the eye of existence that Vujin conjured as it resisted Noah's complex pressure. Trillions of webs sprouting out as from this eye, a will that wasn't Vujin's emerged, a will that seemed to be gazing at everything through this terrifying eye as an utterly apocalyptic pressure leaked out of it. Noah became unfathomably serious at such an eye that seemed to quickly gaze over everything before it locked onto him. It was a pupil that seemed to be made out of endless layers of webs. It instantly caused the massive body of Vujin to no longer be affected by the shocking complexity of gravitation all around, its massive body coming to a halt as if anchored in space. It gazed at him coldly before an intent leaked out from it. "How about you stop here? You will earn a favor from the great mother weaver of Nihilose for sparing one of her children." The voice was feminine in nature and filled with shocking poison and beauty. The great mother weaver of Nihilose. Noah was firm even against such a voice and identity as he couldn't help but smack his lips. He had met a bit over 7 ordnance amalgamation entities in the expanse, and 2 of them managed to either have the aid of a big boss far more powerful protecting them, or they could call upon one to come to their aid. Meanwhile, which big boss did he have to call for help in case a truly terrifying enemy appeared? He glanced towards the distant Blankverse and the visage of the infiniverse megalos body that was watching coldly within as he shook his head with a smile. There was no one to rely on but himself and the tools he had on hand. Boom, his body erupted with complexity as he parted towards the massive body of Vujin, utterly ignoring the terrifying authority that had made its brief entry here. What a foolish course of action. Have I been low-key for too long in the expanse that my name is ignored like this? The cold voice erupted out with malice and power as, shockingly, the limbs of Vujin began to shrivel as his complexity greatly reduced. As this occurred, a terrifying power gathered on the eye filled with webs as it seemed like to make a move against someone else through this method. Vujin had to pay a great cost. but if it could save his life, it was a cost he could bear. If it could save his life, Noah's body flickered with radiances around him, over 100 ordinances unfurled with multicolored radiance, and the weight and complexity of the infiniverse megalos physiology was then infused unto all of these ordinances as he shot forth like an undeniable constellation. Chapter 3369 Brilliance across the megalos. I filled with countless layers of webs emanated a shocking intent, borrowing from the complexity of Vujin himself as a horrific grey flower made up of trillions of webs bloomed. The moment this flower appeared, all of the surrounding weavings of existence dimmed as the golden light of the expanse itself felt a little less brighter. The flower felt demonic and filled with malice as it had a devilish face filled with countless eyes, and it radiated a chaotic light as it smashed towards Noah. He blazed with multicolored radiance. The complexity of the infiniverse megalos physiology was applied equally to all ordinances. All of this power went towards the impact against the heavy cost that the ancient Phrike, Vujin, bore to have a sliver of the great mother weaver make a move. The impact was a silent one. This area of the expanse vibrated intently as against the clash of maddening grey brilliance and multicolored radiance, an inestimable force emerged between both sides were flung back for thousands of light years. A flower had its petals dissipate one by one as its devilish glare stared out light years away, the body of Vujin shriveling up noticeably as above him, and I began to close. Before it did, it turned down to observe the weary Vujin and released an intent: run as far as you can, and you may still have hope of survival. He should be near death and not capable of chasing after yo dash. The gradually closing eye of the terrifying entity reflected a sharp light while looking ahead as shockingly, from the direction Noah was flung to, his figure reappeared grandly. His body had cracks as stellar gold blood flowed calmly like astral lava, his right hand missing all the components of skin and muscle as only a shattered multicolored skeleton could be seen. Yet his face retained its coldness and regality as around him, the vibrant ordinance of Genesis was already blooming, life and vitales were burning brightly, infinity, among others, blazed with radiance as his unfathomably tough body was healing and regenerating in real time. His gaze carried unbound tyranny as even in the face of this terrifying entity, his voice echoed out, "No, Great Mother, I am not near death. And I am afraid to say that one of your children has arrived at the end of their journey." As his body healed, the wings behind him shone, Invictus Maximus. For the first time, the terrifying complexity of the infiniverse megalos physiology was applied to his wings as he voiced out like an ancient emperor passing forth a decree. Fatality. Causality trembled. The fate of the ancient Phrike, Vujin, was already set in stone as at this moment, Noah only finalized it. Matter immolation. His voice carried heavy weight and coldness as the body of Vujin trembled with rage and terror, feeling the very fundamental makeup of his existence beginning to burn and explode as very quickly, all parts of his existence were aflame with silver radiance. His makeup itself was immolating as above him. The closing I gazed towards Noah coldly. I won't forget this. I won't forget you, a heavy threat, especially from an entity that may be cemented at the stage of existence severing, and yet against it, Noah only shook his head while he turned around to the only remaining ordnance amalgamation entity here who was still bound down by his gravitation. The necrotic nest slug. Noah began floating towards it as he replied to the blatant threat of the Great Mother Weaver without looking back. You, like many others that have made threats against me before, will definitely come to forget me. After all, when your weavings collapse, what more can you remember? Blatant disrespect flowed out from him as the sliver of the Great Mother Weaver within the eye crumbled while beginning to pulse with rage. As Noah floated towards the necrotic nest slug, its slimy body trembled as its intent echoed out, "Hold on, please." Just. Actual fear arose in the heart of an ordnance amalgamation entity in a region of the expanse as Noah blared his brilliance heavily. But he didn't just express such brilliance here. Far from here, within the weavings of a tresorverse, another body of his sat on one of three thrones that would decide the ownership of origin tresorverse towers of existence. Above him, a singularity continued to extinguish as the other ordnance of existence entities could no longer stay still, throwing attacks towards all three thrones. The viceroy of the Commonwealth was surrounded by protectors as he had others to defend for him, his own power not even needing to be put to use. The unknown entity that looked exceedingly young on the other throne had a stern expression, his ordnance erupting out to reject any others that sought to impose themselves unto him. And then, there was Noah. At this moment, he didn't radiate any shocking allure of even a single ordnance as he simply sat on the throne. Above him, one ordnance after another flickered: Kuklos, light, death, fire, fate, one after another. Powerful entities shot them out in order to knock him from the throne he sat on, and yet, BZZT, every single ordnance striking down fizzled the moment it came inches away from his body, with him not even making an active effort to defend whatsoever. it was simply that his complexity was too far above what any of them could compare to. This included antediluvian leviathans, protectors, and other assorted races and lineages of entities that had attained the stage of the ordinance of existence here. Seeing Noah's absolutely unbothered look as nothing fazed him, the many entities here turned their attention towards the other two thrones while expressing their shock and dismay. As for Noah himself, he only turned his head above to stare at the fading singularity that was nearly extinguished. With its disappearance, he would gain access to a modus operandi that promised a great deal of things regarding complexity. Chapter 3370 Brilliance Across the Megalos. 2. As his brilliance shone in the expanse and in the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather, another one of his bodies stood within a vessel that crossed the Megalos Aenear. Beside him, the figure of Command Protector Valeria continued to turn to him every few seconds with a gaze of doubt as she couldn't help but ask, "We are really going to face the outer versal morphon behind all this right now?" The Great Ponderer, she asked as it truly didn't seem real. They were able to take down a weak body of Savitar, but all other outer versal morphons, especially the Great Ponderer, they knew very little of and was extremely dangerous. Her power that was just grasping the eye of existence would likely not be able to do much as all three reliance would be on him, and he gave a light smile in reply, "Yes. I've already nuked his homes as he has made the choice to gather all forces in one place in the Megalos Aenear. He can't bring himself to cut off his reach here entirely due to me, as he is likely plotting to get help from others or a myriad of other means. But at the end of the day, no schemes will make up for sheer strength, WAA." His words vibrated with confidence as Command Protector Valeria couldn't deny them. She could only listen and choose to believe for the sake of her sister, and as they neared whatever location Noah was bringing them towards, he said one last thing, "I do this only to wrap up what I've started. After that, I will leave as you can make the choice of staying as protectors of the Commonwealth, or follow me." Words that caused the face of Command Protector Valeria to flicker in shock echoed out as she had a strong reaction to them. But before she could even relay her shock, "We are here." The omniversal Voyager slowed down as it neared an omniverse. Not tainted, not even half-tainted, just a normal omniverse, the location where the Great Ponderer retreated with all of his forces as he planned his next course of action after all his tainted omniverse were wiped away. Noah was still a terrifying distance away, but his body released a golden flicker of sandy gold light that silently went on to cover a distance equivalent to 3 omniverse. It was to ensure that today, nobody would be able to even leave this perimeter. It was time to begin the disadulation of the one who actually made himself an enemy of the origin sacred primal Megalonian and thought he could scheme freely behind the scenes. As for how Noah had located this hiding spot of the Great Ponderer, there was a body of this entity within a certain pantheon of Umbra in the Megalos beyond that Ozymandias could observe freely this whole time, and with the rise in complexity, many more droves of information were capable of being obtained. The rise in complexity of Ozymandias. This alone caused an unfathomable brilliance to bloom across the Megalos beyond as Ozymandias had a direct link to the Infiniverse Megalos body. Within the Megalos beyond, the pantheon of Umbra, Ozymandias sat amidst throes of eldritch horrors as his terrifying banner had covered Umbra and even stretched out beyond it when he declared his ordinance, and he had the resurgence of the Great Mother and the Observer of Old and Young appear once more as they joined the Great Wheel with their heavy support of the instrument of the Beyonder. Little Aspasia sat by the side calmly as the tentacles of the Great Mother in the form of an infinity symbol wriggled while relaying an intent of great expectations for Ozymandias. O instrument of the Beyonder, you may have not begun traversing the expanse since you just declared your ordinance. But I have a possible path for us to take to quickly wade across the Megalos beyond onto the pantheons holding the crucibles of the Beyonder, without being delayed or battling heretics who do not wish to see you succeed. We can traverse the Megalos beyond through the expanse. Her intent was a ridiculous one as it caused the Great Wheel and the Observer of Old and Young to almost scoff. Enter the expanse in one area of the Megalos beyond, and traverse across the expanse and make an exit in another area that would grant you an exit in an entirely different space within the Megalos you were in. I am confident in this, O instrument, and in this manner, you can even observe one of our bases in the expanse where outer versal morphons from countless cycles past have made their home as they wade through that endless land of weavings. You will get to see the primal eldritch palace of the expanse where outer versal morphons who have transcended their existence occupy. A grandiose plan was laid out as beside the Great Mother, the Observer of Old and Young couldn't help but interject. Is it not too hasty? He has just declared his ordinance as his complexity should have reached a level for him to transcend his existence and enter the expanse, but it has only been days since his birth. This They had been alive for cycles, thousands of years could pass from a deep slumber for them, moving so rapidly in just a matter of days. At such an intent, the tentacles of the Great Mother wriggled in a smile as she looked towards Ozymandias. What say you, instrument of the Beyonder? Are you able to make the jump into the expanse with your current complexity? I will even provide you with a marker that will draw you towards where my body is there. The Great Mother held tremendous confidence in the instrument of the Beyonder. For him to be able to enact change across the megalos beyond, he had to be exceptional, he had to confound and amaze them, or to be merely a genius outerversal morphon or a distinguished great one like them, would he be able to achieve anything? There were many great ones, yet none of them could say that they could change the whole megalos beyond. The Great Mother looked at Ozymandias expectantly, and Ozymandias felt the trembling connection with the infiniverse megalos seed that just waited to be unleashed in course through his unfathomable brilliance, the singularities within his eyes beginning to ebb with a golden light as he replied nonchalantly. Merely an entrance into the expanse. Nothing major. Chapter 3371 Brilliance Across the Megalos. 3. Merely, Ozymandias spoke with such confidence that the outerversal morphons listening to it felt a thrill course through them. This was especially so for the Great Mother who fanatically believed in the Great Beyonder. Then let us do it. If you ascend from here, I will cover this area with a marker that will pull you toward my location in the expanse. She continued to be expectant towards the instrument of the Beyonder. For him to truly effect change, he had to be and do what others could not even imagine. Ozymandias gazed at the eldritch horrors around him who looked towards him with many hopeful gazes for the future. They believed him to be someone he wasn't, but he had no qualms about taking this identity as he had already come this far, so he would simply take it a step further and enjoy the boons that came with it. Open, Huum. He uttered out a single word as if he was commanding the expanse to open up its doors to him. At the same time, he truly did open a door as the vastness of the infiniverse megalos seed. He allowed it to flow into him. Stellar obsidian radiance flourished with maddening splendor. An instant later, unfathomable waves of complexity emerged from Ozymandias, his stellar obsidian body vibrating as it lifted off the dark earth of the pantheon of Umbra and began to rise up. From all directions, the megalos beyond itself twisted as it seemed like its very surrounding space was flowing into Ozymandias, his complexity rapidly shooting upwards. The Great Mother looked at this with alarm as her body instantly pulsed to ensure that any weavings from here would head towards a certain point in the expanse, not expecting the process to be so rapid and so tyrannical, as if he was making a jump. As if his complexity could be spurred at any moment, and he was now simply activating it all. Boom, boom. His body became warped with obsidian light as it seemed like a part of it left him, turning into a brilliant burst of light that disappeared above. Outerversal morphons watched the scene somberly. The main body of Ozymandias remained floating grandly, the weavings of the megalos beyond surging around him and forming a cocoon as a transformation continued, the infiniverse megalos physiology blooming within him as well. Far from here, within a point in the expanse, golden strings glowed faintly as a stellar obsidian body emerged between them, an entity opening his eyes and observing his surroundings to see the shimmering of three countless golden strings that gradually transformed into obsidian purple strings of light in the distance. There, he saw a massive blunkverse the size of an omniverse that rejected everything else, billowing purple smoke burning around it so intensely that it even influenced the surrounding strings of existence. Within the blunkverse, the intricate weavings of countless massive obsidian and purple tentacles could be seen, along with structures floating grandiosely within the complex weavings unique to outerversal morphons radiated outwards. At this moment, an aura seemed to lock down on Ozymandias from within this blunkverse, the aura of powerful entities crossing vast distances in a short time as quickly as they neared his position. At the forefront, light flickered to reveal an entity in the form of an infinity symbol, her tentacles vibrating with anticipation. Behind her, auras of outerversal morphons burning with the power of ordinance of existence entities followed as her intent radiated out grandly. I am honored to welcome the instrument of the Beyonder to this primal eldritch palace of the expanse. The great Beyonder made many homes for us in the megalos beyond, and he did the same in the expanse, as there are multiple junctions like this where we can live free. Come. The Great Mother appeared and gave a grand welcome in the expanse. Ozymandias followed as all around. His body was absorbing wisps of the power of complexity here as he observed everything. A palace of the expanse such as this is protected by what is known as a blunkverse, an inviolable domain that even pioneers sitting above existence severing have a hard time making a forceful entry in. Within, there are a few elder morphons that have been living for far too many cycles at the existence severing stage that oversee many things. We will get you acclimated here first before we begin making moves elsewhere. You have only been alive for days, and should at least show you the joy that all morphons seek to protect in the megalos beyond and in the expanse. The Great Mother, filled with anticipation, led Ozymandias into a domain filled with highly complex outer versal morphons. As Ozymandias made his entry into the expanse and arrived in the bounds of the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, far from such a place, within the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, inside a radiant Blancverse. Many domains within domains were set up. Inside one such domain, here, a palace master was making his way towards the last existence severing palace master he had to talk to in order to form the strongest coalition of a force that could achieve his aims with surety. A force filled with powerful ordnance amalgamation entities that had successfully been given and utilized a complexity modus operandi that made the way they utilized their power reach multiple octaves higher. Palace master Antiope, sorry for the intrusion. His intent radiated out as he descended onto a small domain the size of a world within this Blancverse. Palace masters were granted various positions to take within the Blancverse, each one being an existence-severing entity as they were given forces under them to command and identities with weight across the expanse. When one joined a force like the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, they gained access to a vast array of information accumulated over countless cycles, the locations of unique areas that increased the rate of complexity of existence. Unique Blancverse domains, treasures like Hearthrees. And more. Chapter 3372. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. Most of all, it was the sense of protection, because in any palace of the expanse, there was likely a pioneer, someone that had gone a head step further after existence severing, someone who could walk across the expanse with a level of confidence. With entities like these behind them, there was a level of confidence in surviving the calamity to come. Palace Master Evren? What brings you here? Inside the domain as small as a world, thousands of white lotuses bloomed, a terrifying existence-severing entity seated atop one lotus as she raised her eyes calmly towards the descending golden figure of Palace Master Evren. The woman seated on the lotus carried a terrifying sense of charm, her eyes being pure white with no pupils as they held unfathomable waves of complexity. Even Palace Master Evren always felt a sense of trepidation towards this being, and it was why he left her for last. Palace Master Antiope. She did not seem like any other existence-severing entity. Palace Master Evren gave a light nod as he spoke. A minor matter. A daughter of existence I sired was killed today as the enemy is a peak ordnance amalgamation creature. I do not wish to have any others fall to them as I wanted to send off a few select forces under us that would ensure quick and smooth success. I just wish to borrow one of your immovable sacred legion or a few combatants from it. He wanted to ensure success and that no others in their palace fell to this enemy. Palace Master Antiope raised her eyes at such a request before she replied while tapping on the white lotus below her. Which creature is so bold as to not care about the identity of a daughter of existence, just a minor character that may not even know about the immovable sacred palace of the expanse? Palace Master Evren waved his hands and conjured the hazy image of the woman surrounded by multicolored radiance. Her face was hazy, but one could barely see the flash of apathy and utmost confidence within. Palace Master Antiope raised her eyes languidly as they came to rest upon the illusory figure shown by Evren. And, boom, her white eyes instantly blasted open as a shocking complexity bloomed from it, Palace Master Evren becoming stern as his body that was entirely severed from any outside existence but himself floating amidst this eruption of complexity calmly while probing what caused such a sudden change. He saw the figure of Palace Master Antiope covered by trillions of compressed sheets of complexity all over her body, a terrifying white eye blooming behind her as if she was ready for battle. Her whole figure emanated a terrifyingly sharp light that even caused Palace Master Evren to turn somber, and he looked around as he thought they were under attack, but there was nobody here. The only thing that Palace Master Antiope was still staring at while shocked and panting was the illusory image of the target he sought to kill to avenge his daughter. This illusory image caused Palace Master Antiope to react in such a way. Palace Master Antiope, Evren called out slightly, and Antiope only continued to stare at the illusory image ahead, her eyes finally regaining their focus as her body, which had moved impulsively based on cycles of intuition, finally calmed. It was just an illusion, but how could she be here? Her eyes held a trace of fear, an existence-severing entity fearful. Palace Master Evren only looked at this scene with greater and greater shock as he didn't know what was going on. Did Palace Master Antiope know the veiled entity that had killed his daughter? And why would she be reacting this way? Antiope, he called out again, and Palace Master Antiope snapped out of it and stared at him, her gaze then returning towards the illusory image ahead as she waved her hands and caused it to disappear. Hold on. Don't do anything yet. Her voice held a sense of clear alarm and shock within it as shockingly, a lotus bloomed where she was as she instantly disappeared. Before she did, in a whisper nobody could hear, she seemed to be talking to herself as she asked, how could she be here? How could the Infiniverse Dowager be in these weavings of existence? With a flicker, she had disappeared, leaving behind a dazed Palace Master Evren. In the depths of the sacred palace of the expanse, a lotus flickered in and out of existence as it went deeper and deeper into this blankverse, entering a region that even existence-severing entities were barred from entering most times. She flickered through such areas rapidly before she came to slow down as she neared a domain filled with a blue sea, multiple serene floating islands anchored above this blue sea. As she went towards the central one, on such a floating island, in a field of green gold grasslands and trees, a man was talking with a woman as they both raised their heads up at this moment to observe the frantic entrance of Palace Master Antiope. The woman emanated a terrifying air of another existence-severing entity, while the man, his dark hair and blue eyes would cause trepidation even in an existence-severing entity, as he seemed to have exceeded such a stage, a pioneer. Existence-severing were greater constellations in terms of complexity. Pioneers of existence. Were elder constellations as they could walk across the expanse without fear. Palace Master Antiope landed on the green gold grasslands as her frantic voice echoed out. While she waved her hands, she is here. Within this timeline of the wheel. Within these weavings of the wheel she is here, the image of the veiled multicolored woman that was just shown by Palace Master Evren bloomed once more. The moment her image was shown, the blue eyes of the pioneer became stern as the existence-severing entity beside him took a step back instinctively, as if a fear of this being was deeply ingrained within her, the Infiniverse Dowager. The existence devourer. They all recognized her, the slight veiling, her multicolored radiance, they recognized it all too well. Chapter 3373. The Wheel Turns. As the wheel turns. 2. This entity had given them and countless others nightmares for far too long. At this moment, the blue eyes of the stern pioneer asked quickly, what is the context? What is she currently embroiled in? Hearing this voice of calm, Antiope also calmed down as she spoke clearly. The death of an ordnance amalgamation, daughter of existence, a daughter of existence. The moment she repeated these words, there was immense silence. Even after she said them, she also seemed to have realized something. Wait, countless weavings clicked. This is a time before she attained her unshakable power. We've come across her before she even pioneered her own path. If she is dealing with ordnance amalgamation entities now, her heart beat wildly, her eyes began to shine with hope. She looked towards the pioneer of existence before her as his blue eyes were contemplative, seeming as if he had come across a truly difficult problem. Nobody had ever been successful in finding out the source weavings of existence that the Infiniverse Dowager stemmed from. But you forget. If she is here, then likely so is he. Words that caused the gaze of Palace Master Antiope to flicker and change rapidly as she became somber. The other Palace Master, also an entity at the existence-severing stage, shuddered as if she recalled a terrifying memory. You mean the origin sacred primal Megalonian could also be within this weaving of existence? A chilling and fearful light flashed in the eyes of this existence-severing entity. The Infiniverse Dowager alone was dreadful. The origin sacred primal Megalonian? He was a nightmare. An immense silence ensued the moment his name was mentioned, as they felt like the very air became that much more oppressive. Heracles, Palace Master Antiope looked towards the blue eyes of the pioneer of existence, someone with such terrifying complexity that no existence-severing entity could even understand his depth. Antiope looked at this being as she spoke slowly. Nobody has ever discovered anything relating to the history of these beings. The Infiniverse Dowager. The origin sacred primal Megalonian. His instrument. There are other calamities that come down the line for multiple weavings of existence, for multiple weavings of the wheel, but these are among the top. Can you imagine actually taking them out early? Before they attain their dreadful power? Before they can even use the turns of the wheel of existence? Her eyes were truly hopeful. She thought of all those that could be saved, all the lives that could be spared, the destruction that could have been avoided. Even after hearing her words, the pioneer of existence only gazed at her with solemnity. He seemed to be lost in thought as he looked at far too many things, until he eventually spoke. They weren't always calamities. If that hadn't happened, if the origin sacred primal Megalonian was not hunted down. If what has happened and what will happen across different weavings of existence cannot be changed. Antiope stopped the reminiscent regrets of the pioneer of existence. Heracles, what happened could not be changed. What was bound to happen in the future. Could not be changed even more. Things had to unfold the way they should unfold. Heracles shook his head as he thought about many things while Palace Master Antiope continued, imagine it. A future free of at least those calamities. Timelines of existence not decimated by them. If we have truly found their source weavings of existence here, you should do well to remember how we all came to be lost in another weaving of existence apart from our own. Thrown into weak bodies that are barely allowing us to reclaim our power. You've jumped ahead of us, but you are still bound to our collective goals, Heracles. To protect the weavings of the wheel of existence. Please tell me we can at least act on this. You have already pioneered your path once more, as if the Infiniverse Dowager is only dealing with ordnance amalgamation entities now. Your power, our power, may just be sufficient. She yearned for hope, something, anything, and yet Heracles still shook his head with thought. His blue eyes shimmered as he spoke calmly. Do not forget the capabilities of the Infiniverse Dowager and, even more so, the origin sacred primal Megalonian. The tyrant that seeks to eclipse all of existence. He is someone far too many have underestimated, and they had all fallen to him. Common sense means nothing to that being unless it is a sure kill, unless there is 100% absolute certainty. Anything less than that will be a failure. If we expose ourselves to him here, things could become catastrophic. His words poured a cold sea over their hopes and dreams as he reminded them of the other calamity, the origin sacred primal Megalonian, an entity all of them thought to be of ancient nature, having stemmed from the oldest weavings of existence itself, a survivor of the extinction of the Megalonian cycles ago. In all possible weavings of existence, the Megalonians always perished due to their brilliance. None survived, none but the origin sacred primal Megalonian. If we make a move and fail, destroy a body of his, but not everything. Leave any trace of our weavings. He will gradually come to find out about us. His nature defies the weavings of existence entirely, as just imagine he gets his hands on any of us. Our weavings. Our memories. Would that not result in an even greater calamity? If he knew what we know, immense silence came down. They calculated and just thought of the mere possibility of failure as their gazes turned ashen, in this point of immense silence. But, your words have merit, the pioneer of existence, Heracles, voiced out with a sigh. He crouched down and touched the green gold grass below him as his blue eyes calculated countless possibilities. Maybe the turning of the wheel led us all here. We escaped from our weavings of existence to run from the decimation of the Infiniverse Dowager. Only to be lost through time and weavings. For us to come into these weavings that may very well be the source weavings of so many calamities. Chapter 3370. For the wheel turns as the wheel turns. 3. Heracles didn't finish his last words as the two women beside him looked at each other. Antiope had been speaking this whole time, but in the next moment, the other existence-severing palace master, who hadn't said much, opened her mouth. We do not even necessarily have to try and expose ourselves in erasing his weavings. All we need to do is cut off his pathway and the pathway of the Infiniverse Dowager to advance. Remember, our existence in these weavings of existence itself is an anomaly, with much of our weavings and memories blocked off. If any of us were to die or be captured by the Infiniverse Dowager or the origin sacred primal Megalonian, they wouldn't be able to gain too much. The wheel would not allow such an imbalance, and you can just look at us and how we've had to struggle here as an example. If we could pull upon all that we knew, if critical parts of ourselves were not completely blocked off, would we not have reached the stage of those cruel beings simply observing all of this chaos from above after all these cycles? Bundles of what seemed like extremely important pieces of information leaked out from this being, and she continued calmly, everything comes at a cost. We know this. So we can move slowly. We need to gather much more information and not just go from conjecture. We need to confirm the sighting of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. We need to confirm their current stage of power. And from there, the possibilities of what we can do are endless. Antiope looked at the red-haired palace master, Nisa, who stated such an intent as she nodded. She slowly paced around the green gold grasslands as she also added on, and let's not count our complexity of existence out just yet. We fear the future Infiniverse Dowager and the origin sacred primal Megalonian, yes, but the current ones here may not be as existence-defying as the ones we know. She sought to bolster their confidence as the moment she said these words, never think like that again. Heracles raised his head and corrected her sternly. Palace Master Antiope paused and turned around as Heracles continued, even here, treat them with the same level of caution and fear. Many underestimated them in the past and future, we cannot do the same. First, let us gather more information. And only after we have absolute certainty in any move we choose to make, and then 2 or 3 fallback plans just in case that absolute certainty turns out to not be so absolute, only then do we move. Understood. He laid his words down with an undeniable pressure that even caused their complexity at the existence-severing stage to quiver as the two nodded. Palace Master Antiope rose up as she voiced out sternly, "I will mix my forces with those that Palace Master Evren is amassing. I will advise him to only monitor and understand the one who killed his daughter first and not yet make a move, and keep it strictly other forces. Do not impose your will to possess any of them for you to observe yourself, nor mix any trace weavings of your existence. Cut yourself out of the process entirely as our weavings cannot get discovered." The words of Pioneer Heracles rang out again as Palace Master Antiope paused and nodded, her figure flickering out of existence. She left behind only two beings who raised their gazes to observe the illusory image of a veiled woman that reminded them of too many things. Looking at it, Heracles couldn't help but sigh as he thought of what could have been. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can predict it. We can only do our best. Countless profundity and emotion lay within these words as among those here. Only someone like him could truly understand what they meant. A distance away from here, Palace Master Evren had been thoughtfully pondering recent actions as he replayed the reaction of Palace Master Antiope again and again. For her to react like that. Had he stumbled onto something that could even frighten an existence-severing Palace Master? It didn't make sense. But moments after, Palace Master Antiope returned with a calm gaze and spoke to him. "You can have the Lotus Immovable Sacred Legion under me. I will advise you to first monitor everything regarding your target and those around it before making a move, as I suspect they may be connected to another sacred palace of the expanse or a force that could trigger the dominoes of war. I'm heavily interested in this, as I'll work with you hand in hand." Her eyes carried a chillingly sharp light as Palace Master Evren couldn't help but be cautioned by such a rapid change. Far from the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, in a region filled with endless golden strings, a man floated silently as 4 massive corpses surrounded his illustrious figure. The corpse of a massive ancient Phrike, a necrotic nest slug, and a nihilose-shelled snail. There was also the corpse of the Vital Fist Emperor, whose last shred of weavings was actually just lying in wait to see if they could deny the weavings of existence itself. 3 ordnance amalgamation entities, and one who was on the cusp of existence severing and had failed. These were the bundles of loot lying before him as moments later, space fluctuated around him as the Infiniverse Megalo's body appeared. "I shall analyze and prepare them for you, Master." As if she was telling someone she would prepare food for them, her voice was succinct as Noah gave a nod of affirmation, watching this brilliant cluster of complexity that somehow all came from a small spiritual land go forward and appear inches away from the corpse of the Vital Fist Emperor. Within the depths of this corpse, a silent ordnance was aroused as it felt like its chance had finally come, and it got ready to pounce the moment that any weavings made contact with it, and the calm visage of the Infiniverse Megalo's body pressed forward with a perilous and heavy burst of complexity that burst across the corpse of the Vital Fist Emperor, decimating any remnant weavings within it and collapsing them entirely, what had remained of the Vital Fist Emperor. Watched this scene with shock and despair at the failure of resurgence as it wondered before it disappeared entirely. Who the hell strikes against a corpse with such callous cruelty? Chapter 3375. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. 4. In a nondescript point of the expanse, a uniquely complex entity collapsed the last weavings of another that had failed existence severing. Her hands then began to move as she dissected and cut open this entity along with 3 others, studying their physiology and makeup before they were turned into threads of weavings under her own unique design. Quite a distance away from here, there was another complex entity just recently arriving in the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, being led by an infinity symbol pulsing with tentacles. As his journey there had depended on legends passed down from eons past, legends of an instrument that would come and change the landscape of the megalos, beyond legends that this entity grasped for himself, whether they truly represented him or not. Another tremendous distance away from here, immovable sacred legions were already dispatched to catch the scent and obtain weavings of information about a certain entity. At first glance, these events may not have any correlation whatsoever, and yet the weavings of every single action and reaction pushed the spokes of the wheel further, far from these interactions of complex weavings. In an area of weavings carrying much greater complexity, an area that terrestrial entities nor constellations entities would ever be capable of entering unless they utterly transformed everything about themselves. Within such an area of complexity, a humanoid entity whose body was formed from solid white astral radiance was looking out into an area filled with immense waves of complexity while raising an object in his hands. The object seemed to be a clock, and yet this clock held 9 hands that seemed to constantly be moving chaotically, making it very hard to discern anything. This entity sighed while he looked at the area of immense complexity while voicing out lightly, "Even after everything we know, you still interfered, Sir Bob." His voice was only for himself, and it seemed to be one of melancholy and helplessness. "Bob." This white solidified astral entity was gazing towards the weavings of such an entity as the only thing that could be seen currently were hundreds of sharp lines that seemed to be extending from a single singularity. No, not lines, spokes that stemmed from nothing else other than a wheel. As this entity thought of this, it counted all the different spokes of the wheel that Bob had visited recently, the different weavings of the wheel. The weavings of the wheel of existence came in different forms, different variations that held entirely different flows of time and existence itself. Each weaving of existence held a different type of complexity, a different type of frequency, different types of spokes. In simpler terms, a spoke was a singular rod that extended from the center of a wheel to its rim, with many spokes coming together to support the whole structure of the wheel and allow it to rotate seamlessly, to allow countless intricate weavings to flow together. Countless variations of existence. Any wheel had many spokes holding it up, with some lines of spokes being much more critical than others. Bob had visited some truly critical spokes of the wheel. The things he did within each were veiled even to this being, but he had heard from others. Bob wasn't the only one that had moved, others had as well. This made this entity and many others maddened, as they knew Bob and those like him held tremendous knowledge, far more than any of them could have over countless lifetimes. They should know that any interference to any frequency of the wheel, to any weavings of the wheel they were only supposed to ensure the flow of, would only muddy the waters and cause the rise of more chaos. They all knew something was coming, they all knew that it was unavoidable, so why did they still muddy the waters while knowing what they knew? This entity did not have the answer, so he could only sigh once more. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. At the end of the day, even we are powerless against it, Sir Bob. Even we cannot stop what is coming. We dash. Are you talking behind my back? HUUM. The solidified white astral entity trembled as his words came to a stop, feeling the sensation of the shocking complexity that was Sir Bob behind him as he swallowed hard. He could feel the round head of this complex entity even without turning around as he heard the serene voice. "Don't worry too much about the flow of things, little guy. None of us can change much. The individual power any single being can wield is incomparable to the countless complex weavings of the wheel. If even I tried to fight it, I would be crushed instantly, as I would never be able to stop the weaving of the wheel for even an instant, much less reverse or alter things within it. Whatever I did won't do much at the end of the day. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. You all have been whispering it so much that a lot of kids are saying it nowadays. Even referring to those they do not understand as cruel. Cruel. Do I seem cruel to you? I am just Bob, a harmless little thing on the scales of everything. And you don't see me constantly whispering about the turns of the wheel. What do you all even know about the wheel? Simplify things for yourselves and do not worry so much. Come, there is work to be done, and you cannot slack off. Brilliance unfurled. Inside the far distance, hundreds of massive spokes flowed with order and serenity. There was one particularly massive spoke that subtly flashed with a silent radiance. Nobody saw such a flash of radiance. Nobody would even know what it meant. Inside of this spoke of the wheel, inside of this weaving of existence, this frequency of existence, boundless brilliance was contained within it, as in an insignificant corner of it, a great one in the form of a tentacled infinity symbol led Ozymandias through the gates of a Blancverse radiating seas of outerversal authority. Chapter 3376. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. I brought you to this primal eldritch palace of the expanse not just to localize you here and lead you to different regions of the megalos beyond from here, but also to see if it would be viable for you to grasp an opportunity. The Great Mother radiated her intent as Ozymandias listened closely, delving into a Blancverse shimmering with obsidian radiance as massive pulsing tentacles stretched throughout, and obsidian nests and singularities could be seen anchored in different regions as terrifying auras of outerversal morphons were contained within. In the short while that they had been moving, a figure of an old man appeared in front of them, as it was none other than the observer of old and young. He nodded towards Ozymandias and the Great Mother as he came to follow beside them calmly, as if he merely wanted to continue being an observer. The Great Mother laughed at this and continued, "In this primal eldritch palace of the expanse, there is an existence severing great one whose body allows for unique means of increasing complexity. Inside her, the shackles of the slow grind of complexity are loosened greatly as she severed them to a tremendous degree, and any methodology of increasing complexity carried out inside her for the first time will yield terrifying results. If she allows you to step inside of her severed existence, we may be able to give you yet another bump in your elevation of complexity to welcome you to the expanse. Her words were shocking ones as Ozymandias listened closely while moving forward. The murky obsidian region of this blankverse was slowly showing the massive tentacles flowing like roots at this moment, and the Great Mother floated down to land on a particular tentacle while the rest followed. Thereafter, a tentacle emerged from her body to form into a horror-inducing palm that touched the massive tentacle below as she spoke. The Great Mother seeks an audience with the Great Segregator, WAA, a simple intent that traversed across the tentacle, and a few seconds after, an obsidian light flashed that wrapped around their bodies and began pulling them forward, their figures sinking deeper into the pulsating blankverse thereafter. Weavings of outerversal authority embedded and flowed like a deluge of a black sea as within seconds, their figures slowed down and appeared in an isolated domain. At the center of this domain, an oscillating obsidian flower floated calmly, the bud of this flower showing an ancient face with filled solemnity as millions of tentacles budded off of it like rose buds. Its aura was a heavy one as it seemed to exist on its own volition of existence, with its ancient eyes gazing forth at those before it. You rarely seek others out, Great Mother. For you to be here. This is for the supposed instrument of the Beyonder you have found. News traveled fast, especially when it was related to myths and legends as from one pantheon to another. The tentacles of the Great Mother swirled with power as they bent down in slight respect. Great Segregator, Netherflower, I came to bid for the instrument of the Beyonder to increase the level of his complexity for a time within your severed domain. Given his accomplishments, I have no doubt that the Great Segregator will also benefit greatly from it. Yes, her severed domain was a unique one as after she tested it cycles ago, it was found that any other entity undergoing great change in their complexity within her domain faced much fewer restrictions within their existence, and there was a feedback of complexity to the Great Segregator as well. All she had to do was allow entry and provide the space. And she even stood to benefit from it. And yet, what if it is not what you say? What if the gains are minimal for me having to spend a decent amount of effort to open up that severed domain? A cruel light passed in the eyes of the swaying obsidian flower as the Great Mother answered as if she had expected this part of her nature. If I am wrong, the Great Segregator can devour half of my complexity of existence, a terrifying cost, but the Great Mother was that confident as beside her. The face of the observer of old and young changed while Ozymandias became stern. A jagged, cruel laughter erupted from the flower ahead as its face began to open, revealing an endless obsidian stretch of radiance as its intent echoed out. I will take that offer. But I am not cruel. I look up to the Great Beyonder as well. You can both enter if his weavings are as explosive as you say, then even you will be able to benefit from his rise in complexity. If it is nothing to talk about, then I will move to honor your offer. Half of her complexity was on the line, and yet the Great Mother was unfettered as she beckoned to Ozymandias, the two of them being pulled towards the unfurled obsidian flower and flowing into it as they entered a terrifying space. The moment Ozymandias passed through the mouth of the flower, he felt as if a buzzing weight and noise that was there the entire time faded away. He felt lighter. As if there were many things that bogged him down, and this space he was in isolated all of that, not entirely, but by a great deal, the unique severed domain of the Great Segregator. Here, a rise in complexity is many times more potent and faster than outside of it. Just do what you would normally do without worries. Beside him, the Great Mother seemed to be smiling with her tentacles as she spoke, Ozymandias gazing at her and the great lengths she was willing to go as he began to think. When it came to a rise in complexity of the weavings of existence, there were a few means, but at this moment, he could only think of one thing. Inside of him, a certain rune was shimmering with brightness once more as after all this time, the Amaranto's dream of the megalos was ripe once more. He could dream, but he didn't know how terrifying the dream would be if it was being done in a space that severed the weavings of the outside existence entirely. Chapter 3377 A Dream of a Different Tune. I, the Great Segregator, an existence-severing eldritch entity in the form of a massive flower. Currently, the figures of the Great Mother and Ozymandias were within her unique severed domain as she had many musings flowing through her. Many had always paid a great cost to utilize her severed domain, with this space being something she uniquely discovered years after she severed her own existence to be free and unfettered. After devouring a few entities into this space, an ordnance amalgamation creature that struggled and tried to make a breakthrough before his weavings were ground down and collapsed, and this entity was shocked to find that his progress that always seemed stalled and heavy became light and free-flowing. The last bouts of complexity that evaded him before he could sever his own existence seemed to be coming to him rapidly as he began to increase his complexity, seeking to sever his existence. and break out of the domain of the Great Segregator. When this entity did this, the Great Segregator discovered her own slow ebb of weavings beginning to move as if catalyzed by the new weavings advancing within her. Even though they weren't as complex as hers, the variations in uniqueness in weavings allowed her own to experience a significant advancement, but of course, she couldn't have an ordnance amalgamation entity actually sever his existence with her, no matter if he would be successful or not. So this being who allowed her to initially see the usage of her severed domain was decimated by her moments later, as he never stood a chance. Since then, she had made her weavings known as for a cost. Genius outerversal morphons could step into her domain and cultivate. She made gains from it in complexity, and made even further gains once a cost was made for use, but out of all beings to utilize her severed domain so far, only 3 were truly memorable to her for the extent of advancement they provided. The first entity who almost severed his existence, a great one that had risen cycles ago whose name was now feared across the megalos beyond the great ruler, and an outerversal morphon who advanced from attaining their eyes of the megalos all the way to ordnance amalgamation in a single year, a year. Such an event had caused a shocking commotion to the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, with that entity having long exceeded the Great Segregator in complexity, as he had even pioneered his own path, a legend among outerversal morphons, the Great Nexus. These 3 beings were the main memorable ones, as the Great Nexus cultivating within her severed domain had allowed her to cement her position as an existence-severing expert, very few outerversal morphons being able to shake her within this same stage. After all these cycles, she could tell the moment an entity started increasing their complexity whether they would provide a significant enough boon for her, or whether it would be minimal. Her own severed domain would show a tell purely depending on how much complexity and the degree of freedom an entity gained after escaping the outside weavings of the expanse or megalos beyond. If her severed domain vibrated, she was always in a good mood, as this meant she could expect a somewhat significant boost in her own complexity. If an obsidian radiance of the megalos shone within it, even more so. The Great Nexus had even shown the manifestation of the primordial mountain of the expanse the moment any sense of shackles were unbound from him, as the Great Segregator had made tremendous gains then. So what would the supposed instrument of the Beyonder bring? If half of the things they've said about him are true, then I should make Suffolk RIP, a massive, interminable tear instantly bloomed and caused her severed domain to vibrate and tumble chaotically. Her intent began to rise in incredulity and confusion as above Ozymandias, a rune of Amarantos flashed with shocking radiance before it released shockwaves of brilliance, of phenomenal reaction occurring as the simple reality that this rune was activating in a space free from the weavings of existence of the expanse and megalos seemed to have triggered a shocking reaction, free from the weavings of existence. Free from the weavings of the wheel, by a certain extent, a dream was initiated in such an environment, and the Great Segregator did not know this, but for the initiation of this dream, the terrifying complexity of an infiniverse megalos seed quite a distance from here was allowed to flow freely to power up this dream, the complexity of something that had never before emerged. The ability passed down from the Great Beyonder, the unique environment brought forth by the Great Segregator. And Ozymandias himself, multiple factors came together to produce an unimaginable result as above Ozymandias. The rune of Amarantos blared with heavy radiance, this entire space fluctuating as stellar obsidian weavings of the megalos beyond unfurled around it. Below, a massive obsidian primordial mountain of the expanse bloomed as above, a primordial Hearthree's lotus primal tree emerged and gushed down waves of complexity. But this wasn't all. From all around, illusory golden strings of the expanse itself began to manifest, uncountable in number, brilliant in their manifestation, strings of existence. Strings of the expanse, a terrific convergence and recipe for disaster seemed to be blooming here as the rip that had bloomed within this severed domain became even more massive, as if it wasn't meant to isolate and sever such a shocking degree of complexity as it was almost collapsing. Shocked and infuriated, the Great Segregator bellowed out as terrifying droves of her own unique severed existence erupted out, flowing voraciously into the severed domain and holding it steady as if it collapsed. A large part of herself would collapse as well. Steadiness came into the domain as she looked with rising rage and incredulity within, wondering if this was a plot from the Great Mother to kill her in their very own Blancverse, chapter 3378, A Dream of a Different Tune. 2. But the Great Segregator could see the shock and confusion on the Great Mother herself as her body began pulsing with obsidian light, her form of an infinity symbol beginning to glow as if even she was affected by this rising complexity. After the brief period of impending doom of her severed domain, the moment of stability allowed the Great Segregator to feel a sense of rising horror and shock as from the depths of her weavings she felt ridiculously complex weavings of existence arise and begin to proliferate in a way she could have never imagined. a type of complexity of existence that she seemed far away from. It rose and began to seethe within her as the moment she stabilized her severed domain. She began to feel the boons that came with the ridiculous weavings unfolding within her. At this moment, she felt like she finally understood, as her severed domain seemed to only be getting utilized as a conduit. It should have merely allowed others to explode with complexity outside the influence of the expanse and megalos, but the instrument of the beyonder within had enacted enough of a change that now her domain was used akin to a passage to allow something that should have theoretically not been possible. As for what it was, even she didn't know. All she knew was the rousing complexity that didn't seem to only benefit her, but even the Great Mother within her domain seemed to be benefiting, as her body in the form of an infinity symbol seemed to be coursing with boundless obsidian waves of brilliance influenced by the shimmering rune of amaranthos spinning above Ozymandias. As at this moment, it let out a blinding light that almost seemed like it wanted to pause everything, as if this moment would forever be halted in its weavings of time, above the blaring rune of amaranthos. Ozymandias was only able to stare at it for an instant before his vast consciousness buzzed into oblivion, feeling his existence pulled in a way that never occurred before, as he came to understand the dream he initiated this time around would be an utterly incomprehensible one. Within the primal eldritch palace of the expanse, on this day, many auras within were aroused, as near the center of the Blancverse this power belonging to the megalos beyond was situated. A glaring obsidian light, filled with heavy complexity, bloomed for an instant, only an instant, but its complexity was enough to alarm even existence-severing entities. A dream, an outer-versal morphon seemed to be waking up from an endlessly long dream. His weavings feeling fractured and out of sorts as he gathered himself and set his will outwards, as if he was regaining his vision, he saw that he lay on a field of swaying black gold grass. He rose as his hands passed through this grass, seeing a humanoid obsidian stellar skin. As when he looked at himself fully, he found that he was entirely humanoid in nature, but his body was simply made up of the vastness of the megalos beyond itself. As he glowed with a dim obsidian stellar radiance, he rose as his hands passed through this grass, seeing a humanoid obsidian stellar skin. As when he looked at himself fully, he found that he was entirely humanoid in nature, but his body was simply made up of the vastness of the megalos beyond itself. As he glowed with a dim obsidian stellar radiance, a single wing burning with obsidian flames stretched out behind his back, and a halo of obsidian radiance floated above him. Soon, he regained more of his cognition as he realized he was not alone. To his left, there was an entity letting out serene waves of ordnance amalgamation and those of matter, her skin tan and shining with a bronze hue as her hair glowed with bright gold radiance. She seemed to be sleeping at this moment, with his gaze on her waking her up at this moment. Her eyes fluttered to show gold pupils that looked towards him with a happy smile, her exquisite figure rising up at this moment and coming closer to him as she came to rest her head on his lap. We can't keep hiding in this little dream of ours. Archimedes. The great instrument of the beyonder has already made a decree for all those at existence severing and below to gather and prepare for the incursion into megalos nihilos. We cannot delay this any longer. An entity made of matter, a human, she currently looked towards him, Archimedes, an outer-versal morphon, with love and care. She wasn't bound to him, she wasn't a delegatus, and yet, they were together. His head felt a splitting pain as if weavings of memories were about to erupt, scattered, and everywhere all at once. Are you okay? I told you not to mess around with the techniques of the great beyonder. Only his instrument is able to use them to perfection, as the rest of us cannot compare. In his scattered state, the woman before him grabbed his head tenderly and asked as he blinked and cleared his weavings, some memories returning as he looked around. He turned his gaze above and spread his will out as he found himself in a massive omniverse, and outside of it he could see the start of an even more massive pantheon in the distance, an omniverse and a pantheon close together. When his will spread further out, he saw weavings of both matter and dark matter leaking into each other, as it seemed like the megalos beyond and megalos anear were mixed together chaotically. Archimedes, the woman before him, grasped his head with concern as he shook himself out of his reverie and smiled. Some memories came back, memories of this place. He forced a smile as he floated up. I'm okay, Lacana. Come on, let's get going. His voice was magnetic as Lacana nodded with hesitation, their figures rising up and shooting out of the small planet within the calm omniverse where outer-versal morphons and lineages linked to matter could all be seen mixed together. The two of them went towards a certain sector where the great instrument of the beyonder was gathering all forces under his command as he sought to stretch out his influence across all megalos, the great instrument of the beyonder. Archimedes thought this as scattered memories came and went, a rune of amaranthos shining brilliantly within him as his sense of cognition slowly returned. What he knew of the great instrument of the Beyonder also flowed in freely, an entity of great reverence and power that had managed to expand the megalos beyond into the megalos anear. He had only glimpsed his brilliance once when this entity was decimating existence, severing antediluvian leviathans, moving on four limbs, a massive body radiating brutality and brilliance, the great instrument of the Beyonder. Karai, it was not Ozymandias, it caused Archimedes, who was accepting many fractured memories to wonder, exactly where was he? Chapter 3379, A Dream of a Different Tune. 3. Archimedes, an ordnance amalgamation powerhouse, is an outerversal morphon that was known as the Great Titan. This was his identity as among the ordnance amalgamation entities. He was a renowned one. Finding companionship in a human ordnance amalgamation entity aligned with matter had caused many to talk behind his back about his preferences, but none dared to say anything to his face. Under the banner of the great instrument of the Beyonder, Karai, both the forces of the megalos beyond and megalos anear now fell and moved under his command as outerversal morphons and lineages of humans and beasts intermingled gradually over the last 1,000 years, and now, 1,000 years after the conquest of megalos anear, the great instrument of the Beyonder moved for megalos nihilos. All forces would answer his call and participate, or have their weavings marked for decimation by the great instrument of the Beyonder and his champions. This, Archimedes and his woman, Lacana, moved towards a sector that held a portion of the forces of the great instrument of the Beyonder led by an existence-severing champion. It's certainly not quiet. Lacana raised her brows as they arrived near a bustling pantheon. On it, terrifying auras converged as with a single glance. Archimedes could sense a bit over 100 existence-severing entities here, a few thousand at the ordnance amalgamation stage, tens of thousands of ordnance of existence entities, and hundreds of thousands of others below them who had attained the state of eye of existence or one with existence. It was a terrifying cluster of forces, but it was only a portion of those under the banner of the megalos beyond and megalos anear. Archimedes could see that at the center of the pantheon, a massive obsidian tiger whale floated with a horrific aura of power, obsidian tentacles leaking from its body as this was the existence-severing champion leading forces from this sector, the Great Demolisher. Near him, the calm visage of a multicolored antediluvian leviathan could be seen as existence itself seemed to be parting ways from him. Other existence-severing entities converged around these beings as they waited for the command of the great instrument of the Beyonder. Uniquely, as Archimedes continued to look around these beings, he found a very scant amount of simians of the Commonwealth, not just scant, but none of them really. He frowned at this as he and Lacana arrived near a cluster of ordnance amalgamation entities within a bazaar, his voice unconsciously leaking out, the simians of the Commonwealth. He had scattered memories regarding this as Lacana stared at him in surprise before replying with a look of pity. Why mention that extinct race? They enraged the antediluvian leviathans during the early stages of the Megalos War, which eventually led to their defeat. Under the origin Leviathan, the Commonwealth and all simians were decimated and erased across history, simians extinct. Such a reality caused Archimedes' mind to buzz as he felt that this dream became more and more foreign. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel like what he knew. Outerversal morphons and lineages of matter passed around them in this pantheon as more and more forces were gathered, until one day the order came from above to set off. Above the pantheon, existence weaved and split apart as if paper was being torn. The great instrument of the Beyonder had inherited a shocking transcendental technique of the Beyonder as his means were too mysterious, allowing for him to open up pathways across the megalos. On that day, pathways were opened above multiple pantheons in omniverse where the forces of the great instrument of the Beyonder were clustered, and the war against Nihilos began. Archimedes followed the throngs of forces as, with Lacana by his side, they delved across the torn pathway to arrive at a region of white-gray blank space, a space seemingly filled with emptiness and nothingness, and yet the moment they entered, from the white blankness, massive gray spiders appeared with spikes, legs, and thousands of eyes, existence around them having been severed as they bore down towards the coming armies as if they knew exactly where they would appear. Behind the existence-severing gray spiders, legions of obsidian worms also rose and surged out like an endless sea as a terrifying battle started, a war with existence-severing entities in the lead. Ordnance amalgamation entities taking on a somewhat critical role, and all those below them acting like cannon fodder. It was long and bloody. A year passed since the war began, and Archimedes gained a thorough grasp of knowledge on a few regions of the megalos nihilos and those that moved within it as he decimated ordnance of existence and ordnance amalgamation entities while studying their bodies and makeup. Those who knew of the great Titan, Archimedes, said behind his back that he had gone crazy after spending so many days in the soft thighs of a human. The great Titan merely continued with his research as the war waited on, coming to understand quite a bit regarding the systems of existence of those within the megalos Nihilus. Another unique point he came to grasp during all this was his search for those he knew of before, the observer of old and young, the Great Mother, the Great Wheel, the Great Ponderer, the Great Segregator. No weavings of such beings were discovered, and months ago he had grasped onto weavings of the Great Mother in another regiment, as when he went to go see. He only observed the visage of a massive octopus with thousands of tentacles at the existence-severing stage, not an entity who was countless tentacles in the form of an infinity symbol. It was another oddity that made Archimedes realize this dream was far too different, along with the fact that unlike the other Amarantos dreams of the megalos he had before, this felt far too real, as if even though it was musings of a dream, it was actually weavings of existence that seemed to be undeniably occurring all around him. It was not based on the megalos that he knew, it was based on something else entirely, as the weavings he found himself in felt like those of an entirely different frequency of existence than what he knew. Chapter 3380, A Dream of a Different Tune. 4. Archimedes affirmed a terrifying truth as he had been out of it for a whole day, his mind coming to as he found himself on a soft bedding made from the feathers of a dead phoenix, the visage of Lacana snuggled up beside him while covered by a seam of feathers as she slept peacefully. On the bedding, he raised his stellar obsidian hands to look at himself, as at this time, he felt a sense of disconnect, as if he knew this body wasn't his, and that it was very real somewhere else entirely. His eyes became unbearably cold at such a distinction. Years continued to pass after Archimedes confirmed the state of things, and the war reached a critical juncture, on a certain day. 10 years into the Megalos' war against Nihilos, in a region of white, gray flames burned all around. As massive winged nematodes led by titanic Nihilos Poxviridi faced the armies of the great instrument of the Beyonder, the Nihilos Poxviridi looked like massive round blobs burning with gray flames. White wings expanding behind them as there were hundreds at the existence-severing stage looking coldly towards the cluster of outer versal morphons, antediluvian leviathans, and other races of the Megalos beyond and Megalos anear. Archimedes and Lacana were in the middle of their army as Lacana's gaze was cloudy on this day, her voice light. I've heard some weavings about this battle. If I do not make it, know that you have my heart with you, always. She raised a foreboding flag right before the battle began, as not even seconds later, CAA, the white space behind the massive Nihilos Poxviridi split as an aura far exceeding existence severing bloomed. A terrifying Nihilos Marburg worm-like creature appeared, its aura rising to terrifying levels as even the Great Demolisher and other existence-severing entities on the armies of Anear and beyond turned pale. This was a pioneer, insatiable ants, HUUM, I curse you with endless decay. A ring of terrifying gray brilliance erupted from it and spread out towards the army, the existence-severing entities roaring out with shock and hatred as above them. The sky split again as a stellar obsidian hand stretched out, it smashed away the oncoming gray brilliance, but some still turned into tendrils of gray lightning that smashed chaotically across the legions of Anear and beyond. Any entity that was touched by this terrifying gray brilliance roared out in terror and shock as an existence-severing antediluvian leviathan whose skin shone with purple splendor sought his body shaking as bubbles of pus began to erupt all over him. His weavings rapidly deteriorating, he had severed his existence as very little could affect him, and yet the tendrils of gray flames bypassed his natural barrier that isolated his existence, jumped onto him, and now he felt like his very weavings were unraveling. His skin split open as he began to bleed gold blood, this blood turning vile and gray as it became pus moments after. His mental state rapidly began to deteriorate as his vision gradually faded, utterly horrific events unfolding. Just seconds after a pioneer of existence made a move, even when a large part of its attack was blocked, the few tendrils that managed to pass through affected everyone alike, whether they were existence-severing entities or those that were one with existence. A sliver of a tendril shot out among many as its tremendous speed clashed with multiple entities, until the last shred of it flashed before Archimedes. It radiated a vile brilliance that would take down at least one more entity, but the moment it was about to strike, the visage of Lacana appeared before Archimedes as her back was slashed open by the gray flames. Her expression was one of sadness and resignation, her skin rapidly beginning to peel as her existence broke down. From a mere residual attack of a pioneer of existence, in the middle of all this, Archimedes bent down and held the body of Lacana while billowing out, seeing her rapidly dissolving existence as in her last moments. She held a smile. You've not been different these last few years, but they were among the happiest I've had. Her ordnance that was fused with her was dismantled and decayed as in a short few seconds, her whole body turned into gray sludge. Archimedes held what remained as he felt a sense of desolation, raising his head above and roaring as there, in the distance, terrifying entities were facing off. Every time they came in contact, existence tumbled and shook as if behemoths were treading through it. The Nihilo's Marburg pioneer roared out with brilliance as it faced a titanic humanoid obsidian pioneer of existence, their battle holding mysteries and profundities others could even easily discern as at times they seemed frozen in place, and at other times, their figures were only flickers of light that couldn't even be seen by the eyes of existence-severing entities, but the results of their clash were known far too quickly, a gap in power existing between the two as shockingly, a cry split apart the space of Nihilos, the titanic body of the outerversal pioneer briefly appearing in the skies with its obsidian chest cracked, boom. Pristine globules of blood bloomed from it that the terrifying Nihilos Marburg devoured, but a few globules of blood rolled out and scattered, one smashed onto an enraged Archimedes as the pressure and weight of this globule of blood alone nearly shattered his existence. His figure thrown far back before he came to a stop, when he came to, he only found himself grasping and holding a single globule of stellar obsidian blood that trembled with shocking complexity, and above, the body of a pioneer was entirely split open as Nihilos Marburg fed on it rapidly. The scene left the armies of Vanir and beyond in shambles as they all roared to retreat, with the terrifying pioneer of existence above not allowing such a thing to happen as it was about to move to massacre. At such a time, existence shook and tumbled as it came with a heavy symphony, space becoming torn open as the terrifying pressure of a creature unheard of in the megalos bloomed. The escaping outer versal morphons stopped and became elated as they called out, the great instrument, the sword of the Beyonder. They called out with hope and fervor as terrifying weavings erupted out. The Nihilos Marburg gazed up with a sense of somberness and trepidation as amidst the billowing eruption of weavings, the visage of Archimedes shook uncontrollably when they appeared as his consciousness became extremely heavy. The appearance of the coming aura seemed to have triggered something as the moment it bloomed. It actually didn't even focus on the opposing pioneer of existence, but instead in the far back legions where the body of Archimedes held a drop of blood of a pioneer. A terrifying intent of the great instrument bloomed with immense rage as if it recognized something within Archimedes, but before anything else could occur, boom, the lids of Archimedes that were already far too heavy closed, and a heavy dream came to an end. Chapter 3381 Appalling Complexity. Inside a certain dream, boom, the moment the lids of Archimedes closed, a unique weaving was forever lost within him. Inside that moment, an expression of relief and sadness overcame Archimedes as near him. The globule of blood of a pioneer shockingly warped and disappeared from existence entirely, and an instant later, the terrifying will of the great instrument of the Beyonder wrapped around Archimedes, an unfathomable light of pressure and complexity cascading down as the body of Archimedes became crushed into obsidian paste. The will within it was decimated, with the weavings of the great instrument of the Beyonder seemingly searching for something inside these collapsed weavings as it couldn't find it. Its weavings shook with interminable complexity as in the distance, the Nihilos Marburg, a pioneer of existence, became stern as ever so cautiously. It backed away. The Nihilos Marburg held terrifying weavings of power as a pioneer, and it regarded the visage of the great instrument of the Beyonder with great caution, even gazing around it as it kept its eyes peeled. This creature had to have the support of other pioneers to be able to do what it did with an ear, and now the war it was waging against Nihilos, so the body of the pioneer of existence, Nihilos Marburg, looked around cautiously while a large part of its intent was still focused on the veiled visage of the great instrument of the Beyonder. The aura of that entity that was for some reason enraged with someone on its own side was stifling, and it didn't even pay attention to the Nihilos Marburg at this moment as above its massive veiled obsidian visage, the barely observable body of the great instrument of the Beyonder vibrated as a terrifying rune swelled up above it. It was a rune radiating intense fervor and power that read, Amarantos, Amarantos. But it was extremely solid and filled with complex smaller runes that constantly shifted and changed, with its radiance being so luminous as if it could be used to dream of a terrifying number of things. It radiated terrifying complexity above the sword of the Beyonder as at this time barely a glimpse of its intent could be discerned. I will find you, boom. The massive rune of the Amarantos dream of the megalos flashed again and again rapidly as if it were seeking a specific direction for a specific dream, but it wasn't able to find it. Terrifying weavings of complexity erupted as a certain dream supposedly continued to unfold long after the weavings of Archimedes perished. The great segregator felt her severed existence trembling as it continued to support the storm of weavings around the instrument of the Beyonder these past few minutes. With every passing second that she stabilized her severed domain, a burst of complexity erupted from it that reinforced her weavings again and again in ways she didn't know were possible. The reinforcement felt entirely unique and new, as if she had never come across it before in all her cycles of life. She could feel her degree of complexity increase substantially with every passing second, her emotions unable to jump from alarm to euphoria, as she felt like if she didn't focus for even a moment, everything would collapse. And now, HUUM. A burst of obsidian light flashed as the dazzling rune of Amarantos above the instrument blared with brilliance, the great segregator. Wanted to curse as she could feel complexity building up again, almost as if for one last burst. What the hell was happening now? Within the severed domain, eyes alongside a will fluttered with brilliance as an array of words rose. Even with the initial low level of proficiency of the Amarantos dream of the megalos, an unsurpassable dream of unique weavings of existence was experienced due to a convergence of multiple factors. This unsurpassable dream has been brought to an end after weavings potentially harmful to you made themselves present. Your proficiency in the Amarantos dream of the megalos has been elevated to the 4th echelon, with your proficiency at 88%. Based on this, the weavings of the Amarantos dream of the megalos you can obtain are somewhat exceptional. All memories of the unsurpassable dream are retained. The memories of Archimedes flashed within the mind of Ozymandias. His weavings, his love for the tragically lost Lacana, his ambition, all of it came and went far too quickly. And in the end, all of it collapsed. Thinking of this, Ozymandias couldn't help but feel melancholic, as he knew that dream was far too real. There was a Lacana. There was an Archimedes. And now, their weavings were forever collapsed and gone. His weavings vibrated brightly as the prompts continued. The weavings of this single dream can be retrieved, with 2 out of 3 components viable for retrieval due to the current proficiency of the Amarantos dream of the megalos. The components of the dream capable of being chosen are as follows: Outerversal Physiology Echelon 8. Megalos Regnum Echelon 8. 3 billion pure delegatus channels, weavings and research of dozens of source complexity of entities from the megalos Nihilus. The full sword of the megalos transcendent megalos ability, a single globule of blood of a pioneer. 3 dazzling singularities wondrously rose before his eyes as he had to choose between them. Ozymandias only glanced at them for a moment before the choice was made. The full weavings of a single globule of blood of a pioneer have been retrieved. The full weavings and research of dozens of source complexity of entities from the megalos Nihilus and the full sword of the megalos transcendent megalos ability have been retrieved. Part of the dream of Outerversal Morphon Archimedes, the great titan, has been forever lost. Choices were made, and from these choices came consequences. Boom! Within the severed domain, the voice of the great segregator rose up as it felt tumultuous waves of complexity erupting out, a terrifying aura briefly flashing within her space that caused even her to feel trepidation. It was an aura that far exceeded existence, severing its brief flash of brilliance, causing her to shudder. As just as quickly as this brilliance appeared, it faded. Chapter 3382 Appalling Complexity. 2. A brief appearance of a truly complex brilliance. Within the severed domain, the Great Mother was closest to Ozymandias as she felt it the most. Her visage that was benefiting greatly from this phenomenon, standing powerfully at ordnance amalgamation as she was able to catch a glimpse. She saw the appearance of a heavy and bright globule of blood that could not belong even to an existence-severing entity, and it had to be the blood of something far more pristine than that. Her existence seethed as her tendrils turned blood red, blinded by an intense greed and want that almost made her voraciously surge towards the instrument of the Beyonder and obtain this globule of blood for herself. She was horrified by such a thought as she quickly controlled her existence and regained her lucidity. She almost wanted to bellow out towards the instrument of the Beyonder for him to reap the rewards of whatever that was before too many eyes turned towards their direction. That drop of blood, it caused her to remember the sensation she felt many, many cycles ago when she caught a brief glimpse of that man, the great Beyonder himself, the inkling she got when she gazed at that great being from afar. Yet as soon as that flash of a globule appeared, it disappeared just as quickly. And the body of the instrument of the Beyonder began to pulse and hum as if trillions of ancient beasts were rioting under his skin, bursts of terrifying pressure and complexity erupting around him as his weavings became utterly intense, and so bright that the tendrils of the Great Mother, observing everything and siphoning off some of the gains within this space, were forced to pull back. BZZZT, the spare around him flickered as his erupting complexity was reined in, as if a titanic beast that had unleashed its aura was being closed off in a deep space and sealing everything momentarily. Only then did his eyes open wide as above, the dazzling rune of Amarantos faded. An impossible boon is coursing across your weavings of existence, stemming from a distant dream. A drop of blood that contains the scattered severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer. flows within you and is becoming assimilated into your existence. Your own complexity is rising by a large amount, your outerversal physiology and megalos regnum advancing within tremendous leaps. His megalos regnum and outerversal physiology, there was a reason why he didn't choose those of Archimedes that had already attained the 8th echelon. He had an inkling that the assimilation of the drop of blood of a pioneer may just get him there. There was that, but it was not all, something he entirely did not expect. The scattered severed weavings of existence and scattered path of a pioneer have been determined to belong to the great pioneer, Ashandus. On the 100th cycle of his life, he severed all attachments and weavings that bound him, attaining a severed state of existence. On the 200th cycle of his life, he finished roaming the vast megalos beyond and finally pioneered his own weavings above severing. A drop of his blood has generated the capability for you to sever a single, small aspect of your own weavings, including but not limited to individual concepts, individual values, individual techniques. Anything severed will be unshackled from the common norms of existence, even allowing you a sense of definition for the individual severing. Ozymandias gazed at the brilliance of the blood coursing through him as his regnum buzzed with grandiosity. He could choose to sever a small, individual part of himself, not something as major as the soul or origin, not something that made up a core part of him, something individual, something small, but even this was utterly insane. As what did it mean to sever? This was something only possible after one had their entire existence amalgamated to a single thing with their complexity raised to a terrifying level, as only then could they have the chance to sever their entire existence. The single drop of blood of a pioneer. Actually granted such an obscene capability, as the weavings of Ozymandias buzzed. The space they were in flickered and trembled as they felt a rejective force taking them out. The Great Mother and Ozymandias alike were spat out of a massive swaying flower whose face was panting at this moment, tendrils of stellar obsidian authority surging around it as its complexity had experienced a major jump, yet its expression was ashen and filled with alarm at this moment as its face stared towards Ozymandias somberly. It had to eject them, because at this moment, in her small domain within the Blancverse, dozens of eyes had appeared and were staring towards her, towards them. The auras terrifyingly raged from ordnance amalgamation to existence, severing multiple great ones appearing in this region as they were all drawn in by the shocking amount of complexity exploding here. And they were further pulled in by the flash of a brilliance that came and went for the span of an instant, but at this moment, it all faded. The great segregator panted as at this moment, she realized just how tremendously her complexity had risen as she looked towards the calm visage of an obsidian humanoid outerversal morphon and spoke out. What brings so many faces to my domain? We are merely aiding the instrument of the Beyonder in his rise of complexity. She could sense their voraciousness, so she spoke out with a burst of complexity to remind them where they were, while her massive swaying body appeared in front of Ozymandias. At this moment, as she felt her elevated complexity, she had thoroughly become a believer. He was the instrument of the Beyonder? Sure, why not? If he could do what he just did within her domain again, and this time she would be even better prepared to ensure her severed domain did not come to a risk of collapse, then she would believe any status he was giving himself, at her words. Half the crimson eyes peering here pulled back and faded, another half remained a little longer, as a few began to come forward, their auras not showing any hostility. Great segregator, Great Mother, why did we not get alerted that the instrument of the Beyonder was here? We would have joined in the celebrations. A massive obsidian deep pantheon octopus floated forward, others coming forward alongside it as they wanted to understand just which outerversal morphon had walked into the primal eldritch palace of the expanse. As for the being in question, 90% of his weavings weren't even focused on the pleasantries of ordnance amalgamation and existence severing entities, they were on the musings of the drop of blood of a pioneer coursing through him. Chapter 3383 Appalling Complexity. 3. A single dream held too many implications, ones that Ozymandias had to take into account and think of deeply. Through this Amaranto's dream of the megalos, he had discovered different weavings of existence that opened up a whole new avenue of possibilities, a whole new world he needed to understand. The rune of Amarantos shone with a brighter hue than ever as he knew it was the key to those different weavings of existence, in addition to the complexity of the infiniverse megalos seed and the unique environment of the severed domain provided by the great segregator. All were required. So when the drop of blood of a pioneer coursed through him, and he had the chance to sever something individual and something small, he was currently leaning towards the only key he currently had to explore weavings he didn't know existed. As he thought of this, the small domain of the great segregator became filled with outerversal morphons. The Great Mother and segregator doing all the talking as Ozymandias made it seem like he was still acclimating to his elevated complexity. It gave him time to organize everything as he thought of Pyrrhus, the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian, and all other Megalonians for that matter, cultivated in a way where they utilized possible versions of themselves across the megalos, possible versions born from their choices. But all of them stemmed from the same weaving of existence, a single body, simply utilizing possible variations of this body by sheer possibilities across the megalos. Meanwhile, the Amaranto's dread showed that in other weavings of existence, one may not even exist to have any possibilities. Ozymandias wasn't able to find the Great Mother or the Great Wheel, and the simians were actually extinct with the Commonwealth not existing in those weavings of existence, but the great instrument of the Beyonder was there, and before Archimedes collapsed, weavings of that entity had surged towards him as this great instrument. Was not kind towards Ozymandias, someone who was taking over its distinction. Did this mean that at this moment, there was another great instrument of the Beyonder that had risen in the megalos beyond, but was just yet to be discovered? Ozymandias thought of this as his weavings cycled rapidly, the choice in what he had to sever becoming more and more firm. For the different weavings of existence, only a single thing was there to stabilize everything. Something many looked up to as all states of existence were connected to getting ever closer to it, gradually becoming unbound and forging one's own path in relation to it. It was none other than the wheel of existence. He recalled all the many things he had heard and experienced regarding this, the Commonwealth. The simians, the outer versal morphons, all of them spoke about the turning of the wheel, about the purity of existence in relation to the wheel. For him to better understand what he had just experienced in the most recent Amaranto's dream, what it truly was and how he could get into it again, that he had to gain a bit more information on the wheel of existence, and so, sever, while the Great Mother was exchanging pleasantries with others. She swore that she heard a terrifying word that made her tentacles begin to tremble, her gaze going towards Ozymandias as she wanted to make sure. She heard right, sever, sever. He had just declared his ordinance as he hadn't even amalgamated with it. What did he mean, sever? He wasn't actually trying to sever his existence even before undergoing ordinance amalgamation, right? With trepidation, the Great Mother turned her will to focus on Ozymandias as apart from his brimming complexity. She didn't feel anything else, no heavy eruption of weavings, and no crazy complexities suddenly breaking out. Was she wrong? Nothing shocking boomed out from Ozymandias even after he had uttered a heavy word, but it wasn't because he truly wasn't severing something at this moment. He did use the power of the drop of blood of the pioneer to sever an individual thing, an individual concept, but the source of this concept lay in another part of him. So through the unshakable connection with the infiniverse megalos seed, through the intricate weavings between his souls shared between them, the terrifying weavings of the blood of the pioneer that could sever a single, small part of himself flowed from Ozymandias and went towards another part of the expanse. What he severed was not the rune of the Amaranto's dream of the megalos. It was a key, yes, but he needed a door, and the door was the one thing that contained all weavings, the wheel of existence. Across the expanse, far away from the primal eldritch palace of the expanse where a portion of the outer versal morphons lay, in a region where a blancverse floated serenely behind, a man and woman radiated heavy waves of complexity were looking at the broken-down weavings of the existence of three antimatter ordnance amalgamation entities and the remnant corpse of the vital fist emperor. It had been a moment of research to grasp the weavings of antimatter, and all of this research was elevated to another level when the rewards of the life of Archimedes flowed into Ozymandias. Years' worth of dissection and understanding of the source of existence of antimatter. What he found was the initial study that allowed him to see the fundamental makeup of antimatter beings, weavings of fundamental particles he termed positrons, antiprotons, and antineutrons, and from all the tests conducted, whenever these fundamental particles of antimatter came in contact with matter or dark matter, there was only a single conclusion: annihilation, not an unstable explosion or rejection between the two sides, but sheer annihilation as everything regarding the involved particles became destroyed and released energy in the form of gamma rays, throwing out heavy and terrifying swaths of unstable complexity of existence in the form of unstable radioactive decay of the most fundamental makeup of matter, antimatter, and dark matter. Chapter 3384 Appalling Complexity. 4. It meant any inclusion of antimatter into Noah himself at this moment would simply result in the breakdown of his existence. Any source of existence he added to his atlas at this moment would not be supported, as the only thing it would lead to was a shocking collapse and terrifying release of complex radioactive decay of weavings of existence themselves. The three-body problem. It wasn't so easy to solve as two bodies may have been easy to mix and stabilize, but the moment a third body came, everything went haywire. The shield of the Commonwealth, Old man Eudemus had been stuck here trying to understand for eons and nothing came of it. To this day, there was no solution to the three-body problem, even in the different weavings of existence where Archimedes was in. The great instrument of the Beyonder was seeking to solve this three-body problem as he had already laid siege and conquered the Megalos Aenear. And he had begun his incursion into Megalos Nihilus, and yet by the time Archimedes perished, there were no solutions. When he arrived here, Noah wasn't daunted, nor did he feel like he faced a major setback, because he thought of the fat monkey, he thought of the Tsar Verse-piercer. He thought of his weapons of mass existential omniversal destruction and wondered just how terrifying they would become if he could incorporate antimatter into them in addition to the already impressive mix of matter and dark matter. I'll start on this project, Master. And HUUM, an explosion of terrific power erupted through the Infiniverse Megalos body and through Noah at that moment, the weavings that Ozymandias sent forth arriving as they carried with them the unique power to sever. And the target of severing was something that was held deeply within Noah, within his atlas of existence. It coursed through him with indomitable splendor and focused itself on none other than the source of existence of Kuklos, of the wheel, inherited from the simians, from the commonwealth that said they stood to protect the weavings of the wheel, the purity of the wheel. They lived their lives seeking to emulate the wheel of existence in their structures and their systems as they sought greater control, which only meant a smoother advancement across the states of existence as they got closer and closer to the wheel of existence. Noah did not doubt that once reaching a sufficiently high enough state of existence, one may be able to look at the wheel with great clarity. Maybe beings like Bob, who came and went with ease, were at this stage, but at this moment deep within him, something was cleaved, cut, and the closest and most accurate description he could state to describe what this cleaving truly did was that this whole time, he only held a counterfeit golden wheel in his atlas of existence, and after this cleaving, this counterfeit will had its fake layer decimated, and something real within it arose, the true wheel, a true source of existence of Kuklos, as if what the Commonwealth chased and sought to emulate this whole time was only a shadow of the wheel, and Noah was, at this moment, actually looking at a genuine one. HUUM, the nearby golden strings of the expanse pulsed, as if it were the norm for Noah. A dazzling mountain appeared below and gushed out waves of authority while a dazzling tree appeared above. He nearly sighed with the over-the-top absorption of energy that always occurred in the expanse, as if every time it wanted to alert and let others know that someone else was making great gains within it. But with the appearance of the dazzling mountain and tree, Noah's existence was able to feed the terrifying complexity rising within the source of existence of Kuklos, his surroundings beginning to be painted gold as with his body as the center, dozens of spokes began to erupt around him. Spokes, lines that made up the core part of a wheel, they constructed with him at the center as after extending a certain distance, they stopped as a ring of golden light formed around and connected the spokes of this blooming wheel. It emanated terrific power as the absorption of the authority of the expanse only became more intense, with Noah's weaving pulsing maddeningly. The system of existence, Kuklos, has been severed by the power carried in the drop of blood of the pioneer of existence, Ashandis. Something was severed, but the tool used for the severing was another's. Due to this, a small weaving of causality has formed between you and the pioneer of existence, Ashandis. The source of existence of Kuklos has been elevated to become the severed source of existence of Kuklos. The limitations and bounds of what it could achieve under weavings of existence have greatly changed. With the extent of what these changes are requiring analysis and practice, many prompts came and went, but there was one that Noah did not like, an entanglement with the one that this severing power originally belonged to the pioneer of existence, Ashandis, but he watched this being die, decimated by the terrifying Nihilos Marburg worm, and yet at this moment, he was entangled with it as the effects of this were unknown. He proceeded forward cautiously as he now had to try the reason for severing Kuklos to begin with. His existence radiating a terrifying light as above him, a radiant rune of Amarantos began to manifest. Ozymandias had his dream, and Noah was also due for his, but unlike Ozymandias, Noah did not have the severed domain of an existence-severing entity. He instead had a severed source of existence of Kuklos at this moment, so he initiated the Amarantos dream of the Megalos. He put the complexity of the Infiniverse Megalos physiology into it. He put the complexity of the origin sacred primal Megalonian into it. And around him, the extremely real golden wheel began to spin. Dream, he whispered gloriously as all of these factors came into play, and the wheel around his body vibrated with terrific radiance as above him. The rune of Amarantos flashed its light, landing on one of the many spokes of the wheel around Noah as moments later, his consciousness faded away as he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 3385 Appalling Complexity. light years away from Noah's current position, where he used to be when the daughter of existence, Centaura, was decimated by the infiniverse Megalos body. Here, an intent echoed out as groups of tremendously powerful ordnance amalgamation entities floated in the golden strings of the expanse. There were a dozen in each group, with there being 4 groups here, as each one was being led by an ordnance amalgamation entity that far exceeded others in that same group. Immovable sacred legions of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, they exceeded the power of any other entities of the same stage, as they were successful in doing something very few even had access to, modus operandi for the weavings and utilization of their complexity of existence that allowed them to erupt with power multiple times greater. The one who had spoken was a man with vibrant blue hair and eyes, his gaze steady as at this moment, his body lit up with intricate lines that looked like dot circuits. They flashed over his body in intricate ways as they seemed to originate from a single point at the center of his body, a point that if one looked truly close, they would observe a shimmering rune, as if a heavy engine was being turned on. The bustling complexity of this being pulsed before he looked in a certain direction. The Blancverse moved in that direction. Follow steadily and alert the other groups. We are only at the observation stage, as we will not engage with the enemy. Understood? The immovable sacred legions moved with order and power. In the expanse, even if they came across an existence-severing entity, they didn't hold fear of perishing. They tracked the scent of a certain being while under orders of other entities that they didn't even know the true aims of, events being put in motion as nobody knew just what they would lead to. As if one was waking up from a long slumber, the fluttering of the eyes was rapid as a slumber ended, and an entity opened their eyes. They saw the appearance of a gigantic multicolored tree that rose up endlessly, and they were seated in a meditative position atop a flowing river of clear water that gravitated around this area. Hundreds of other tendrils of vibrant rivers floated serenely around this massive tree, the bodies of entities pulsing with vibrant radiance of purity also being seen as they were all in seated positions, as if they were patiently waiting for someone. Memories came and went, as the awakened beings looked at the surroundings and even further beyond. He confirmed he was in a special domain that seemed like an omniverse, but his awareness could not spread outside of it, and in this domain the vibrant lifeforms that were antediluvian leviathans filled it with abundance. In the area they were in, the massive tree that looked suspiciously close to the Tresorverse primal tree of existence, albeit smaller, was surrounded by ordnance amalgamation and ordnance of existence antediluvian leviathans. The awakened being felt the vibrant ordnance of Moirai coursing through his being, not yet amalgamated, and yet shining with complexity as he didn't seem too far away. He was Iboros, an antediluvian leviathan whose very being was aligned with Moirai as he thought to understand the profundities of fate and causality. He was waiting like all others here, as the long wait that all ordnance of existence and ordnance amalgamation antediluvian leviathans were experiencing came to an end, as at this moment, an austere aura emerged from a singularity and floated at the midpoint of the trunk of the massive primal tree of existence, this visage shining with multicolored radiance, as it was none other than Omnifather. Omnifather, the antediluvian leviathans called out respectfully and with fervor as they all looked up towards this being. He smiled with astral radiance as his whole body emanated terrifying waves of power, his appearance acting like a signal, as in the next moment, multiple existence-severing auras also appeared in the surroundings. The Omnifather, Boros, waking up in these weavings and affirming his identity, confirmed that similar to a previous dream that Ozymandias had, this dream of his was something far too put together and real. He kept his gaze down and didn't focus on the Omnifather himself out of an abundance of caution, and this entity began to speak as soon as he appeared. After cycles of waiting across the expanse, I can expand a bit on all that I've learned. Those at the ordnance of existence level have barely reached the qualifications to understand this and get a head start, but do not be deterred if you cannot pick up anything, okay? The voice of the Omnifather was magnetic and filled with tremendous confidence. Every single word causing one's weavings to buzz. Looks of reverence spread out from all around as the antediluvian leviathans looked up to him with fanaticism. Even the existence-severing antediluvian leviathans in the background had looks of respect and somberness towards this being as he smiled and continued. Since the earliest records of weavings of existence, all beings rise and reach out towards the source of existence itself. They start off by increasing the complexity of their existence. Their body, origin, and soul as a variety of means can be used towards this. The rules that allow for existence to flow are grasped as their understanding takes one ever closer. Life, death, light, dark, entropy. Anything that allows the flow of existence can be grasped to bring one ever closer, until point one follows their selected extremes and understands its complexity so much to become one with it. To become one with existence, WAA, the eyes of the antediluvian Leviathans were bright as they felt like they were listening to the order of existence, listening to a lecture that could very well outline their path for the future. Attaining a state of existence allows one to truly start understanding the nature of things, with the realization of the distant and unfathomable wheel of existence becoming their main goal. A goal that everyone has been running towards for many cycles now. But when one gets closer and closer to the wheel of existence, they came to understand that they were also further and further away, as there still existed a huge chasm they could never cross. As if there was a huge barrier between them and the wheel that could never be crossed. Ordnance amalgamation entities felt this, and even those lucky enough to sever and establish their very own weavings of existence felt this. An unsurpassable and uncrossable rift, HUUM. Chapter 3386, Appalling Complexity. 6. The weavings of all listening antediluvian Leviathans began to tremble as they felt like they had arrived at a precipice. The reason that the Omni Father gathered them all here today, this multicolored being smiled as he looked around the primal tree of existence, gazing at the myriad of individual antediluvian Leviathans as he posed a question, runes. What do you all know about his concept, runes? The moment he asked this, many antediluvian Leviathans were confused, while some ordnance amalgamation and existence severing Leviathans began to radiate a terrific light of brilliance. Receiving no answer, the Omnifather continued, runes actually became a solution to the unsolvable problem of an uncrossable chasm. Over time, many came to learn that it was entirely a barrier of communication that existed between them and the wheel of existence, where no matter how far they traversed across the states of existence, they still felt far away. The wheel of existence seemed to have an entirely different methodology of communication as, after eons, a few great entities came to understand a type of language to breach that chasm and better communicate with the wheel of existence. Runes, WAA, as he spoke, his hand twirled as within it, a singularity filled with extreme heaviness bloomed. It looked like the strokes of ancient letters coming together, as just its appearance caused a stifling sensation to those in the surroundings. That is what runes are, what they were discovered to be. A type of language. Something that made it easier to communicate and grasp the profound weavings that keep existence flowing. They can seem small, but they are unique because they can compact a tremendous amount of weavings and complexity into a single small letter. A single rune. As Boros listened, the will within him was pulsing with brilliance as Noah thought about many things. Runes, the transcendent megalos abilities designed by the great Beyonder. After one inherited the transcendent megalos ability, a rune formed within their existence as any time they sought to activate it, they simply had to infuse complexity of existence into it. This was even what Noah had done to arrive in this dream. He had activated the Amaranto's dream of the megalos by infusing terrifying droves of complexity of existence into the Amaranto's rune, paired with the severed source of existence of Kuklos and the terrifying complexity of the Infiniverse megalos seed. He arrived here, in this supposed dream, in these different weavings of existence. All from the utilization of a single rune. A single rune made many things possible. The rune of Amaranto's dream of the megalos made it possible to attain the blood of a pioneer by someone who was only in the ordinance of existence stage. And the utilization of this blood to sever a part of himself. A drop of blood to sever a part of oneself. Wait, his weavings buzzed for a small moment of realization. As the Omnifather showed the terrifying complexity of a single rune he conjured up, Noah took a moment to reflect on a single rune and the terrifying thing he had done due to what he obtained through it. He had severed a small part of himself. A small part for him was a single concept, Kuklos. A single source of existence. This was small for him, and he had been able to sever it with the drop of blood of Pioneer that was somehow able to be brought back to him from Archimedes and cross unknown distances to enter his weavings of existence through the Amaranto's rune. And then, a small part of him, a single source of existence which he held multiple of, was severed due to it, but this small part of himself. If old man Eudemus was put forth on his behalf, this was everything to him. He only had the single source of existence of Kuklos as, at this moment, Noah had managed to sever it even before he underwent ordnance amalgamation with Kuklos. He severed it before his existence amalgamated with it. He hadn't even stopped to ask whether it was possible. And simply did it after taking the boon that was the drop of blood of a pioneer that stemmed from a journey in other weavings of existence. Initiated by a rune designed by the great Beyonder. Being such an intricate language, runes of existence can be utilized to do a great deal of things, with one only truly able to speak this language and understand it themselves when their complexity gets close to ordnance amalgamation. And even then, if one seeks to design their own rune for any unique purpose, they may only be able to design the lowest tier of a rune of existence like the one in my hands. It is merely a type of a terrestrial rune of existence, the words of the Omnifather continued as he looked around and then pointed towards an ordinance of existence antediluvian Leviathan who was looking towards him with awe. You strike against this broken pillar of the expanse with as much strength as you can. Whap! The surroundings flickered as instantly, a massive gray stone-like pillar appeared and floated before their eyes. The antediluvian Leviathan picked by the Omnifather adopted a solemn expression as his body was aflame with a crimson light of none other than the ordinance of destruction, and it struck out heavily while crossing great distances to smash onto the broken pillar of existence as, bzzzt, a single white scratch appeared. The eyes of the antediluvian Leviathan trembled as in the distance, the Omnifather nodded. Sufficient. That can be considered a peak power of an ordinance of existence entity. Now, destruction is not my ordinance, nor is it a path I've been following. But, his hand tapped out once more, and with the tap, utterly appalling waves of complexity of existence erupted as a blinding white singularity bloomed, its outline being hazy to many as it was a rune. Even without truly understanding destruction, if I can lay out a single rune that is able to communicate with it, I can command this weaving of existence to act on behalf of my complexity, and the white rune flashed with radiance as it instantly burst into crimson brilliance that shot towards the pillar that an ordinance of existence entity had only managed to leave a scratch on, and, boom! Crack, the entire pillar was decimated as debris flew about everywhere. Runes. The voice of the Omnifather was heavy. If you can learn this advanced language, if you can begin communicating with the wheel of existence in a frequency actually acceptable towards it, you will come to find many things deemed impossible. A mere reality. Chapter 3387 Runes of Existence. The antediluvian Leviathans were stupefied. They gazed towards the Omnifather as if they were looking at a prized treasure, and out of the corner of the primal tree of existence, a voice echoed out, "How do we get started, Omnifather?" It was the voice of an existence-severing antediluvian Leviathan. They radiated a blue radiance all over their bodies as expansive cerulean wings extended behind them. But their eyes seemed to be those of someone greatly seeking to learn at this moment. At the question, the Omnifather only smiled before replying, "Like anything that had come before, you learn with practice. Others had no teacher as they had to figure the path out themselves, while you all have someone who can provide guidance. Once your complexity approaches ordinance amalgamation and beyond, you will be able to more easily understand the intricacies of runes of existence and eventually become capable of designing simple runes yourselves. To get you all familiar with runes, I will impart a rune I've been designing that has exceeded the bounds of terrestrial runes and stepped forward to become a minor constellation rune of existence. I call it the quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence. A single rune that contains within it a methodology to aid one in increasing the output of their weavings of existence by at least 150%. You will have this in your weavings as you should familiarize yourselves with it and its mysteries. Its design, its flow. If you can decipher and analyze any of these, it will make the next few steps even easier. There will be some of you with talent in this, and there will be others without. Do not falter, and keep trying. The eyes of Boros became extremely sharp as Noah's will within observed the Omnifather tap his finger out hundreds of times in an instant, and dazzling purple runes carrying heavy brilliance formed and shot out towards every single antediluvian Leviathan here. A quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence. Was this not the same as the quintessential sacred complexity modus operandi that entities were fighting for at this very moment in his weavings of existence, for them to gain control of quintessential tresorverse towers of existence, of which there were only 9 of? Yet here, the Omnifather freely gave hundreds of such runes to hundreds of antediluvian Leviathans. At this moment, within the tresorverse sacred domain of the Omnifather, a singularity was extinguishing as Noah would gain control of an origin tresorverse tower of existence that would grant him the origin sacred complexity modus operandi. It turned out this inheritance would have been a type of rune of existence even more advanced than the one that at this moment bloomed before him, gloriously purple as it showed off its unbound tyranny, and yet waves of deep and intricate complexity flowed around and within it. Boros, like all other antediluvian Leviathans, raised their hands forward and grabbed onto this dazzling rune as it became a streak of light that shot into their bodies, and the moment it did so, their weavings of existence buzzed. The constellation rune of existence settled into the center of their being as it flashed with power and automatically activated the first time, instantly causing brilliant circuits to bloom and settle in the weavings of existence of every single entity containing this rune of existence. Circuits, meridians, lines that divided and set up roads across weavings of existence, roads that glow across one's weavings to form a system of circulation akin to an empowered engine coming to life. When the quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence settled within Noah, he felt his complexity utilized to automatically activate it as a dense number of meridians stretched across his existence, 64 to be exact, 64 dazzling circuits, dazzling meridians that looked like vibrant vessels. That were there purely for the purpose of the rapid acceleration and increase in output of weavings of existence. They hummed like an ancient engine waking up as seconds later, Boros felt his body brimming with twice as much potency compared to before. His complexity remained the same, but what he could release was increased by more than a factor of 2. Over the skin of his body, the purple meridians flashed and made the golden light of Moirai seem even more penetrative, its complexity seeming a notch higher. Study this rune. Familiarize yourselves with as much of it as you can. It exceeds the boundary of terrestrial runes of existence, but its complexity will make it so that if you understand even a percentage of it, you can already start deciphering and designing terrestrial runes of existence thereafter. I will be back in a year to continue. A year, this was how much time they were given to grasp and understand as much as they could. Boros, an ordinance of existence entity whose body was filled with Moirai, placed his whole focus and weavings into this rune and the dazzling meridians it allowed to course through him. His input of weavings was taken off moments later as he couldn't sustain and power up the rune constantly, but it remained within his weavings of existence as he studied every single angle and form he could, trying to decipher its complexity and mystery, inside these weavings of existence, inside this dream. He didn't have the weavings of the protagonist, infinity, mana, quintessence, or even the terrifying complexity of the infiniverse megalos seed. He only had his will, but this alone wasn't enough to recreate his overpowered sense of being, his progression within this dream. Within these weavings, were always slow, so he would take as much time as he had to analyze the shocking rune that presented itself, and at the same time the Amarantos rune that glowed calmly within him. This rune was one of the few things still retained within this dream as it lay there silently until the time came for the dream to end. It felt even heavier and more complex than even the quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence. Noah began studying them both in conjunction. How they were different. How they were the same. Whether they were both constellation runes of existence, just a large gap existing between them. All these questions and more buzzed within the weavings of Boros for the next weeks and months. Chapter 33, 88 Runes of Existence. 2. A new language. The methodology to communicate with the Wheel of Existence was that of runes of existence, with entities of higher power utilizing them to achieve unimaginable feats. The Great Beyonder and his transcendent megalos abilities, the Omnifather and his sacred complexity modus operandi, all of them and more had delved into the runes of existence as now Noah began to study their shocking complexity as well. In the dazzling dream, a year passed relatively quickly under the perception of the antediluvian leviathans who lived for cycles, and as promised, the figure of the Omnifather blazed with brilliance and reappeared on the midpoint of the trunk of the primal tree of existence. Many leviathans rousing to look at him while his multicolored figure smiled. A year has gone by as the gauge of whether you have any degree of ease in the runes of existence is done. Embarking on grasping this language seems to have many unknown factors around it, but one's own complexity of existence is one thing, and the type of source of existence is another, with some even saying the purity of existence allows one to forge runes of existence with greater success, ease, and complexity. Do not despair if you did not grasp too much in the last year. We will put things into practice today. The antediluvian leviathans were roused as they looked ahead with anticipation. Let's start off with the lowest terrestrial rune of existence. The rune of Blanc that can change to take on any weavings. Its complexity isn't as much as the quintessential sacred complexity rune due to what it seeks to achieve, and this is how one would draw it. Everyone watched with bated breaths as they saw the potent weavings of the Omnifather leak from him and transform into small, intricate fine strokes that showed off the construction of a rune. It wasn't easy. With every fine stroke, a sense of balance and harmony had to be maintained. With every stroke, one had to converge a tremendous amount of complexity in an extremely small area and continue to do so for another thousands of strokes. The rune of Blanc, one of the lowest terrestrial runes of existence, held more than a few thousand strokes simply to bring to existence as after the Omnifather was done, a blinding white rune floated before everyone's eyes. Whoever looked at it would see it read Blanc. After many intricate weavings of existence made it, one could now take it and choose any weaving of existence to fill this rune of Blanc, a few thousand strokes. The quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence they had been studying this past year had at least 1,000,000 strokes that all came together intricately to form this rune, while the Amaranto's rune of existence held at least 10 million unique strokes all around. This was a guess from Noah based on what he had seen so far, as he had not managed to understand all the strokes contained in the runes he studied, just roughly an approximation. But the rune of blank dot seemed much simpler, as every antediluvian Leviathan here tried to duplicate what the Omnifather had just done to follow all the few thousand strokes he made. Nobody was able to succeed on their first try, not the existence-severing entities, and certainly not the ordinance of existence entities. For many, even starting a few strokes with their vibrant and heavy complexity didn't allow the strokes to remain still, as everything fizzled out even before 100 strokes could be made. Failure results in the depletion of your weavings of existence, but with every failure, your understanding of the runes of existence will increase. Nobody had succeeded on their first try. But over the next day, multiple blinding white singularities bloomed on the periphery where the existence-severing entities were, a few of them managing to complete a single terrestrial rune of existence due to their own sheer depth of complexity. When they did so, their weavings pulsed with a serene light of brilliance, as the complexity they held this whole time seemed to increase slightly just from this recent practice of rune formation. The Omnifather nodded towards the existence severing antediluvian leviathans and continued, if successful, continue forming as many more runes of existence as you can and increase your rate of success and understanding. You will come to see that the familiarization of runes of existence and even forging them is a tremendous practice in increasing the complexity of your own weavings of existence. But for variation, here is another terrestrial rune of existence, the rune of erasure. Vibrant lights formed around the Omnifather as he constructed another rune of existence under the watchful eyes of all. With their spirits invigorated, the antediluvian Leviathans delved into the practice of runes fully. In the 9th week, Boros was the first ordinance of existence entity that managed to successfully construct a rune of blank, not just the first ordinance of existence entity to do so, but also the first antediluvian Leviathan after the existence-severing entities who managed to form a rune of existence. And how could he not, when even though the talents of Boros were poor, he held the rune of Amarantos that was even more complex than anything that the Omnifather had shown them so far for him to study. His accomplishment caught the eyes of the Omnifather in the distance, who nodded towards his direction, an imperceptible light flashing briefly in his eyes as he locked onto Boros before he looked away. He continued to show more and more simple terrestrial rules of existence as he systematically taught the powerful antediluvian Leviathans, and the years passed, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. The surroundings of the primal tree of existence were now filled with a shocking array of complexities, as thousands of runes of existence floated around it, causing the concentration of weavings of existence nearby to be enriched and pulse with activity. A few dozen ordnance amalgamation entities had also managed to embark on the path of runes of existence. With very few ordnance of existence entities succeeding in any rune so far, Boros remained one of the astonishing ones, as at this moment, many different terrestrial runes of existence surrounded him. In the 50th year, the Omnifather gave another demonstration as he looked at the progress around him. Those with the ability have managed to forge a few runes of existence, and from them, you should feel a unique link. Every rune is unfathomably unique, as it shares the signature of the one who made it, with its complexity and design being so intricate that it is forever bound by the one who forged it. Other people can be given access to the complex workings of a certain rune, a certain word that they can then utilize, but it will always belong to the single being who forged it. They may even be able to know every person utilizing the word, the rune that they forged. Chapter 3389 Runes of Existence. 3. The most recent words to be uttered out from the Omnifather didn't cause a whole lot of tumultuous waves on the vast majority of antediluvian Leviathans, but within the weavings of Noah, his eyes pulsed with a terrifying light. The rune of existence carried the signature of the one who designed it, to the extent that their forger of a rune could know just who was utilizing something they designed. Noah looked within the depths of his weavings where the Amarantos rune of the great Beyonder and the quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence of the Omnifather lay. Both were not his. The moment that he began using the transcendent megalos ability of the Amarantos dream of the megalos, did his name get added to a long list that the Beyonder could easily see as the one who designed this rune. The thought didn't entirely sit right with him, as he already began to think about how he could change this in the future. I tell you this because from now on, I have shown you enough variations of runes of existence that you can design your own unique runes. There is a region in the expanse that holds dense variations of scattered weavings of runes for you all to gain more ideas from, and that will be the next location of study. Come, the words of the Omnifather echoed out as many antediluvian Leviathans rose with expectant eyes to follow the Omnifather. They trusted him with their very weavings of existence, as they would follow and do anything he told them. Boros rose up as well, but at this moment, not you, silently. Other antediluvian leviathans didn't even sense anything, but the voice of the Omnifather boomed within Noah's ears as he found his body anchored in space, unable to move. As others began to be teleported, his figure silently disappeared as well. A flash of an instant thereafter, he found himself standing on a starry blue sea of plasma, dazzling omniverse spinning in the far distance as their sheer size and stature made one feel unfathomably small. Above this starry blue sea of plasma, the figure of Boros appeared as behind him. The visage of the Omnifather was adorned in a multicolored robe, his arms folding behind him as he stared out at the spinning omniverse. Traversing into different weavings of existence is dangerous, unnatural. For you to appear in the weavings of antediluvian leviathans must mean you are connected in some way within your own weavings. Thus, I allowed you to move freely and learn in the last decades. But were to keep following any further, it would become dangerous for you. The Omnifather spoke to Boros, no, not Boros, but the will residing within him. Noah turned his head to stare at the terrifying entity that was the Omnifather as his will was calm, his mouth opening calmly. When did you find out? The moment I first laid eyes on you. Anyone above existence severing may be able to notice some things if they are focused on you, with more complex beings sensing even if their attention didn't just happen to fall on you. I tell you this while keeping hope that you will heed my warning. One's own frequency of existence is more than sufficient. You can spend your entire lifespan and not be able to scour every single bound of existence in the weavings you were born in. Delving into others could aid in your complexity in the short term, but you will start causing changes and fluctuations not meant for those weavings of existence. And if you begin effecting a big enough change, you will fall under the eyes of those beings soon enough. Beings who can more clearly see the wheel of existence more than anything else as they ensure their steady flow. Unfathomably complex words echoed out from the Omnifather, words that caused Noah to turn silent as he mulled over them again and again, the biggest thing being falling under the eyes of entities that ensured the steady flow of weavings of existence. He had just heard of this, and yet he had a great deal of questions. Who? Why? He had many questions, but he knew that he would very likely not receive any answers here as he looked at the Omnifather and asked about something else entirely. What do you know of the Megalonians? The Megalonians, were they destroyed in these weavings of existence as well? The moment he asked this question, the gaze of the Omnifather flickered with a tremendous amount of emotion as his gaze changed, and he waved his hands with a booming voice. Leave. The Amaranto's rune of existence within him blared with light as he instantly felt unfathomably sleepy, gazing at the visage of the Omnifather and the brilliance around him. Boros closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber, a unique complexity leaving him as an Amaranto's rune of existence faded away. Yet, even after this occurred, the Omnifather continued to stare silently as the figure of Boros woke up soon after. Ha! Omnifather. Seeing the visage of the Omnifather, Boros instantly rose to his feet with reverence as the Omnifather merely nodded and waved his hands, Boros disappearing from his eyes right after. His gaze was a unique one as he seemed to be faced with a great deal of difficulty and confusion. At a certain point, why did he not appear in the other weavings of himself? Why possess another if traversing the weavings of existence? A query that the Omnifather had not been able to answer. The wheel of existence was unfathomable, but more often than not, if there was a being capable of traveling across its myriad spokes of existence, they were likely to be of renowned stature and complexity across the spokes of the wheel. So why not do the easy thing and traverse into another version of oneself, and instead go for the much harder possession, unless a version of himself did not exist in these weavings? But this was highly unlikely, right? Not receiving any answers, the Omnifather's gaze flickered with many emotions before he also disappeared. Chapter 33, 90 Runes of Existence. For, within certain weavings of existence, inside the expanse, an Amaranto's rune of existence flashed brilliantly above Noah's figure as the Infiniverse Megalos seed watched it with bright eyes in the distance. The prompts that appeared before his eyes were ones that coursed through her, their unshakable connection carrying their memories and more together. A unique dream exceeding the bounds of weavings of existence was experienced due to a severed source and intricate complexity of existence. An unsurpassable dream has been brought to an end after weavings potentially harmful to you made themselves present. Your proficiency in the Amaranto's dream of the Megalos has been elevated to the 4th echelon, with your proficiency at 44%. Ozymandias and him were the same, but also different. His weavings held an Amaranto's rune of existence. And so did the weavings of Ozymandias, as they both had their proficiency with it. And now that he was able to take a closer look, he could see that this so-called proficiency was only how familiar he became with the Amaranto's rune of existence the more he used it, as more and more of his own weavings entered its gaps of complexity, which allowed him to bring out more of its power next time. The weavings of the Amaranto's dream of the megalos you can obtain are sufficiently exceptional. All memories of the unsurpassable dream are retained. The weavings of this single dream can be retrieved, with one out of two components viable for retrieval due to the current proficiency of the Amaranto's dream of the megalos. The components of the dream capable of being chosen are as follows. Source of existence of an antediluvian leviathan as the ordinance of existence. Ordinance of Moirai. Cycles of refinement of the purity of an ordinance of existence, weavings and research of runes of existence spanning decades, profundities prompted by the Omnifather of the antediluvian leviathans. A quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence, and many other uniquely designed runes of existence. Two dazzling singularities rose before his eyes as he made the choice between them rather quickly: the full weavings and research of runes of existence spanning decades, profundities prompted by the Omnifather of the antediluvian leviathans, a quintessential sacred complexity rune of existence, and many other uniquely designed runes of existence have been retrieved. Part of the dream of the antediluvian leviathan, Boros, has been forever lost. Decades of research of weavings of the runes of existence, such wonders began to flow within him as at the same time, dazzling runes of existence began to manifest around his figure. Tremendous gains were made in this dream as they were mainly clustered around runes of existence. Feeling the decades' worth of knowledge and familiarity, Noah spoke succinctly to the Infiniverse Megalos seed. How is it? I've sifted through all memories and proficiency pertaining to runes of existence. I can begin setting aside a significant portion of complexity in their study and design, and even begin utilizing some of the commonly learned terrestrial runes of existence right away to further elevate the complexity of existence of the Infiniverse Megalos seed. The Infiniverse Megalos seed was efficient if nothing else. They knew the runes of existence to be a potentially existence-altering form of weavings. And if it was the language that many used to get ever closer to the wheel of existence, they would do so as well. It was unique because this wasn't the first time Noah came across runes, with his own weavings having come across them a few times as he went towards extremity, but not in this way. Not in their complexity of how many thousands or millions of strokes a single rune could have and the effect it could impose on the surrounding weavings of existence. For example, at this moment as the weavings of runes flowed between the Infiniverse Megalos seed and Noah, the Infiniverse Megalos body waved her hands with an eruption of complexity as a massive white rune began to form out of a singularity. Requiring a total of 10,000 strokes, it was the terrestrial runes of existence, the amplification rune. Its purpose was nothing else but to amplify the surrounding weavings of existence. The Infiniverse Megalos body finished it in a few seconds, her gaze sharp as she looked at the glow of this rune and how it had caused the surroundings to become brighter and more active. I will begin with the mass production and placement of the amplification runes of existence throughout the Infiniverse Megalos seed first. I estimate that within a few days, I should be capable of designing them as constellation runes of existence with much greater effects. Words brimming with confidence echoed out as Noah nodded. Noah's eyes briefly turning towards a certain direction and observing there momentarily before their figures disappeared into the Blancverse along with their loot, towards the area Noah had observed before he left, a distance equivalent to 5 omniverse away. Immovable sacred legions were wrapped up in a light of veiled brilliance as their intents moved silently around each other. On their bodies, dazzling meridian circuits that vibrated with radiance were flowing intricately as their sources were vibrant runes at the center of their weavings. Target confirmed. Accompanied by an unknown male, seemingly human at the ordinance of existence level, with a possible glimmer of runes of existence around him. All collected weavings have been sent back to the immovable sacred palace. Continuing observation from afar, a report was made as multiple ordnance weaved around the immovable sacred legions, their weavings massed with shocking complexity as they observed their targets that disappeared into a cloudy Blancverse. The report traveled far and soon reached the weavings of the palace master Antiope and Evren within the very immovable sacred palace of the expanse itself. When Palace Master Antiope saw the illusory images of the Infiniverse Dowager and the man beside her eyes trembled tumultuously as she confirmed the sighting of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian beside her. Chapter 3391: How to Kill an Existence-Defying Being? Palace Master Antiope stared at the scene of the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian with extremely stern eyes. They had, at times, been seen together. They had worked together multiple times as they were believed to be extremely complex entities whose goals aligned, and so they worked together, but they actually had such a history? Even before they severed their existence and pioneered their own paths, they were always together. This information caused different parts of her mind to light up as the Infiniverse Dowager was terrifying enough. The origin sacred primal Megalonian, this tyrant one that many beings feared. The one responsible for your daughter is truly no ordinary being. If Palace Master Evren holds trust in me, we will continue doing this my way, or we observe and follow for the next few days. After that, we will make a move that will ensure to give you closure. She kept her voice calm as she spoke to the Palace Master, whose murdered daughter of existence was the root cause of this whole unfolding reality, and Evren only nodded, as even though he knew there was something much more there, he didn't ask. Within another area in the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, Palace Master Antiope portrayed the same scene she observed from the Ordnance Amalgamation entities. Currently observing a certain blank verse, the illusory image that showed the Infiniverse Dowager and the origin sacred primal Megalonian. They obviously have a greater history than we came to know, but yes, he is here too. In these weavings. This chance, it is not a chance as much as what we need to do has become twice as hard, nay, 10 times as hard. One Infiniverse Dowager is terrifying enough, but adding the origin sacred primal Megalonian, before Palace Master Antiope, the only pioneer of existence amongst them, spoke out as his gaze was one full of thought and caution. Heracles, Palace Master Antiope gazed at him and the only other entity to come here with them, Nisa, her gaze currently a somber one. Palace Master Antiope breathed calmly as she spoke once more, I am not underestimating them, really. But again, we have a pioneer and existence severing entities on our side while they have the power of Ordnance Amalgamation currently. Ordnance Amalgamation. Besides fearing so much of who they might become in the future, let us come up with ways to kill these beings that seem to defy existence itself. WUU. Her words were resonant. Around the three of them, dazzling green leaves flowed and wrapped around everything as above Pioneer Heracles. A vibrant green rune rotated calmly, a constellation rune of existence that read quarantine. It was spinning with a vibrant glow, but the level of complexity held within this single rune exceeded the complexity that all the weavings of existence severing could radiate. It isolated everything about themselves and what they talked about here as with it. Even a terrifyingly perceptive entity wouldn't be able to feel an inkling of a bad feeling or sensation about them being plotted against, or even the threat of death. All possible weavings of existence were quarantined. Pioneer Heracles gazed at the fluttering stellar green leaves around them as he spoke out with an ancient voice. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. Maybe we shouldn't do anything at all. Maybe this is how events are supposed to flow. Our entry into these weavings of existence already violates enough. If we make truly significant moves, we are in these weavings of existence because we ran away from beings like them. Palace Master Antiope felt immense rising frustration as she pointed towards the illusory pictures of Infiniverse Dowager and the origin sacred primal Megalonian. Please, Heracles. We have already gone through this and arrived at this step. And when it comes to killing, there are many ways for it that are not just purely killing. Oh, the brows of Heracles arose as beside him. Nisa looked towards Antiope questioningly. If these are the source weavings of existence of the Infiniverse Dowager and the origin sacred primal Megalonian, we simply have to ensure they do not continue. Apart from seeking to kill them, something we are taking many precautions for, we can also do something a step below in difficulty while achieving the same result. We can imprison them. Imprisonment. This word caused the eyes of Nisa and Pioneer Heracles to gradually shine before they radiated a terrifying light. Nisa even rose up as the leaves around them fluttered while she asked, You don't mean that place? That place, something they had only heard about, and their biggest fear before they gave up a tremendous amount of their power to take the risk of jumping into a different frequency of existence. The eyes of Heracles pulsed with brilliance as he also seemed to be thinking. He thought of legends from cycles past that were inherited as horror stories regarding the vastness and immensity of the wheel of existence. Horrors not meant to terrify children, but any entities who dared to think of traversing the different weavings of the wheel of existence, a place feared by even the most complex beings that have communed with the wheel of existence. Any entities who sought it forever disappeared from any records. You think that frequency of the wheel we nearly fell into, was it something that made even the most complex of entities fearful? At their level of power, very few things, if any, could make such entities fearful, yet those who truly knew spoke in hushed whispers about a place that was part of the wheel. And also not about a frequency that existed and did not truly exist, as there were no weavings of it. And yet when those with weavings fell into it, they never returned. Antiope looked at her two compatriots as her eyes didn't hold any hesitation. Before all of this, in the past, they were all equals. She looked at pioneer Heracles, who had pulled ahead now as she spoke with confidence. Chapter 3392, How to Kill an Existence-Defying Being? 2. It wasn't just us who made the jump. Others did not make it. That flash of frequency that nearly took us out as well. I say it is worth the risk to backtrack and find that frequency once more. But not for us. We simply direct it towards our targets. Towards the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian who have yet to mature. They won't be able to avoid the pull as if we are somehow wrong and we fail. Then they will fall into another spoke of the wheel and be deterred from their original path. If that does occur, they will be out of these weavings and give us time to grow. But if we succeed, and they truly are sent into that place where even the most complex entities fear, the three entities surrounded by swirling leaves of a constellation rune of existence breathed heavily. Pioneer Heracles had bright eyes at this moment as they seemed to flicker with countless stars. This may just be feasible. But the cost we will pay is going to be extremely heavy. To backtrack, to find that sliver of weaving, not just for themselves, but to direct it towards a certain location and targets. It was going to be unfathomably difficult, but Antiope's expression showed a crazed madness at this moment as she remembered how helpless she felt at the terror of the Infiniverse Dowager. I am prepared to pay any cost. Any cost at all. One was filled with conviction, the other two looked at each other and also became firm as Heracles rose up grandly. We'll get started. This may take some time, and the more time passes, the more variables arise, veiled in powerful complexities. A terrifying scheme unfolded within the depths of the immovable sacred palace of the expanse, within the Megalosaneer. In an undefined sector, Noah gazed at the vastness of Megalosaneer as the cartographer of existence. And what he could see was getting more and more complex. The changes began when he traversed into the other weavings of existence as Ozymandias, and then as himself. The map of Megalosaneer he was looking at seemed to be constantly shifting and overlapping as the areas he covered seemed the same but not. It required more time and utilization to understand, but he felt like these changes were leading to a tremendous product as the thought in the back of his mind was, what if he could map out the megalos of different weavings of existence entirely? Would he be able to find and traverse into specific ones with ease? There were many possibilities, but now what? The voice of Command Protector Valeria echoed out beside him in the Omniversal Voyager as Noah shook his head and spoke calmly. Let's go say hi. Only you and your sister can come as we don't need too many extras for this. He waved his hands calmly as he looked at the Omniverse. He had entirely blocked the weavings of where nobody could go in or out without his permission. Everything was covered by the hazy golden light of the Ordinance of Dreams. Sis Valeria, what is this? Protector Lucretia came up behind them as Noah only waved his hands. The three of them disappearing from this Omniversal Voyager and instantly transferring into the massive Omniverse he had locked down. With his current weavings, the figures of Command Protector Valeria and Lucretia could be considered beneath him in complexity. But he didn't want to become someone who only used others when he needed them and then threw them away thereafter. The least he would do was sever any points of karma between them and wrap up something that to the current him was a minor matter. They appeared atop the peak of a massive stellar black mountain the size of a cosmos that floated in the center of this omniverse amidst many other mountains of similar size. Around them, thousands of reapers of existence turned towards their direction, and hundreds of titanic outerversal morphons wriggling with tentacles surrounded them. Even further out, and further ahead, the visage of a clouded figure seated on a throne of wriggling tentacles had a somber expression while looking at all of them. And Noah only nodded simply towards him. Hey man. Towards the great ponderer, Nietzsche, Noah nonchalantly called out while teleporting right into the center of his forces. Around, there were at least a dozen outerversal morphons that had reached the stage of one with existence, and two that had attained the state of the eye of existence. All of them were followers of Nietzsche as this was his last bastion, and now, the man he was scheming against and seeking to make an enemy had come knocking. Even when he had discussed with Savitar that he wanted things to be over, besides Noah, the figures of Command Protector Valeria and Lucretia were trembling as they looked around them and sensed the stifling auras of outerversal morphons. With Lucretia even shaking when she felt the connection towards the great ponderer as she looked at her sister as if wanting to ask her, when did she know? But she couldn't even focus on this as it felt like their very lives would end in the next moment. Even Command Protector Valeria was barely grasping the state of one with existence as around them there were multiple, along with even more terrifying auras, why did Protector Osmond bring them to their deaths, even as such despair settled in? None of the terrifying outer versal morphons made a single move. The only one who did move was Noah as he walked forward calmly. Looking around while speaking, I hate very little of these grand weavings of existence. But something I hold in great distaste are schemes in the dark. People thinking they can plan, and then use convoluted plots to somehow win against me. You, my dear Nietzsche, thought you could do this. He strolled across the stellar black earth of this mountain as he went towards the throne of tentacles the great ponderer sat on. At this moment, the gaze of the great ponderer was extremely twisted as his form gradually became clear. He had the head of a devilish goat with tentacles wriggling beneath his chin, his body humanoid and filled with obsidian roiling tentacles as he sat on his throne, and when he looked around all the forces he had gathered, all the outer versal morphon with high echelons of megalos regnum and outer versal physiology. Every single one seemed to currently be frozen and unable to move. Moments before this being even appeared, faint particles of gold could be seen as the complexity of the ordnance of dreams filled with the weight of the infiniverse megalos physiology pressed down on everything. Noah had just ripped apart ordnance amalgamation entities, so what danger could there possibly be against a quasi-ordnance amalgamation entity such as the Great Ponderer and the few entities under his banner that were even weaker than him? This whole thing was a walk in the park for Noah, as the entity who was more powerful than him just a matter of a few days ago and had set his sights on him had given him too much time. A few days, this was far too much time to give Noah. Now, he came to collect with unfathomable ease. Chapter 3393, Tyrannical Oppression. The whole situation was utterly surreal. For Protector Lucretia, it even seemed like a nightmare, the one she was bound to, the one she felt stifled by even just thinking about. He now stood before her, his bodies layered on top of each other to show the culmination of terrifying power, with multiple powerful outer versal morphons that seemed to come close to Savitar. They were entirely surrounded, yet, not a single movement was felt from the outer versal morphons, even as Lucretia and Command Protector Valeria pulsed with trepidation. Every passing millisecond that they waited for the eruption of shocking complexities, nothing happened. They couldn't help but turn a head towards the man walking forward and talking as if he was only taking a stroll. He seemed to know everything that was going on as he walked across the stellar dark earth, eventually beginning to float up as he came to the eye line of the massive visage of the goat-headed outer versal morphon, the Great Ponderer. Was it all him? This was all his doing? His sheer brilliance stopped the movements of all morphons as he now stared directly at the most powerful one that gave the Commonwealth a great deal of trouble. All the plotting has come to this point right here. All the twists and turns of causality since you set your eyes on me in that half-tainted omniverse. Is there anything else for you to say? The Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian had a calm expression as he asked the Great Ponderer, and Nietzsche had his weavings silently churning as his intent weaved out. One knows when to take a step back. I am willing to take this step back. I won't even fight back, as you can consider this body the price I am willing to pay to close off and sever the entangled weavings between us. A great one took a step down, and yet, the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian shook his head. You do not fight back because you cannot. I care not for your body. I want what you first want to give out. Your dignity. Your honor. Your megalos regnum. And don't waste too much of my time either, as the more time that passes, the more I will be inclined to collapse your weavings here and in the Pantheon of Umbra as well. His words caused the eyes of Nietzsche to vibrate and tremble. He could see the words were not lies. Somehow, this being could legitimately reach out to even the megalos beyond. He could cover such a vast distance. How? Through Savitar? No, that didn't make sense. He wasn't aura enough. Then who? Through who? These questions buzzed in the Great Ponderer as he listened to his weavings of danger once more. They were overloaded in defeat at this moment, as even with his terrifying complexity, even with his planning and plotting, that he found that without making a single move against his enemy, he was defeated. He laughed with madness and self-deprecation while shaking his head. Even if I present you my megalos regnum I will take it. Noah waved his hands nonchalantly as a golden necklace lifted from his neck, showing the dazzling stellar obsidian megalos regnum crown of another great one on this necklace. Seeing it, Nietzsche trembled while giving Noah an extremely difficult look. With every passing second, he felt like extremely oppressive weavings of complexity would close down all around him. At this moment, he closed his eyes and accepted it, even without a fight. He had lost. His body pulsed with luminous obsidian light that all flowed to form a dazzling black crown, all of his dignity and regnum flowing into it as at this moment, Noah reached out and grasped it. with a terrifying force, it flowed into the thread of the golden necklace as of this moment on. Another megalos regnum crown of a great one was bound to Noah. He stared at the two stellar black crowns without any emotion as he spoke. Release that girl behind me. She is no longer your delegatus. Nietzsche gazed behind Noah at the stupefied visage of Lucretia and Command Protector Valeria as his eyes flashed. Yes. How should I refer to you, with his very dignity and honor bound by another? Nietzsche adapted quickly as he asked, Dreamer. Dreamer of the megalos, yes, dreamer. Brilliance flashed within Nietzsche's eyes as instantly a line was cut. In the distance, Lucretia felt a sense of weightlessness as she breathed heavily, checking deeply in her heart as truly the connection she was bound to was gone. She held no words as all of this seemed like a pure dream, yet the visage of Noah took a single step to appear before them and nodded lightly, a golden necklace with two obsidian crowns settling on his neck. You are forever cut off from the great ponderer. What you do now depends on you. Will you head back to the omniverse of the protectors to the Commonwealth? Or will you follow me? He spoke about heavy choices calmly as the two sisters gazed at each other, their buzzing minds gradually calming as Command Protector Valeria looked at her sister and then back to Noah. She then gazed at the eerie outerversal morphons frozen all around them and the distant great one that Noah had tyrannically suppressed, and she shook her head. Thank you for helping me achieve something I thought would be the death of me and my sister. I cannot repay you enough for this action, but I will go back to the Commonwealth. The choice was made, and Noah only nodded calmly before he flashed a smile towards these two women. Then everything between us can be considered closed. Until we meet again, WAP. He waved his hands as the figures of the two sisters disappeared, sent back to the omniversal voyager that would be heading back to the lands of the Commonwealth, while Noah himself, he turned back and gazed at the Great One, who was much more powerful than even Savitar, as he spoke out nonchalantly. All right, big guy. Let's see your records and memories. From when you were born until now, there was much to learn and understand about the megalos beyond and the megalos anear, and these entities that had lived for many millions upon millions of years had a great deal of knowledge and answers. Chapter 3394 Tyrannical Oppression. 2. As Noah gained another megalos regnum crown in one area within the megalos anear. In the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather, a singularity was extinguished as entities seated upon three thrones attained the right to the origin sacred complexity modus operandi contained within an origin Treziverse tower of existence. The selection here was the fastest compared to the quintessential, rare, or average Treziverse towers of existence. Seated on the thrones that began to move towards three different directions, the Viceroy of the Commonwealth looked towards Noah with a sharp gaze. They left behind weaker call ordnance of existence beings who gritted their teeth and scrambled away to fight for the lesser Treziverse towers of existence. Within this vast space were all those that had entered the trunk of the primal tree of existence were sent to. The throne Noah was on rapidly shot out into a distant golden tower. The golden tower itself looked like a massive monolith that opened up and swallowed him whole, his body direction through layers of weavings before the crown settled itself in the center of the tower. From the inside, the walls were transparent and vast as Noah could see what was happening outside, but the most important thing was the dazzling allure of gold light that was spinning in the very center of this tower. As he arrived, so did the monotone intent that was ringing out this whole time arrive. Familiarize yourself with the origin sacred complexity modus operandi and prepare to defend against hordes of prisoners put in a position just below you. With their freedom contingent on defeating you and destroying the towers that you and others occupy, the spinning golden singularity was the promised origin sacred complexity modus operandi. When its hazy glow finished, Noah clearly saw an extremely complex rune that held a profound complexity similar to the Amaranto's rune of existence, similar but not all the way at its level, as it still seemed a level off. But this rune of existence was a terrifying one that allowed one to increase their output of weavings of existence by 500%. Noah didn't like that it was another person's rune of existence, and they would know every single entity who was utilizing their rune, but he knew this was a temporary measure. Once he broke down the components of each rune of existence and understood it entirely, he could engineer his own and make it even better than before. He reached out and grasped the golden rune of existence as it settled into his weavings, coming to settle near his chest as it pulsed with a dim gold light, asking to be activated. Above Noah, a dazzling sacred primal eye of existence opened as he observed the intricacies of this rune of existence while allowing a dense amount of his weavings to flow into it, instantly causing it to spin and radiate circuits meridians all across his body, as there were 81 in number, 81 dazzling gold meridians that looked like ethereal rivers of gold stretched out across his weavings of existence. When his weavings flowed into them, they increased in power and potency every time they completed a cycle across all these meridians. The more of his weavings he put in, the more this output of power increased as his body began brimming with pressure many times more powerful than before. This was what a single powerful rune of existence could achieve. The great Beyonder had put out crucibles of the Beyonder that contained things like the Amaranto's rune of existence, the Defy rune of existence, and the Sword rune of existence. The Omnifather took a different route and put out different variations of runes of existence that increased the output of one's weavings of existence, different methodologies, but the same results of strengthening their respective megalos in the end. Noah knew there had to be an equivalent entity similar to the Great Beyonder and the Omnifather on the side of Megalos Nihilus, and he felt sour missing whatever boons it had prepared for the entities within Nihilus. Hopefully, that guy is enjoying some of it at least. His eyes twinkled as he thought of the great usurper who had crossed Megalos Anir and into the Megalos Nihilus before the boons of the Omnifather had bloomed. Alongside his thoughts, he sat down and analyzed the Origin Sacred Complexity rune of existence. Being lost in his own weavings for some time, unknowingly, a few hours passed. In the surroundings, other selections were completed as those who had enough strength to obtain ownership of quintessential, rare, and average Tresorverse towers of existence received them. Noah's attention only came to when he felt the buzzing of the Tresorverse domain and a booming voice that spread out all around. The selection of the towers of existence is completed. Within the next few moments, the prisoners dwelling in this domain will be released. Defend against them and hone the complexity of your weavings of existence. Be defeated, and be lost in the cycles of endless weavings. The voice was cold, as if it was letting a dangerous reality be known that if they faltered, they could very well perish here. Noah spread his will out as he heard this booming voice, the landscape of this domain having rapidly changed as he found that the three origin towers of existence were stationed extremely far apart, while quintessential towers and other towers were scattered throughout. Almost as if they truly were in defensive positions and they needed to ensure that nothing bypassed them. One region had entities at the Ordnance of Existence level, while much further ahead, entities at the stage of Ordnance Amalgamation were stationed, behind and around in a circular formation. Those with lesser weavings at the Eye of Existence and below were also stationed as the whole domain seemed filled with dazzling towers of different colors. All of them together spanning and covering a region equivalent to the length of over 200 omniverse. They had their own battles to fight as the region a single Ordnance of Existence entity covered where they could exert their power may just be the equivalent of a single omniverse or less. It would be a war of expansive scale. In the distance, terrifying auras began to leak out as in the dark void of this domain. Far, far ahead, space ripped apart as if an endless prison was finally being opened, and those within could not wait to charge out. From the blooming cracks in space, golden limbs stretched out and split apart the space even further, showing the appearance of titanic golden humanoid existences. Existences that were very reminiscent in the eyes of any entities that were lucky enough to enjoy the reconstruction of the Megalonians. Chapter 3395 Unbound Obsession. Those who had been present in the reconstruction of the Megalonians would be able to observe that the Golden Titans coming out of imprisonment were eerily similar to the massive Golden Titan that had begun the assault on the Megalonians long ago. At the moment these auras arose and spread out, Noah's own will buzzed with magnificence as a terrifying obsession lying within the depths of his being blazed out, the obsession of the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian howling out at the release of entities with lineages linking back to a certain massacre. The obsession was heavy as it called for cataclysm and blood, for destruction of utmost depth to fall on these enemies. Noah frowned at such strong waves of obsession flowing out of the past weavings of Pyrrhus as he looked ahead at the waves of golden titans that were ripping apart space and coming out. The Omnifather had jailed a whole lineage belonging to someone who led the eradication of the Megalonians? Just what power had this being attained to allow him to carry out such an action to rectify his mistakes? There were no answers freely hanging by. At this moment, the maddening aura of these golden titans continued to spread out, their wills and intent roaring out alongside their surging power. Omnifather, you will pay for this, blood for blood. A cacophony of noise and intent erupted out as it was unknown how long these entities were jailed for. Among them, there were abundant auras of Ordnance Amalgamation by the hundreds, and Ordnance of Existence by the tens of thousands, and a few 100,000 auras of those below them in the states of existence that were surging out like waves. It was a force that was enough to cause even old man Eudemus and other Ordnance Amalgamation entities to turn somber, even if they had just attained the sacred modus operandi within their own towers of existence that amplified their weavings, because the level of complexity and brutality displayed by the Golden Titans as they came out was utterly overwhelming. Their eyes blazed with golden flames as they looked out at the cluster of defense towers. Past them, they seemed to see their freedom as they howled out while moving forward with indomitable splendor. Progeny of the jailer, enslavers, the jailer, another distinction of the Omni-Father based on his actions, as the rest of them were branded with the titles of enslavers. Alongside these bellows, booming waves of complexity also began to arrive as an ordinance. Amalgamation Golden Titan took great strides to arrive near a multicolored tower of existence, multicolored representing ordnance amalgamation. The gaze of the Golden Titan was livid as his hand reached out, enlarging for countless light years to nearly become as big as the multicolored tower that was the length of an omniverse. You keep us enslaved for cycles in order to repent? To repent for the sins of the Father? And now, you think we will be target practices for your own lineage? You motherfucker, boom. The enlarged golden hand carried interminable power as the defense tower it reached blazed gloriously. Around the defense tower the size of an omniverse, the illusory image of an antediluvian leviathan appeared as dazzling multicolored rune of existence buzzing at the very center of his being, a rune of existence that caused over 100 meridians to shine brilliantly over his massive figure. Crimson flames wrapping around this ordnance amalgamation entity as he was fire personified, with his weavings enhanced by a terrifying rune of existence that seemed to exceed even an origin sacred complexity rune of existence in power. Along with the granted defenses of the Tower of Existence he remained inside of, he could face multiple ordnance amalgamation entities. These were the preparations of the Omnifather, to ensure that his people could overcome everything in the end, and use these prisoners who shared a deep history and shame of his past to forge themselves into powerful combatants, to prepare for what was to come. Crimson galaxies of flames seethed and formed in front of the defense tower. The heat being so potent that it could be felt from afar, it was multiple times more powerful and complex compared to what a normal ordnance amalgamation entity could unleash. But in the face of all this, you fuckers, the forefront Golden Titan laughed with crazed madness. All these cycles of isolation. Unable to even enter the expanse. Unable to call for help. Unable to know whether those we loved were alive or dead. We wanted to die. I wanted to die. The aura of this Golden Titan began to subtly change. I wanted to die, but my hatred kept me going. Against the one who really believed himself to be above others, as if they were some force of good for the wheel of existence. Throughout all of it, death was only an arm's length away, as I have learned to not fear it. We have learned to not fear death. The illusory gaze of the ordnance amalgamation antediluvian leviathan defending the massive multicolored tower rapidly changed as he began to pant. Ahead of him, towards the Golden Titan that had stated it did not fear death, a horrid aura was rising as this creature yelled out with eerie calmness, "Sever, BOM, I sever the hatred I felt during all these cycles. I sever the pain. I sever my obsession. I sever all emotions. And I sever my existence entirely." A horrid progression of events. All ordnance amalgamation entities and below participating in the Treasuriverse domain of the Omnifather had their gazes rapidly changed as they felt a terrifying aura bloom ahead. This Golden Titan actually disregarding life itself and not even worrying about the collapse of his existence as he went ahead and performed existence severing on the spot. Not secluded in cultivation, not while carefully protected by others, mid-battle, this entity sought to sever his existence as none knew whether he would be successful or not. But what was abundantly clear was the level of power this entity expressed as his golden hand now carried 10 times as much heaviness and complexity. It smacked down and crushed the stellar crimson flames of millions of swirling galaxies and smashed onto the multicolored defense tower, causing it to tremble before a crack appeared on it and it was smashed backwards. Chapter 3396 Unbound Obsession 2. A disastrous set of events unfolded as one of the foremost defense towers was knocked back. Around it, the illusory visage of the antediluvian leviathan showed great pain as it trembled, as if their very weavings of existence had experienced a great shock. It was the complexity of an entity that was halfway into existence severing, quasi-existence severing. It was a stage barely anyone would experience or battle against, as no madman would do it in front of others unless there were absolutely no options for them. But this being was driven by hatred and obsession to the point that they carried out such drastic actions. But that wasn't all. You peons of the Omnifather do not know our pain, our history, our lineage. Today, you will know what it feels like to be judged and tossed aside. Today, you will know pain. other golden titans gathered behind and around this being. Multiple golden titans at the ordnance amalgamation stage. Radiated a light of madness as their existence warped, sever, existence, severing, one after another, in a terrifying display of obsession and conviction. Multiple golden titans at the ordnance amalgamation stage severed their existence, but luckily, it wasn't all of them, after all, to even attempt to sever one's existence. One had to reach a prerequisite level of complexity, if one's complexity was still far too low. Even if they wanted to sever, it was an impossibility. If they forcefully did so while their complexity was far too low, their weavings would collapse within nanoseconds. But so far, those watching counter over a dozen golden titans radiate the terrifying aura of existence severing as they stepped on a path of no return. If they succeeded, a genuine existence severing entity would be born. If they failed, they would have had time to massacre the lineage of the man who imprisoned them here. All these cycles at least, this was the price for their obsession. Boom, they weren't the only ones. As ordnance amalgamation golden titans did this, those at the ordnance of existence level erupted with heavy might as many proceeded to amalgamate with their ordnance right away, disregarding the risk of the collapse of their existence if they weren't entirely in tune with their ordnance. They proceeded ahead, and those below them sought to declare their ordnance for the first time. It was a heavy and shocking scene as at this moment, all those who had entered the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather wondered. Did the Omnifather account for all this, for the obsession and hatred of the ones he imprisoned over the cycles to be this high? The weaving of existence ahead of them caused them to feel a sense of trepidation, with these beings moving with crazed power as, even in their state of severing, they charged toward the defense towers, as if the weavings of existence themselves were moving against them. The entrants who should have been experiencing a rapid period of growth within the Treziverse sacred domain of the Omnifather fell into unprecedented peril. The area where the multicolored tower of existence was smacked away from now held no protection of an ordnance amalgamation entity, and a quasi-existence severing golden titan moved forward. Time snap, his intent radiated outwards, full of malice and wild abandon. It targeted the towers manned by the ordnance of existence entities and below, in addition to the knocked-away multicolored tower that held a flickering illusory radiance of the beaten-back antediluvian leviathans. The ordnance of time erupted from the golden titan. He was amalgamated with it, and he now severed himself outside the scope of existence with this ordnance at his core. A circular purple radiance spread out around him and covered an equivalent length of 10 omniverse, an illusion of a massive round purple clock blooming and holding everything in place. It was filled with heavy complexity as all those within the scope of this illusory clock found themselves frozen and unable to move their weavings, as if they were stuck in a weaving of time that they couldn't move back or forward against, with everything being frozen. Thereafter, the golden titan bellowed while throwing out a simple fist into the illusory purple clock. The instant the golden fist was thrown into the illusory clock, multiple illusory purple temporal fists formed in front of all frozen towers of existence. They tumbled forth with interminable power of extinction and malice as they smashed onto every single tower, no matter whether the tower was the size of an omniverse or less. The moment the impact occurred, there was no conflict, no fight, no opposition. The smashed towers of existence shattered and broke apart into purple shards. Influenced by the shocking severed ordnance of the golden titan, the entities within these towers who were brimming with possibilities minutes ago, they felt their own weavings of existence smashed with the existence collapsing temporal fists as everything about themselves began to shatter into shards of purple light. The multicolored tower of existence that had the dazed ordnance amalgamation entity was the first to shatter along with its owner inside it. All other towers in the area affected by the illusory purple clock followed such a fate as horrifically. It seemed like there wouldn't be any survivors in this single strike of a golden titan. It seemed that way, but, in the affected area glowing with purple radiance, there was a single golden origin Treziverse tower of existence, one that had an entity who had an origin sacred complexity rune of existence swirling within him, but he also held much more, oh, so much more, faced with the temporal fist that was extinguishing all other towers of existence without even a fight. His tower of existence radiated a tremendous light of complexity. It even seemed to tremble at the sheer complexity being released by him that it had to support, against the unstoppable light of a quasi-severed ordnance of time, one that was in the process of being severed anyway. A dazzling golden wool bloomed around the tower of existence, Kuklos, ignoring the shackles of time. This golden wool radiated an ancient air of complexity as it seemed to be defiantly severed. Severed? Why? Would a severed source of Kuklos appear in a tower of existence occupied by an ordnance of existence entity? Chapter 3397 Unbound Obsession. 3. The scene was a disastrous one, nearly one of the quasi-existence severing golden titans made a move. And yet an ordnance amalgamation antediluvian leviathan in the tower of existence he protected was shattered alongside a dozen towers of existence that ordnance of existence entities occupied, including a few dozen towers manned by those less powerful. By all means, it was a scene of devastation, and yet, among this devastation, there was a single tower that was untouched. Around it, a dazzling golden wool formed and spun as it radiated a light of severed existence. It was the only thing capable of moving in this domain of frozen time. When it bloomed, many found themselves questioning with emotion, was there actually an existence-severing entity on their side hiding this whole time? It was a question for many, the wonder if there were multiple existence-severing entities that entered the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather. At this moment, they would truly be needed, as these terrifying golden titans could become genuine existence-severing entities at any moment if their weavings didn't collapse, if many were successful in their severing. The Treziverse sacred domain of the Omnifather would turn into a land of bloodbath. The severed golden wheel of Kuklos spun. With heaviness and indisputability, the golden titan looked towards the Swither with crazed eyes as he bellowed out, "Break for me, break for me." Temporal decimation, his words were those of a maddened entity. But his power was very real, as all around, the purple brilliance brought with it a light of extinction that made its descent on the golden tower of existence. But, the wheel continued to spin heavily as around the tower of existence, the hazy illusion of a devilishly handsome emperor manifested. An origin sacred complexity rune of existence spun rapidly at his center as 81 meridians lit up brightly, his gaze currently exceedingly cold, but his eyes stared towards the golden titan as they held a hint of an undeniable obsession. An obsession that showed complex rage and hatred that didn't entirely fit the calm face, but such eyes looked at the golden titan as if they already considered him dead. When his figure made an appearance, many were astonished, as some had seen his face before when they were climbing the roots of primal tree of existence. Those belonging to the Commonwealth were even more astonished, as they had seen the face and details of this being after the Viceroy asked about him, even more so when he was able to attain one of the 3 golden origin Treziverse towers of existence. His figure was shrouded in mystery, as he should be a protector of the Commonwealth, and yet he wasn't. He should be weak, having barely entered the states of existence, and yet he wasn't. The only reason he wasn't labeled an enemy was that until this point, old man Eudemus vouched for him. And now, he showed a severed source, and it was Kuklos nonetheless. In a far distance, the Viceroy of the Commonwealth was in his tower as he looked towards this direction with blazing eyes. Amidst the antediluvian leviathans, there was one burning with waves of entropy around a multicolored tower of existence at this moment, who stared over in shock. Wasn't this that young friend he had been racing on the roots of the primal tree? There were many gazes and reactions, but the man in question didn't bother with all of this as he focused on the enemy before him, the weavings of the origin sacred primal megalonian buzzing as if that scene of decimation all those cycles ago was playing in front of its face again and again. His very blood burned as his meridians pulsed, his weavings were amplified as through them he carried the weight of the infiniverse megalos physiology and cycled it through the buzzing weavings of Kuklos. Time is merely a part of the weavings of the wheel. His voice reverberated out with seemingly just as much hatred as the golden titans. Why would your time hold any significance before the wheel? A blinding light of gold pressure and weight blasted out of the spinning wheel that seemed far too solid. The light blazed and actually fractured the purple brilliance and the illusory clock that had formed into a domain that could cover an entire omniverse, and it formed into trillions of smaller golden wheels that surged to smash onto the massive golden titan like a halcyon sea. Boom, like an unstoppable tide, it smashed forth and illuminated everything as it was far too fast. It was heavy, and yet so fast, the countless golden wheels smashed onto the body of the golden titan mightily, imposing a tremendous weight and pressure that seemed to be asking again and again, what is time before the wheel of existence? What is time before the wheel of existence? What is time before the wheel? Again and again, his body was bombarded with such an intent along with the sea of golden wheels. He roared out with maddening purple fervor as the clash dispersed, but his expression was livid as even though he didn't take heavy damage. His body was currently trembling with instability. The reason why many would seclude themselves when severing their existence, any heavy interruptions that could sow any seeds of doubt to what one was severing could be deadly, and after facing a bombardment of trillions of wheels while having his ordnance questioned, his weavings now trembled with instability and began collapsing. The golden titan bellowed out with unfathomable wrath towards the illusory figure watching him coldly, other golden titans arriving beside. him as their expressions were heavy. Their eyes were filled with malice as they all turned to gaze toward the interminable visage of the one responsible, the gazes of all quasi-existence severing golden titans and those behind them. The single man on a lone tower of existence took their gazes and stares without backing down, an obsession in his eyes even rising as his illusory visage was seen breathing in waves of authority, his roar billowing out, "Let's go, W.A., Chapter 3398 Unbound Obsession." 4. Golden titans on one side, a single golden defense tower on the other. The image of an illusory emperor within this tower staring at the shocking number of forces of the prisoners all by himself etched itself in the minds of many as if he alone would shoulder this burden, but they knew, the moment he fell, a disaster would bloom, so in the next instant, charge, defend. The Tresorverse towers of existence stretched out across the space buzzed and moved, with the ordinances of the ordnance amalgamation entities shooting out across the equivalent length of 5 omniverse or mortuary, forming a tide that surged towards the golden titans. They saw that they didn't necessarily have to have the power to overcome and defeat the golden titans, they only had to disrupt their weavings significantly enough to ruin their severing or ordnance amalgamation and cause the collapse of their existence, so they moved, the golden titan that had initially faced Noah and now held collapsing weavings of existence roared out, turning into a streak of purple-gold brilliance as even while his ordnance and weavings collapsed, there were still waves of purple radiance trying to reverse everything. "Death, I do not fear," he roared maddeningly as he came before Noah's massive tower once more. Noah's eyes honed in on him and the other auras that now moved alongside him as he let out a harumph. In terms of complexity, he wasn't far off. In terms of runes of existence, he was even putting himself above them. And to take care of this burning obsession of purest bathing in the blood of these golden titans didn't seem bad as he once more pulled upon the heaviness of the infiniverse. Megalos physiology, in the surroundings, defend, other towers of existence arrived as in one, the illusory visage of a seated old man could be seen. It was none other than old man Eudemus, who was looking towards Noah's tower of existence with an extremely somber gaze that seemed to hold millions of questions and no answers. Alongside it, dozens of other multicolored towers of existence holding the terrifying weavings of ordnance amalgamation also arrived and erupted out towards the golden titans. It felt like two roiling seas of weavings would soon clash, and no side wanted to lose as every single entity joined in, whether they were at the ordnance amalgamation stage or merely one with existence. They all released their attacks that joined in together to form a startling sea of brilliance, and Noah, at the center of all of this, let loose entirely to satiate and give way to an obsession for the last time. After this, he could keep this obsession repressed as he moved without listening to its blazing wrath. Merely having it in the background as a tool of recognition of the enemies around him, but at this moment, it was free. He could feel the unbound obsession within the very blood of the origin sacred primal Megalonian as time seemed to slow down to a minute, incomprehensible level. The severed golden wheel of Kuklos that was spinning slowly began to speed up as countless waves of authority flowed into it. Infinite waves of authority. The weight of the infiniverse Megalos physiology was terrifying, yes, but there was also the weight of infinity. It may not carry as much tonnage, but it had the genuine weight of endlessness that at this moment, Noah let loose freely. Countless concentrated waves of immense complexity flowed into the rapidly spinning wheel, his whole tower beginning to radiate a terrifying golden light as at such a moment. His massive illusory body channeled all of this power into his fists. An obsession wanted carnage. He was granting carnage, in slow motion. His right fist struck out once as his hand burned like a scorching golden sun. His left fist then followed with a similar presentation as it seemed unfathomably slow. But in this slow pacing, his hand pulled back as he punched out again, and again, and again. The stop time only seemed to be for him as if the weavings of Kuklos deemed it so, and his golden fists that seemed like slow bombs of power gradually began to seem extremely rapid as they turned into a barrage of golden fists composed of trillions of small golden wheels. The moment the span of an instant passed, what bloomed in front of Noah's tower were thousands of massive golden outlines of his fists shooting out, each one equivalent in size to a tenth of an omniverse as they covered absolutely everything. They caused the sea of attacks on their side to shine with golden brilliance as many were only able to catch a glimpse of it before the impact bloomed on both sides. BOM. It was an unfathomably heavy cluster of complexity coming together all at once as every single entity was swept up in it. As this heavy impact of two seas occurred, outside of the Tresorverse sacred domain of the Omnifather, within the Megalosaneer, an unkempt entity that was floating in the blankness of the Megalosaneer with multiple omniverse circling around him raised his head and looked far above as if there was something only he could see that others could not. His eyes were starry and filled with brilliance, with an aura far exceeding that of existence severing silently bubbling under his skin. the entity that had disappeared from the throngs of the Commonwealth just before the portals leading to the Tresorverse domain bloomed, an entity that Old Man Eudemus and others had never been able to truly understand or grasp the true extent of his power. At this moment, his gaze seemed to be crossing untold distances to see what was happening within the trunk of the primal tree of existence, his eyes filling up with ever-increasing brilliance as he sighed. Is this truly the right path, Omnifather? Words of doubt and longing at the same time. This being wondered of such weavings as he rose up intently gazing up and ready to move in case he needed to. Chapter 3399 Carnage. Within the Megalosaneer, a being wondered whether the path he was on was the right one. Around him, dozens of omniverse rotated as the complexity required to keep them all miniaturized and in such a state was utterly unfathomable. Even the strongest of entities with immeasurable complexity of existence experienced doubt, much less those who were weak. It was general. It was unavoidable, across countless weavings, outside the scope of the vast Megalosaneer, megalos beyond, and even megalos nihilos, within a unique frequency of existence. Within an extremely unique spoke of existence, inside a region of the expanse filled with a mixture of black and white strings, there was a shadow of a woman who was sitting on a white string, her hands holding an omniverse as she seemed utterly engrossed in it. Her entire figure seemed to be made of a cluster of shadows that existed and didn't exist at the same time. Her complexity being utterly frightening as it was not at the level of a terrestrial entity nor a constellation entity. Even a pioneer of existence that stood above existence severing dot was still a constellation entity. Above that dot was a source complexity. Source, the complexity of this entity could only be at this stage as. At this moment, another shadow flashed near her. She didn't even turn towards it as she flipped the weavings of the omniverse in her hands and asked lightly, "What is it now? At least tell me it is local." Her voice was sweet and commanding at the same time, its intent firm and undeniable. The other shadow was a man with an equally terrifying aura who spoke calmly, sadly not local. A mission of high priority. And another spoke of the wheel. Oh? The shadow of the woman frowned at such words as she looked up. Yes. A few kids are planning on carrying out an action in a unique frequency of the wheel. We just need to ensure it succeeds. Oh? Any more details? Any reason why? Using the same word. The shadow of the woman replied again. The shadow of the man was still calm as he paused at these questions momentarily before he replied. The only details I was given are that a little pioneer in two existence severing constellations seek to impose the weavings of dot that spoke of the wheel to ensnare a target. No details were given on who they are or why they are doing what they are doing. We just need to ensure they succeed. As for why dot, we do not question orders. We merely follow. You know this by now. The shadow of the woman was briefly silent before it continued. Who is the target that even deserves our attention to ensure they end up in that place? A heavy question. Yet the reply was heavier. Mission parameters did not include their details either. Nor are we to probe the weavings of the target. Even those above us do not subjectively look at the identities of all those involved, as we are supposed to stay away from any entanglements. We are only supposed to ensure the weavings of the target are ensnared and pulled into that place, that is all. Barbados. Your position may be unique, but you are not above all of us. You cannot operate differently from us. Our job makes it so that we only do what we are told without tainting the weavings of the wheel. We only exist. Yes, the shadow of the woman waved her hands dismissively. Her shadowy figure was short and vibrant. Her eyes sharp and filled with endless light as she continued with her interruption. I know. We only exist to ensure the flow of the wheel. I just find it odd that we are supposed to never question. Who are they to say that supporting or denying a certain event in some frequency of the wheel is what allows the smooth turning of the wheel to continue? We move covertly to make sure our actions aren't observed by them, who also stand to watch and ensure the flow of the wheel. So really, who is right and who is wrong? Have you ever stopped to consider this? Oh, Amalthos. Her reply caused the other dark shadow, another source complexity entity, to frown before he replied. Barbados. Your father sits among those who gaze across countless weavings and see which screws need to turn in order to keep the flow. If you question him, you can do so yourself. I remain here speaking to you because I was ordered to undertake this mission with you. Simply because I am supposed to be here at this moment, in this weaving. Otherwise, I would not bother. His words were cold. Barbados put away the omniverse in her hands and looked at him closely as she sighed. Supposed to be here. You truly believe such a thing? The flow of the wheel, her surroundings began to buzz, as if she was about to say something truly dangerous and profane. She wanted to say that since she was born, she felt like nobody could truly read the flow of the wheel, nobody could really understand where and what was supposed to happen. Those who tried to take control, like her father and others, and said what they did was all for the continued flow of the wheel, may very well be in the wrong. There were others who took an entirely different approach and simply monitored, preventing any other forces from interfering or jumping between different weavings of the wheel. At the end of the day, everybody believed themselves to be right. As for her, maybe even she was wrong. Never mind. She sighed once more as she rose up. Lead the way. I merely exist to follow orders too, yes. The other shadow, Amalthos, looked at her silently before terrifying power and complexity began to bubble around him. Within the span of an instant, they disappeared right after. Their disappearance wasn't just to another location, but towards another spoke of the wheel entirely. Chapter 3400 Carnage. 2. Within a certain spoke of the wheel, inside the immovable sacred palace of the expanse. How is it? Palace Master Antiope and Nyssa gazed towards Pioneer Heracles, who was focusing on a concentrated singularity of shocking complexity at this moment. His brows were furrowed as his whole existence of an extremely high level of complexity seemed to be under a great strain. When we did this before, we had much more power, and I wasn't alone. Seeking to grasp a pathway that we took before also carries a high level of complexity, and finding the coordinates of that place we nearly fell into to recreate it and then superimpose it on a certain location is even harder. I do not know how long it will take. His words showed just how tremendously the degree of difficulty was even for him, and Palace Master Antiope looked at Palace Master Nyssa at this moment before her gaze became firm, her hand turning sharp and sinking into her chest firmly as bursts of golden radiance erupted out. Her face became pale and gray thereafter as her hand pulled out a dazzling golden singularity that she pushed forward to a shocked Pioneer Heracles. Half of my source of existence. Use it freely to make sure we achieve our intended purpose. Her eyes were filled with conviction. She knew the terror of the Infiniverse Dowager and the Origin Sacred Primal Megalonian, as she would do anything. She would do absolutely anything if the source of such beings could truly be taken into that place and never get the chance to grow and terrorize countless weavings. Pioneer Heracles looked at her as his gaze became even firmer, grasping her source of existence and taking it into himself while he focused on the complex singularity before him even more. Boom, tendrils of brilliance erupted all around him as a massive golden rune of existence appeared, followed by a purple one, a green one, and many more colors. His expression turned euphoric as he exclaimed with shock, I found the start of the pathway. So long as I follow it, I could bring these weavings to that frequency that terrified us, and then impose it on their location. They couldn't do it before. He couldn't catch any trace of the pathway or reverse it before this, but now, after adding the source of existence of Palace Master Antiope, he was successful. But was it all because of this, truly? Or was there another hand at play? Pioneer Heracles controlled his emotions as he turned towards Antiope and Nyssa. The Blancverse domain is still in the same place? I'll begin directing coordinates towards it right away so that the moment I get a hold of the weavings of that terrifying frequency, I can impose them there, still at the same place. We have to hurry. Anything can change in an instant, Palace Master Antiope replied weakly as she focused on the information she was receiving from the immovable sacred legions that were observing a distant Blancverse. By all means, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. In the trunk of the primal tree of existence, within the weavings of the Treziverse domain of the Omni-Father, two seas of complexity crashed into each other, the explosion being something that caused a heavy impact in the weavings of existence, so much so that the whole domain filled with Trezorverse towers of existence and the place where all the golden titans had been imprisoned were distorted and fractured. Weavings of existence themselves unwound and shattered as if a painting was torn to pieces, with dozens of towers of existence thrown back and filled with cracks as some directly shattered. On the other side, golden titans seethed as from among them. Multiple cried out as their weavings of existence began to collapse, those attempting ordnance amalgamation, and those severing their existence who were smashed with the deadly impact of weavings, especially those massive golden fists that questioned their very core concepts. Their weavings began to deteriorate and collapse as they roared out. In the chaotic weavings of extinct existence, many wills swept out to ascertain the current situation as they saw a single golden tower of existence still remained right where it was. The illusory figure of a devilishly handsome emperor gazing at everything with a cruel light as he bellowed out, Apocalypse, HUUM. There was a need for decimation and carnage, and so, even in this reality where existence itself was torn to pieces with the very domain of the Omni-Father being affected, the ordinance of apocalypse was imposed as tremendous weight and complexity was added to it. Instantly, dreary darkness and crimson flames began to descend and cover an equivalent length of 0.10 omniverse. 10. The weavings of apocalypse imposed themselves over such a vast region as illusory decimated omniverse began to emerge all around, typhoons of cataclysm forming as hellish flames began to rage. It was the advent of an apocalypse that would bring about even more carnage, but in the midst of all of this, a golden light shone along with a burst of radiant laughter. It stemmed from the side of the golden titans as, at this moment, a terrifying aura rose and continued climbing up with perverted madness, with utterly perverse weavings of complexity. It was not quasi, it was not halfway. It was a genuine, unblemished aura of existence severing as from among the masses of golden titans. One had managed to rapidly and successfully sever the shackles that bound them and truly enter into the existence-severing stage. Such a phenomenon caused many gazes to change as powerful towers occupied by antediluvian leviathans and the strongest among the commonwealth, and those who didn't belong to any specific lineage but had high attainments at ordnance amalgamation all came to float around a single golden tower, the tower that held a single illusory entity with an origin sacred complexity rune of existence spinning rapidly as opposite him. A massive golden titan took center stage while a few others collapsed, his eyes radiating a terrifying light as he looked toward Noah. "I'm gonna fucking flay you to pieces," with indomitable might and existence severing entity moved against the origin sacred primal megalonian.